Before we dive in, if you're new here, welcome to Novel Explanation, where we bring your favorite stories to life, one part at a time. Hit subscribe and turn on the bell so you never miss what happens next. Chapter 301, 289. The Power of Magic Triumphs Over All Secular Things. Subjects 6 and 8. Chapter 289. The Power of Magic Triumphs Over All Secular Things. Gazing at the mansion that had turned into ruins, Hatter's heart was bleeding. He knew beforehand this place would become a battlefield, but 2 days were too short notice. It was simply impossible to move all those precious things away in time, let alone expect the entire mansion to be so thoroughly destroyed. Nothing was left for himself. The gold, silver, and all kinds of rare treasure stored in the mansion's treasury were now reduced to rubble strewn across the ground. Yet Hattar dared not harbor the slightest opinion. The several thousand guards who had earlier stormed into the mansion, along with the powerfully unrivaled Archbishop Anluoke, were obliterated in one strike. Such a celestial phenomenon, wielding the power of thunder, could only be described as terrifying. Previously, he had heard how Rickman's leading army had turned into ashes amid the firestorm from the sky, which, despite being frightening, didn't provide him with a concrete concept. Now, Hatter was experiencing this indescribable sense of helplessness very directly. The power of legendary magic surpasses all mundane affairs. Whether it was the thousands of crossbowmen he had carefully trained or those bloodline knights he had secretly nourished, in the face of such power, they all seemed particularly ridiculous. Hattar could only silently console himself that the stronger these wizards were, the better they could resist the attacks from the Empire and the Church. They had to rely on the control of the king and nobility over the grassroots to suppress the rising tide of rebellion among the vast believers. And he was about to become the king himself. At that time, the royal palace would be his residence, its treasury his treasury. Compared to what he was about to acquire, what he lost was insignificant. Without the guidance of the alchemy array, the man-made storm quickly ceased. However, the strong currents and scorching heat still pervaded the entire rubble, forming an electromagnetic area that ordinary people simply couldn't approach. Lin gazed at the ravaged mansion before him and suddenly asked, "With magic like that, I doubt anyone could have survived." Anthony spoke earnestly, then chuckled. "That's not necessarily the case." Lin shook his head. Although Anthony's level as a wizard was much higher than his experience might not be as extensive. After all, he had fought with August, a star of wizardry who had breached the Archwizard's realm within Greenrill City. The opponent could turn the entire magic city into his domain. No matter the injury, he could heal rapidly by drawing power, and even if beaten to near death, he could recover in a matter of seconds. So, if it was August in the mansion just now, he might actually have a chance to survive. The power of the thunder unleashed by the celestial phenomenon was terrifying, but after all, it was spread across the entire mansion, perhaps a bit too dispersed. Lin raised his hand, and the rubble around the tower immediately began to tremble, as if guided by some force, rising and stacking itself to form a long ramp. Anthony turned to look at the group of nobles who were scared stiff, sitting on the ground with their facial muscles twitching from convulsions, still not recovered from the shock of the legendary magic's might, and used magic to bring them along. Although these people lacked courage and ability, for now, they still needed to be relied upon to control and quell the rebellion throughout the kingdom. At this moment, the outskirts of the mansion were already controlled by Ham and others who, leading the musketeers, had hurried to the scene. As for the thousands of royal guard originally surrounding the area to prevent people from escaping, they were all terrified by the thunderbolts that fell from the sky, and they surrendered en masse without the slightest resistance. Cody was no exception, stunned and dazed for quite some time before he regained his senses, his face a ghastly pale. He understood that everything was ruined. All of them had placed the wrong bet. Anluoke was dead, along with the majority of the elite forces of the capital. In his heart, Cody kept blaming Lord William for not heeding his advice, for insisting on breaking with these wizards who looked tough to deal with at a glance. Now it was too late for anything. Cody could imagine that those wizards would definitely use the most terrifying magic on him, since it was he who had brought Amluoak and the others here. He only hoped for a swift death. However, to Cody's surprise, Lynn actually walked up to him with a smile, patted him on the shoulder, and said with satisfaction, "Well done, Cody. If it weren't for you, the plan couldn't have gone so smoothly." Huh? Cody's expression instantly shifted from horror to confusion, and then to bewilderment, almost doubting whether he had heard wrong. Cody stammered as he asked, "Actually, William has been my man all along," Lynn replied with a chuckle. After leading Amluoak and the others here, Cody had served his purpose, but Lynn had no intention of discarding him after crossing the river. Although what Cody did was detrimental to him, he was indeed acting on William's orders, essentially following Lynn's plan. He had even advised William several times not to rashly oppose them, and this was why Lynn was willing to spare his life. Cody stood still in shock for a long time before he suddenly realized, was Lord William actually playing him? Bringing Amluoak and the others into this residence wasn't to capture these wizards, but to lead them into a trap. At this moment, Hem approached cautiously and asked, "No, they were merely bewitched by Amluoak. That doesn't mean they have betrayed the kingdom." Hattar hurriedly interjected and then revealed his identity as the crown prince, swiftly subduing the terrified royal guards. It's true that Basil's royal guards were indeed the most elite and loyal legion, but it was wishful thinking to assume that every single one of them would remain uncompromisingly loyal unto death. As Hattar was gaining control of the royal guards, Lynn instructed Ham to surround the residence with men and fire a gun to the heavens as a signal if anything amiss happened. They would rush over quickly. Hattar's residence was vast, and even using magic to thoroughly clean these areas would take at least half a day's work. Looking for Amluoak, who might be crushed into pieces or simply turned to ashes, was undoubtedly an extremely difficult task. Yet they had even more important matters to attend to now. If they let King Basil escape, all their efforts would have been in vain, and even Hattar's ascendancy to the throne wouldn't suffice to convince the crowd. Chapter 302. 290 the times have changed, you fool. Subjects 69 and 8 Chapter 290 the times have changed, you fool. Within the Hadratar, Simmons, the captain of the palace guards, yelled at the top of his voice, ordering his men to rely on their shields to fend off the violent musket onslaught. Tonight, most of the city's army had been deployed on missions, but the Bazar family had also considered the possibility of failure and even of drawing the tiger away from the mountain. Thus, the palace naturally couldn't be left entirely unprotected. In addition to a contingent of the palace guards, there were several bishops and a dozen priests providing joint defense. So even with Ryder leading a larger force and using flintlock guns, for a time they were unable to break through. It wasn't until a massive lightning pillar, bright enough to illuminate the capital, descended from the sky that the balance of the situation was broken. Ryder and his men were also startled, but thanks to prior instructions, they could vaguely guess what was happening. However, the palace guards defending the palace inevitably fell into chaos, especially the priests and bishops assisting in the defense, for the lightning pillar from the sky didn't correspond to any divine arts they were aware of. Simmons screamed until he was hoarse, barely managing to halt the chaos among the troops, but still couldn't prevent rows of soldiers from falling under gunfire and a barrage of bullets. The one relief for Simmons was that after several volleys, the gunshots ceased. Ryder and his men had run out of ammunition, having fought their way into the palace from the capital, engaging in multiple battles along the way. The small amount of ammunition they carried was exhausted. Everyone raised their muskets, ready to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Simmons quickly realized this from their movements and immediately became excited. "Gentlemen, pull yourselves together. Our chance to counterattack has come." The palace guards, who had been forced to huddle behind their shield wall and suffer round after round of musket fire, now grimly clenched their long knives and pounced on the enemy crowd like hungry wolves. Simmons was no exception, and immediately set his sights on Ryder, who was in charge of commanding the group. Eliminating the leader first would greatly demoralize the insurrectionists. Wielding a heavy night sword, Simmons somehow managed to swing it with the nimbleness of a rapier, instantly slaying the two musketeers who had closed in on him. As the captain of the palace guards, who had earned the deep trust of King Bazar, though Simmons wasn't a noble knight with an excellent lineage, he had earned a divine blessing potion through his military exploits, possessing physical capabilities beyond those of ordinary people. Each time his sword fell, someone would inevitably scream and fall in a pool of blood. Ryder shouted loudly, stopping more people from coming up to protect him. Simmons said, rather surprised as he flicked the blood off his blade. Then a ferocious smile appeared on his lips. The moment the words fell, Simmons was like a fierce gust of wind, covering a distance of tens of meters in just a few steps, swinging his heavy knight's sword at Ryder. Yet, facing him, Ryder threw away his musket and instead drew a palm-sized, pitch-black pistol from his chain bag, pointing its dark muzzle at Simmons. A chill suddenly surged from his feet to his heart. Having just witnessed the shooting of a flintlock gun, Simmons could of course guess that this thing was something similar. But now, with the distance too close to evade, Simmons could only set his sword blade horizontally, shifting from offense to defense. Relying on his outstanding reaction speed, he could even easily block a hurrying crossbow bolt. Even though the projectiles fired by this sinister wizard's device were much faster than those of a crossbow, he was confident he could block them. The next moment, a gunshot suddenly rang out. The expression on Simmons's face changed from solemn to horrified, because what burst forth from the barrel was not a single bullet, but scores upon scores of them. A barrage of bullets flew from the muzzle, then scattered in a conical spread. Within such a broad range of bullet coverage, Simmons couldn't manage even the most basic evasion. His left arm, shoulder, and waist were all pierced at the same moment by the hurtling lead bullets, which even blew them apart. They turned into countless fragments scattered across the ground. Simmons's body fell to the ground like a withered leaf, his eyes filled with rage and unwillingness. This was not the death suited for a knight. Ryder shook his head. This was a masterpiece custom-made for him by the alchemy workshop. It was originally meant to deal with those bishops in emergency situations. Since Simmons insisted on closing in, it was the perfect opportunity to test the gun on him. Ryder put away the pistol and picked up the knight's sword from his adversary, skewering Simmons's battered corpse high into the air and shouting that their leader was dead, shattering the will of the guards to fight. Meanwhile, inside the palace, the attendants and ministers were in disarray. The unceasing sounds of blades and gunfire from outside filled the air, yet King Basil remained seated on his throne, showing no intention to move. "Your Majesty, Basil, those damned minor slaves will break in any minute. If we don't leave now, it will be too late," a loyal attendant pleaded anxiously from his knees. "No need. They're already at the doors," said King Basil with an even tone. The moment he received the report that the palace was under attack, he already guessed that tonight's action against the wizards was just a trap. They had walked right into it, like prey caught in a spider's web. Struggling was simply in vain. King Basil was well aware of this, and had no intention of fleeing. His lifespan was already at its end. Death was just a matter of time. Moreover, this was his kingdom, the land that the Bazar family had ruled over for generations. He still needed to assess whether his foolish son was capable of reigning over the kingdom. A tumultuous clamor grew louder and closer, accompanied by a swell of killing noises and footsteps, causing the entire palace to tremble slightly as if it were on the verge of collapse. Moments later, all was quiet, and the palace doors were finally broken open. Hattar was the first to step into the palace, still holding a blood-stained sword, while Lynn had no intention of stealing the spotlight and followed behind with Anthony. King Basil's gaze swept over Anthony, lingered on Lynn for a long while, then turned to look at Hattar with a sigh. Chapter 303, 291. Uncontrolled power will sooner or later bring disaster to this kingdom. I Subjects 68 and 8 Chapter 291. Uncontrolled power will sooner or later bring disaster to this kingdom. Hattar sneered in response. I did not expect you to see me this way. Hattar, the king sighed as he spoke. Hattar's expression suddenly turned cold, and he stared intently at Basil, who sat on the throne, looking incredibly aged, and raised his voice to question him loudly. Why is it Harold? Hattar growled through clenched teeth, his eyes bulging with rage. Basil looked at Hattar silently, not speaking a word, but Hattar relentlessly continued to question him. Reducing the church's authority and consolidating all power in your hands. Isn't this what you have always done? Or are you afraid? If you cannot understand this, it shows you are not competent enough. Hattar, far from being able to bear the heavy responsibility of a king, Basil said, looking at his second son with immense disappointment. Hattar's face twisted, but he quickly regained his composure and laughed loudly. But now the facts prove that I am right, and I have surpassed you, father. Hattar spoke excitedly. Basil struggled to stand up from the throne, drew the sword at his side, and pointed it towards Hattar. The sword point aimed at him made Hattar pause. He did not expect Basil, now past the age of 70, to actually propose a duel to decide the ownership of the throne, leaving him somewhat at a loss. Although he indeed came to seize the throne, he did not intend to commit regicide, but only wanted to make Basil understand that he was the best candidate to become king. Basil's words were sharp and carried a faint trace of mockery. At this point, Hattar no longer hesitated, wiped the fresh blood off his sword, and gripping the hilt tightly, he charged towards Basil. Clang, a harsh metallic clash sounded, sparks flying everywhere, as the two swords crossed each other. Basil looked extremely frail, as if a gust of wind could blow him over, but his hands firmly gripped the sword, blocking the strike. King Basil said disappointedly, "Power and position are certainly crucial, but strength is what truly belongs to you and will ultimately be your last resort." The clash of swords echoed continuously in the vast palace. Hattar's movements were quick and graceful. As a prince, he naturally had the best guidance and the strictest combat training, and he inherited a powerful legacy, so his strength was not to be underestimated. But his opponent was the king of Hattarata, Basil, known as a Lionheart and a leader who had personally led his troops to expand their territories. Don't let rage affect your actions. That is a taboo. Lin watched the father and son battle with great interest, deeply intrigued by these so-called descendants of noble bloodlines. According to the magic creator, Vittorio, these excellent bloodlines were likely remnants of an ancient era, possibly descendants of some powerful shaping wizards. Just like Owen, who had acquired the strength of a magical beast through consuming a magic potion. Of course, this wasn't certain, as wizards' methods were diverse and numerous, especially hundreds of years ago before the mainstream schools of magic had been established, when any means might be used to gain power. As for their strengths, Hattar appeared to have the physical condition of a second-tier shaping wizard, whereas King Basil was clearly more powerful. Despite his aged body, he could still effortlessly handle every attack from Hattar. On the surface, the two appeared evenly matched, but the gap quickly became evident. Hattar, unable to bring the battle to a close, grew increasingly impatient. His body surged with a red glow, and his strength suddenly increased, making his sword movements even faster. Hattar felt a numbness in his right hand, and his sword flew out of his grip. However, Basil did not pursue his advantage. Dropping his own sword, his aged hand tightly grasped Hattar's collar, and he opened his mouth to say something, but the next moment he felt a sharp pain in his chest as a dagger plunged directly into his heart. The person who wielded the dagger was none other than Hattar. "This is what you taught me, father, never to let your guard down," Hattar said insanely yet calmly, his words nearly hissed through his teeth. A stream of blood flowed from the corner of Basil's mouth, but his face revealed a hint of a smile. He grasped Hattar's hand, pushing the dagger deeper, his gaze burning bright. "Do not fear. Remember this feeling, my son. Basil's voice was very low, mixed with agonized groans, nearly resonating in Hatter's ear. I feel the same way about you and Harold. Basil wanted to continue, but the blood welling up in his throat blocked his words, and his body quickly collapsed. Chapter 304, 292, Bloodstained Crown, Happy New Year. In the grand hall of the palace, a tragic scene of father and son harming each other played out. As Basil's body heavily fell to the ground, a golden crown fell from his head and rolled to Hatter's feet. Having finally obtained what he had always desired, Hattar felt no joy in his heart because Basil's words echoed in his mind like a curse. Lynn's gaze lingered on this king of Hatterata for a while. Whether it was his boldness in using wizards to contend with the clergy and seeking a balance, or his acceptance of death to teach his son one last lesson, Lynn sensed the capability and magnanimity of this lion of a king. But he was indeed too old. By comparison, the abilities of his two sons were far lacking. Perhaps this was why Basil had not decided on a successor for a long time. Lynn, having waited for a while and seeing that Hattar had not snapped back to reality, couldn't help but speak. The situation in the capital is still very complicated. We need to assemble more manpower to suppress the resistance forces. More importantly, we have not yet captured your brother Harold, which poses a significant threat. Hattar picked up the blood-stained crown from the ground, then looked at the attendants, who shrank trembling into the corner, and coldly said, "Kill them, Master Anthony." These people had witnessed Basil's death at his own hands, and he couldn't allow them to live any longer. Anthony did not act immediately, but first glanced at Lynn. Seeing that he did not speak out against the order, Anthony then extended his hand, and blue-purple currents quickly enveloped the area. In an instant, the palace attendants convulsed and wailed as their lives were extinguished. Hattar took note of Anthony's hesitation, but didn't comment. Instead, he called his trusted aides who stood by the door and issued an order to put Harold on citywide alert. Charge him with conspiring with Cardinal Anthony to assassinate the king, for being disgruntled with his father's detainment. The trusted aide responded without hesitation and then hurried out to relay the orders. Just then, a strong surge of divine arts resonated from afar, and Anthony immediately sensed something was amiss. He frowned and looked towards the hall's exterior. Now that Amluoke was dead, who else could wield such powerful divine arts? Although Lynn did not notice the surge, he did observe Anthony's reaction and was about to ask when he saw a red beam shoot towards the sky and then burst open. Outside Hatter's mansion, the station musketeers were idly speculating about the rewards they might receive after their contributions to the capital. This capital of Hatterata is all in a mess. Not nearly as beautiful as Aida, old York disdainfully commented, who had been looking forward to the assault, thinking it was a kingdom's capital, only to be disappointed upon arrival. Didn't the wizards say so? Outside of Wizardland, all are barbaric and foolish people, unable to discern whether the land beneath our feet is a continent or a sphere. Another musketeer, named AP, remarked scoffingly, and then he shivered and mumbled to himself. "You keep a lookout here. I'm going to take a leak." Born in Wizardland, Apu had little reverence for so-called nobility. Deftly turning his back to the heaps of ruins, he simply pulled down his trousers and urinated right there in the prince's residence. Probably the first person ever to do so, right? Apu thought with pride as a stream of water suddenly gushed out from underneath him. While relieving himself, he also keenly spotted something translucent that seemed to be shimmering in the rubble. Could it be some treasured possession of His Highness, the prince hidden in the mansion? Immediately, Apu was tempted. Although the musketeers strictly forbade hoarding and looting as long as no one saw him, it was as if he wasn't breaking any rules. Using his speedy skills, he had already secretly scavenged quite a few nice items on regular days. Thinking this way, Apu quietly crouched down, but unexpectedly, the luminous object reflecting light flew straight towards him. This thing was actually delivering itself to him. Apu had this last thought flash through his mind, and then a small badge struck his head, causing him to instantly lose consciousness and collapse limply to the ground. Old York saw Apu lying on the ground, walked over, and said with a mocking tone. Apu staggered to his feet, with a beautifully crafted badge embedded in his forehead. As Old York took a few steps closer and noticed this, he was just about to ask when he saw Apu suddenly raise his musket. The dark muzzle of the gun was aimed right at his head. Old York's hair stood on end, and as the trigger was pulled, both of them paused for a moment. Because the gun did not fire, Old York realized that Apu's musket was probably ruined by rainwater and no longer worked, and that Apu would definitely not joke with him using a musket. He immediately shouted around, "Alert!" Several musketeers who heard the shouts immediately surrounded Apu. Considering that Apu was their comrade, no one used their muskets. They just tried to tie him up. However, Apu, who usually liked to play tricks, displayed extraordinary strength and combat skills, using the musket as a hammer and quickly knocking everyone to the ground. Fortunately, more and more people arrived soon, many of whom cocked their rifles and began firing towards him. Apu's expression grew extremely solemn, his mouth moving lightly, and then he pointed a finger, and a piercing white light immediately dispelled the darkness, blinding everyone present. A chorus of shocked cries burst forth, and temporarily blinded individuals like Old York could only blindly point their muskets in Apu's direction and fire, causing considerable friendly fire. By the time they regained their vision and Ham arrived with more people, Apu had already vanished. Old York shouted loudly. Ham didn't even have time to ask for details. He immediately took out a special cartridge and loaded it into his musket, firing into the sky as a warning, and a burst of red light exploded in the dark night sky. Chapter 305, 293, Divine's Projection Reappears. Subjects 6 and 8. Chapter 293. Divine's projection reappears. On a street within the capital of Hatterat, Apu, who had escaped, covered the pierced wound on his left shoulder and stopped in a shadowy alley, blood continuously dripping from his wound, staining his dark leather armor red. With a furrow in his brow, Apu activated the healing divine skill to heal the wound, but he could still feel the remnants of the shattered bullet fragments inside his body. This body is truly too weak, Apu muttered to himself with a frown. As a powerfully potent six-ring clergyman, he had never imagined that one day he would be reduced to such a state. If it weren't for the power of the holy emblem, he would have probably died by now. And this holy emblem, crafted from the knuckle bone of the first saint, was placed within the church to accumulate the faith of the believers, aiding in the casting of even more powerful divine arts. It was his confidence in facing two great wizards. However, what Anluok hadn't expected was that Cody, whose memory he had searched, had somehow eluded the scrutiny of the divine arts with unknown methods, leading them into a trap. The power of magic had come so swiftly that he had no time to react. His entire body went numb, losing all sensation. Anluok could only invest his fragmented consciousness into the holy emblem before his body was completely destroyed in thunder and explosion. Now, he must decide whether to stay and deal with those two devilish believers or to send the news back to the Seeka's empire. Your most devout believer is willing to offer everything. Echoing faintly, a series of calls came from the holy emblem. It was the citizens of the capital, hiding at home in terror, praying to the great Lord. Anluok immediately sensed an opportunity, a chance for retaliation. The prayers of tens of thousands of people were enough for him to perform the divine descent technique in his current state, bringing forth a sliver of the great Lord's incarnation. Anluok conveyed his message to every believer through the holy emblem, over and over again. Around the capital, the citizens, who were devoutly praying, simultaneously heard the call resonate in their minds. "O Lord, you have not abandoned your believers." One after another, the believers shouted excitedly, heedless of the ongoing chaos in every corner of the capital, resolutely stepping out of their doors and converging in the central square of the capital. Ryder, who who had just captured 3 city gates of the capital with his men and was preparing to arrest Prince Harold, witnessed such a bizarre scene. Many citizens who had been hiding at home took to the streets in unison, chanting that it was all the will of the Lord, a dark tide surging like a wave. The musketeers responsible for maintaining order were also startled. Even as they fired warning shots, they couldn't stop what was happening. "What do we do now?" a panicked musketeer said. Riders struggled with the decision. Although the citizens were not attacking them, anyone with eyes could see that something was very wrong with these people. But firing upon defenseless civilians who offered no resistance went against their initial intentions. The prayers in the center of the square grew louder. The faith of tens of thousands became a key and an anchor point. Seeing the moment ripe, Anluoke took off the holy emblem from above his head and tossed it into the air. Anluoke recited an ancient and obtuse incantation. In an instant, a column of white light shot upward from the holy seal, illuminating the entire capital, and it seemed as if stars in the night sky trembled and fell. The pure white light gradually transformed into a sacred and noble phantom of a goddess. She looked down upon all beings, radiating an endless aura of dignity and divinity. Melodic hymns echoed in the sky, a sense of indescribable majesty spreading across the heavens. All the believers knelt on the ground, in the most humble postures, singing the praises of the Lord's mercy and greatness. Ryder and his corps of musketeers were also stunned, looking up at the phantom of the goddess in the sky, cold sweat running down their foreheads, their legs involuntarily weakening. And believers like Ham, who had already given up their faith, found themselves uncontrollably kneeling on the ground, loudly confessing their sins. I didn't expect Anluoke still possessed such power. Lynn, who was in the capital, watched the scene, having already received reports from the musketeers and naturally aware of what had happened at Hatter's residence. The person who had suddenly behaved abnormally, injured his colleagues, and then disappeared without a trace was very likely to have been controlled, and only someone like Anluoke, who was a cardinal, could achieve this. Furthermore, the cunning man had blended himself among tens of thousands, using these destitute people as a shield. Lynn did not wish to conduct a massacre unless absolutely necessary, as it would not be conducive to their prolonged rule. Lynn asked curiously, "You jest, although this is only a projection containing a fraction of her power. It is still on another level," Anthony said with an expression of utmost solemnity, realizing just now how much he had underestimated the Cardinal's power. Even as a wizard of the Sixth Circle, it was still far from enough to establish a magic kingdom with the power from just one school of magic. Anthony asked tentatively, "I just sensed a strong divine arts power." Lynn shook his head. He was only a wizard of the Third Circle and did not have that ability. The magic Lynn had used before had been prepared over several days, aided by celestial phenomenon and an alchemical formation, to achieve such an effective outcome. Anthony sighed, not expecting that despite all they had done and taking control of the entire capital, they would have to flee in such a panic. The most anxious was Hattar. He had just ascended the throne, but now he had to retreat, handing over the capital to his brother, something Hattar could not bear. What about the musketeers in the capital? Their long sticks that spout fire are very formidable, right? Hattar said with a fierce expression. Anthony glanced at him, about to mock Hattar for his unrealistic notion, but then he heard Lynn speak. "There's no need to retreat. Thankfully, I had prepared some things in advance for such emergencies, though I thought they might not be needed." Lynn suddenly spoke, pulling everyone's spirits back from the abyss. Chapter 306, 294 Lynn. I just want to sleep with her right now. Chapter 306, Chapter 294 Lynn. I just want to sleep with her right now. Hattar asked urgently. He didn't want to lose his capital on the first night of his claim to the throne. Anthony was also very surprised as he looked at Lynn. Wasn't it said that it was no longer possible to use legendary magic? As soon as he finished speaking, the dull sound of rolling wheels came from the other side of the street, and Anthony and the others turned their heads to look. On the brick-paved street, Several camels were laboriously pulling 3 carriages covered in black cloth toward them. Leading the group was Philip and others who had disappeared for quite some time. Johnny, Fula, and the rest who had evacuated from the mansion also followed the convoy over. Lin looked around, counted the number of people, and seeing no one was missing, he also breathed a sigh of relief. There was no issue, just scared half to death, Alok muttered under his breath. Although Lin had ordered them to flee to the bunker in the residence, as soon as they saw Anthony make a move, Fula and the others adamantly refused to retreat, delaying them for quite a while, nearly getting them killed by the thunder that fell from the sky and the subsequent explosions. "You should have told us in advance, Dean Lin," Pierce said, his voice shaking from the fright. Lin didn't respond. The most important thing about setting a trap was not to leak any information. It wasn't that he didn't trust Alok and the others, but he had to consider the possibility of them being captured and having their memories searched. Anthony, standing to the side, pulled down the cloth covering from the carriage, only to discover that what was in front of them was not a carriage at all, but a very peculiar thing that somewhat resembled a cannon, but much more intricate and much larger. It stood over 2 meters tall, and its heavy base was fitted with 4 wheels. What drew the most attention was the 2 long railings, extending straight into the distance, engraved with numerous electromagnetic inscriptions. Anthony asked in amazement, "A powerful electromagnetic weapon. I thought we wouldn't need it this time," Lin said as he walked up to an electromagnetic cannon. He immediately began to adjust the muzzle, aiming it at the immense divine apparition of the goddess in the sky. Originally, it was to prevent the cardinal from deviating from the plan, foregoing entering the trap, or in case his alchemical formation went awry and couldn't operate as usual. A contingency plan to have Philip and the others hide in the shadows, seizing the opportunity to fire the electromagnetic cannon and take Amluok away directly. Unexpectedly, now it had to be used against a true god, even though it was merely a projection. Along with the lever being pressed, a surge of intense magic power fluctuations suddenly became apparent. The vast amount of electricity stored in the Thunderstone was summoned forth. The runes on the railings lit up one after another, creating an incredibly powerful magnetic field that tightly bound the head-sized projectile in the center. Because the research time was still too short, this experimental version of the electromagnetic cannon was only able to accelerate the projectile to around 7 times the speed of sound. This was indeed a terrifying force, but it was still far from its limit. Lin shouted loudly while extending his hand to cast a spell. Azure blue currents immediately struck the runes designed to receive electricity. Fula and the others, understanding the urgency of the situation, didn't hesitate to follow suit. Hundreds of wizards from the entire academy poured all their magic power into the electromagnetic cannon. The lengthy rails were quickly tainted red with high temperatures, and the ever-increasing power of the magic fluctuations exposed their location unmistakably. The divine projection of the goddess high in the sky immediately cast its gaze upon them. Time seemed to have regressed to 2 years. Earlier, and Lin vividly remembered the scenario when he fled on a ship from the Sika's empire. Initially, he could only escape in a flurry through the obstruction of the Mist Sea, but now, Lin only wanted to give her a blast. At this moment, on the Capitol Square, tens of thousands of believers were devoutly kneeling, praying incessantly, and kissing the ground beneath their feet to express their overwhelming emotions. All the fear and worry in their hearts had vanished, leaving only tranquility and joy. Amluok stood alone in the center of the square. After releasing the holy emblem, he could only manipulate this body with a tenuous connection and even lost the ability to use divine arts. But that no longer mattered, for the will of the Lord had descended. Through the divine, I linked to the holy emblem. Amluok quickly located his targets. The Archmage Anthony, along with his apprentices and disciples, was gathered on a street on the west side of the capital. The second Prince Hattar was also there, along with a young wizard who appeared through magic projection, probably Carl Lin, wanted by the church. They would be dealt with all at once. A flicker of anger and intent to kill passed through Amluok's eyes, and then he closed them, beseeching the great Lord to punish those blasphemers. In the sky, the motionless goddess gently lifted her right hand, and that delicate jade finger seemed to transcend the barriers of space and time, instantly arriving in front of everyone. The forefinger was as massive as a mountain, descending from above as if to crush some insignificant ants. But even ants have their fangs. Anthony took a step forward and launched the most powerful protective magic he knew. Magic power rapidly transformed into layers of snake scales, piling up to form a semicircular barrier in front of everyone, colliding with the mountain-like forefinger. The sturdy barrier of snake scales immediately caved in. Then fissures appeared, and in just a second, it violently burst apart. Anthony spat out blood, the intense backlash of the magic almost too much to bear. But just then, two streaks of azure light flashed by, piercing straight through the presumptuous forefinger that sought to grind them to dust. It was the other two electromagnetic cannons among the three, controlled by Philip and Orlando, which had launched their attack a step earlier. The damage inflicted was severely limited. However, no blood flowed and no flesh flew. Only a phantom was pierced, and the penetrated forefinger was visibly healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then the finger turned into an entire palm, and a dense divine light emerged in its center, pressing down towards everyone. The area covered by the palm became a unique domain, where the air solidified, making even breathing exceedingly difficult. Meanwhile, the central electromagnetic cannon had finally charged fully, gathering the electricity provided by hundreds of wizards and bound tightly by magnetism. The projectile let out an earth-shattering roar, propelled by the force of Ambi, and flew at an invisible speed towards that palm that covered the sky. Chapter 307, 295, The Light That Warps Time and Space and the Railgun. Chapter 307, Chapter 295, The Light That Warps Time and Space and the Railgun 25 times the speed of sound. The moment the projectile burst out of the barrel, the smart brain had already calculated its muzzle velocity. The fusion of magic and technology unleashed unimaginable power, boosting the electromagnetic railgun to a new height. The sonic boom produced instantaneously shattered floor tiles and the earthen walls of nearby houses, throwing Fula, Pierce, and others who were very close to the ground, clutching tightly at their ears. Meanwhile, in the sky, the glinting streak of light had already collided with the sky-covering palm. The solid metal bullet had been scorched red-hot by the extreme temperature, with magic runes such as anti-magic, sharpness, and durability etched on its spherical surface. This scene was like a pebble striking a majestic mountain. Yet the outcome was completely the opposite. The moment of contact, the palm crumbled like it was made of paper, offering barely any resistance before being easily pierced through. The red streak of light sped past, aiming straight for the center of the divine's projection's forehead. Sensing the threat posed by this weapon, endless light surged out from the divine form. 8 seconds. Yet this distance became incredibly prolonged as the railgun's blistering speed visibly waned, dropping from 25 times to 20, then 15, and finally to 9 times the speed of sound. Lynn, who had studied deflection fields, knew it wasn't that the railgun had slowed down, but space and time themselves were distorted to varying degrees at this moment. The slowing of speed was merely a superficial aspect of the space-time distortion. Even so, the terrifying power of the railgun easily shattered the barrier of divine light and directly penetrated the shell of the divine's projection. 1 second lapse allowed the goddess's apparition to shift slightly by a few centimeters. It did not hit the center of the forehead. The red stream of light pierced through the brow, shattering half of the forehead, revealing a small divine token faintly emerging in the void. Anthony, who witnessed this scene through the eyes of divinity, breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the core sustaining it was not destroyed, the rest could be repaired using divine arts. However, Anthony had forgotten that there wasn't just one railgun. Lynn, too, hadn't naively pinned all hopes on this single strike. Barely a second later, two more calibrated railguns thundered again. Although not empowered by the magic power of hundreds of wizards, the projectile's speed was still a formidable 7 times the speed of sound. With the support of the wizard's powerful computing power, they struck the small divine token like 2 silver lines, with incredible precision. Anthony let out a heart-wrenching roar of rage. The force of the railgun, moving at 7 times the speed of sound, was comparable to a 6th-tier magical spell. Even though the divine token was fashioned from the fingerbone of the first angel envoy, it couldn't withstand such a powerful impact, and in an instant, it was shattered to pieces. The two supersonic projectiles collided, causing a booming explosion and waves of sound that echoed across the entire capital skies. The whole city trembled under the violent shockwaves. The light in the divine's eyes quickly dimmed, and the colossal divine body began to disintegrate. Like a shattered mirror, pieces flaked off into brilliant specks of light, ultimately vanishing into the void. Also destroyed was the soul body that Anthony had entrusted within the divine token. Anluok's consciousness was being shredded bit by bit, a constant trickle of crimson blood spilling from the corners of his mouth, his eyes filled with colors of despair and unwillingness. The entire square had fallen into a deathly silence, where just a second before, tens of thousands of the most devout believers were excitedly chanting praises for their great Lord punishing those evil blasphemers. Only to witness the next moment the Lord's will projection shattered by several dazzling streams of light. Impossible! Horrified shouts erupted all over the square, countless believers either hysterically screaming that what they were witnessing was an illusion or collapsing to the ground, repeatedly banging their heads. But regardless, they could not change the outcome. The Lord's will projection was destroyed. Finally, watching the terrifying projection vanish into the void, Lin also slowly let out a breath of relief. Just now, he hadn't been all that confident about winning, merely putting on a brave front in front of Anthony and the others. It was a fortunate thing he had moved this massive weapon over in advance in case of any accidents. Otherwise, they would have had to retreat from the royal city with their tails between their legs, rendering all their previous efforts for naught. What kind of magic is this? Anthony, having not quite snapped out of the shock of the light that seemed able to penetrate anything, kept asking. Lin replied with a smile. Anthony, who had recently begun studying Maxwell's equations, quickly deduced the principle behind the device. Previously, he had always directly wielded the power of thunder to kill enemies, but had never imagined that electromagnetic magic could also be used in this way, and with such formidable power. Correct. Lin nodded, without further explanation. For tonight, they still had many troubles to resolve. By the time Lin and his companions arrived at the square, the chaotic situation had already been brought under control by Ryder and his musket squad. Although there were many believers, each of them had lost their fighting spirit and no longer thought of resisting. The missing Amo had also been found. Only his body was already cold. After an examination, Lin finally confirmed that the other had indeed been controlled before. Ryder, turning to look at the kingdom's citizens who were either banging their heads on the ground or collapsing in tears, was a bit concerned that Lin would order them all killed, but he was acutely aware of the potential threat these people posed if left alive. Control them for now and decide whether or not to let them go after interrogation, Lin said after pondering for a moment. It must be said that Anluok gathering so many devout believers in the square had helped Lin resolve a large potential threat. If these fanatical believers were mixed throughout the royal city, orchestrating small schemes, it could potentially cause great trouble from within. Now, however, these troubles had all leaped out into the open, ready to be dealt with at once. Those willing to undergo thought reform could continue as citizens of the royal city, and he would let bygones be bygones. As for the hardcore fanatics who had been completely brainwashed, there was always use for them in construction work like building bridges and laying roads. The labor of tens of thousands of people was ultimately not going to be wasted. Chapter 308 296 Even gods will fall under the mighty power of magic and technology. Chapter 308. Chapter 296, Even Gods Will Fall Under the Mighty Power of Magic and Technology. A day's time had passed in the blink of an eye, and under the joint control of the kingdom's reorganized royal guard and musketeer team, the chaotic scenes within the capital had finally quieted down. The church was directly demolished, and all the clergy inside were captured and executed. Even Prince Harold couldn't escape the manhunt. While attempting to flee the capital amidst the chaos, he was hit in the chest by a volley of musket fire and died on the spot. Hattar immediately announced that the main culprit behind the chaos in the capital and the heavy casualties had been put to death, and the next day, he hastily ascended to the throne witnessed by a host of nobles, after which came lavish rewards. The nobles who were willing to express their support were all bestowed with gold, silver, and land. Lynn and Amlaoch, who made the greatest contributions, were even entitled as dukes of the kingdom and, according to the promise, were granted vast territories along the southern coasts of the kingdom. These territories originally belonged to Earl Joyce and several marquises of the kingdom. Now, they were either dead in battle or had chosen the wrong side and were captured. To win over the wizard and jointly oppose the empire and the church, Hattar was naturally very generous. As for the others who had made contributions in this battle for succession, Hattar did not neglect them. For instance, Ryder was entitled as an earl, as after all, it was he who led the troops into the capital and broke through the defenses of the royal castle, a feat not insignificant. The lucky musketeer who killed Harold also leaped into nobility, obtaining the status of a viscount. Lynn asked teasingly, "Not good, Lord Lynn. Accepting the title from King Hattar, isn't it contrary to everything we've done before? We wiped out the old nobility and then became the new nobility," Ryder said confusedly. Lynn shook his head. Lynn was actually somewhat pleased that Ryder could still hold on to his original intentions without being affected by the sudden change in status. History is full of people who could exert remarkable willpower at the beginning of revolutions, but quickly became corrupt and degenerate once they attained power and status, a root cause widely present in the cyclical nature of history. "In a few days, you can come to Aida," Lynn said with a smile. Ryder murmured longingly, having heard the Grand Wizards mention this magical place before. It was a city built by wizards, filled with the power of magic. Lydia ran up in a hurry and shouted excitedly while the two were chatting. Lynn nodded. Tonight, to celebrate the new king's coronation, a grand banquet was held in the capital, but Lynn had no interest in exchanging niceties with those nobles. He had his own way of celebrating. At this moment, the capital square was already crowded with people. The musketeers and miners, after a long march and a night of struggle, could finally relax completely. They lit a bonfire in the center of the square and chatted about last night's victory and glory while eating roasted meat and drinking fine wine brought to them. Especially those musketeers who followed Ham to the prince's mansion. They were using their limited vocabulary to describe the stunning scene of the celestial phenomenon striking down. Even some of the capital's commoners joined in, something Lynn had specifically arranged. After the battle within the royal capital had ended, Lynn had the free people help those affected civilians to rebuild their homes, and provided a certain amount of compensation to gain the trust of the civilians. As for the money, naturally it came from the generous new king. Hattar wasn't particularly concerned about the life and death of these civilians, but he wouldn't reject their request over such a small matter either. Therefore, when the celebration was held tonight, Lynn had all the civilians who had been helped invited to join. In the end, less than a quarter dared to accept the invitation, but this was undoubtedly a good start, as changes in perceptions always take time. Lord Lynn. As soon as Lynn's figure was seen, a chorus of cheers immediately erupted from the square. Everyone stood up, spontaneously making way. After last night's battle, there was no one who didn't know about the wizard who, with a wave of his hand, could change the celestial phenomenon, summon terrifying divine thunder, and obliterate thousands of the Imperial Guards. There were even rumors that the divine's projection that appeared in the sky above the royal capital yesterday was shattered by this young-looking wizard. In the eyes of many, Lynn was the incarnation of the thunder god, a true deity or perhaps a messenger of the gods. Seeing the excited expressions on everyone's faces, Lin revealed a slight smile and said, "Everyone, please have a seat. This victory is the result of all of our joint efforts, and each person's strength is indispensable. However, remember this victory is only temporary. The Empire and the Church still exist. They seek to destroy our hard-won results, to drive all of you back into the dark mines, toiling hard without the reward you deserve." Lin looked around at everyone present, watching their expressions gradually turn angry. A drunken miner yelled out, as if detonating a bomb in the crowd, instantly making the whole square erupt, with people shouting to overthrow the Church and the Empire, to blast their heads with muskets. "Well said. There is nothing to fear from the Empire and the Church," Lin shouted loudly, raising his cup of wine. "For now, enjoy the feast, celebrate our victory. From this moment on, your identity is no longer that of mine slaves, nor will you be hunted by the kingdom." Listening to Lin's words, the square erupted with a deafening cheer. Everyone raised their wooden cups, chanting "Long live freedom," "To hell with the gods," and then they all laughed together as they gulped down the strong wine in their cups. Lin made a discreet gesture, and Lydia, who had been waiting, hurriedly ignited the fireworks set up in the square. Accompanied by the whoosh of muffled sounds, the crowd in the square quickly witnessed the splendid scene. Streaks of colored light shot up into the sky, then burst open. The multicolored fireworks bloomed like a midsummer bouquet, brilliantly and colorfully unfolding in the sky. Chapter 309, 297. Swords can be forged into plows. Plows can also be forged into swords. Chapter 309. Chapter 297. Swords can be forged into plows. Plows can also be forged into swords. Fireworks flickered across the sky above the capital, startling many citizens who had just experienced the ravages of war. They almost thought the war had reignited. Every one of them was scared out of their wits. Even the sight of the beautiful fireworks inside their homes did little to ease their fears of some sinister witchcraft. Fortunately, after a long wait with no one charging in, these war-torn commoners began to watch the unique fireworks display. Johnny gazed at the brilliant night sky, where colorful fireworks burst forth continuously, their shimmering lights even outshining the stars. Johnny turned to Lin, recalling the unique black gunpowder as a terrifying alchemical powder. Whether it was the thousands of elite guards wiped out in the harbor town or the armor-piercing, stone-splitting muskets and cannons, black gunpowder had demonstrated its lethal power to the fullest. But this time, Johnny saw another side of gunpowder, with these fireworks resembling miniature cannons. Yet what flew out from them were not deadly cannon fire, but bursts of fireworks shining brighter than the stars. Lin spoke with a smile. "Just like thunder magic, you can use it to kill, or you can use it to light up the night. Perhaps one day, when there are no more wars, more wizards will want to learn these constructive types of magic, using the power of magic to improve everyone's lives," Lin reflected. In the future, there might even be wizards who specialize in concrete mix ratios and steel structures and architecture, or those skilled in manufacturing and maintaining various tools and engineering. Johnny said with conviction. Everything Lin had said so far had come true, and she believed this would not be too far off either. Alok and the others waved and called out from where they gathered around the bonfire. Lydia, on the other hand, was mingling casually among the crowd, competing and drinking with the soldiers. She guzzled down a large cup of ancient wine, earning a round of enthusiastic applause. This body can't drink alcohol. Lin thought to refuse, but then it occurred to her that this might make things better, so she didn't dampen everyone's spirits and joined in with a smiling face. Daily, they had all been vexed by the strange and bizarre problems set by the dean. Now that they had a chance, they naturally wanted to get back at him. Lin was well aware of Alok and the others' little schemes, and he welcomed every challenge, drinking cup after cup without a change in his expression. In fact, he secretly broke down all the alcohol into its basic elements, since he was just a magic projection and couldn't drink even if he wanted to. It wasn't until someone remembered that the dean was supposed to still be in Aida by now, but by then it was too late. The drunken Alok and the others had already collapsed in a heap. The next day, as the first rays of dawn shone upon the capital, Ryder woke up. He rubbed his head, which was swollen from a hangover caused by the excessive drinking of the day before, and was surrounded by a strong smell of alcohol. The square's pavement was covered with people. The miners lay face down, their faces red and lacking any semblance of dignity, snoring loudly on the dirty, wine-stained ground. Ryder stepped forward to wake up Ham and the others, then had them call one by one to get up and clean the chaotic square. Lin went to the palace early in the morning to discuss upcoming affairs. Although the battle had ended, there was still much to deal with within the kingdom, such as priests and bishops stationed in churches throughout every territory. If they were to incite rebellion among the people, it would complicate matters, potentially leading to an uprising across the entire kingdom. This meant they had to resolve these internal troubles as quickly as possible before news spread completely, to prepare for the upcoming war with the empire and the church. But the kingdom is so vast, with at least 200 territories hosting churches. Removing them in a short time isn't an easy task, Marquis Guard, who had been promoted to the kingdom's chief minister, said with a frown. We can use the speed advantage of airships, coupled with local lords, to execute a decapitation strategy. Lin said thoughtfully, if we move fast enough, we can bring all the core areas of the kingdom under our control in a few days. Perhaps we could consider releasing some false information to lure the bishops to the royal capital, Anthony suggested. Hatter's eyes lit up. This was indeed a good idea. The battle in the capital 2 days prior, despite its intensity with surges of thunder and divine's projection, had its result confined to the capital's limits due to their information blockade. It was unlikely that the various territorial churches could imagine that the grand capital would fall overnight, or that Amluoke, with his absolute advantage, would die so easily. They could take advantage of the time difference and lure those bishops, who hadn't yet received the news, to the capital. Among the sounds of discussion, a plan was quickly formalized to remove the church's influence from the kingdom completely. In summary, the plan was to execute both the decapitation operation and the deception plan simultaneously, deciding whether to lure them to the capital or eliminate them directly based on the distance of the territories from the capital and the church's own strength in the locale. A noble from the kingdom suddenly proposed. The entire hall fell silent. This proposal, though somewhat offensive to King Hattar, was certainly a method. If they pretended that King Basil was still alive and the kingdom still followed the empire's commands, they might delay or even avoid the war. The empire and the church were like a towering mountain, overwhelming to anyone beneath it. Hatter's expression was extremely grim. He was the least in favor of this proposal, as it meant that he, as a king, would not be recognized by the kingdom's people for a long while. This would be difficult, as the death of a cardinal won't be easy to hide. Lin shook his head, outright rejecting the proposal. If they could capture someone like Kahimo, shut down all 5 senses and detain him, perhaps they could prevent the soul from returning to the divine kingdom. Not to mention that Amluoke had previously summoned that one's will projection. The high ranks of the church had likely received a divine revelation and were aware of the kingdom's fall by now. The church would never allow a kingdom to slip away from its control. Chapter 310, 298, Breakthrough to Grand Wizard. Chapter 310, Chapter 298, Breakthrough to Grand Wizard. 3 days after the war in the royal capital in the afternoon, airships loaded with soldiers and wizards slowly ascended, flying to various parts of the kingdom to carry out beheading missions. 3 of them were bound for the border between the Hatterada Kingdom and the Sika's Empire, monitoring the enemy's movements. Should they detect any signs of enemy troops amassing and crossing the border, they were to report back immediately. Besides, Ryder, Ham, and others also boarded the airships, but they were headed for Yaida Harbor. As the new lord of the kingdom's southern territories, Ryder was at a loss regarding the development of his lands and the settlement of the poor. This trip to Yaida Harbor was meant to explore new opportunities for the freed serfs who had gained their liberty. Grand Wizard Anthony and others were also among the travelers. Although most wizards from his school were dispatched to assist in the beheading operation, core disciples like Fulo were kept by Anthony's side. His trip to Yaita Harbor was to meet the esteemed Lynn Maxwell in person and, incidentally, to attend this year's academic conference. Though war with the Empire loomed, the assembling of armies and preparation of war materials all took time. Even the fastest movements by the church would not bring conflict to their doorstep tomorrow. According to their estimates, at least half a month was needed for preparations, and it was highly likely that intelligence on firearms and cannons would be leaked, making it difficult to rely on these technological weapons to achieve an overwhelming advantage once more. Fortunately, this time Lynn did not intend to shoulder the burden alone. Without the support of the council, it would be difficult for them to win the war. The church's power was immense, with the empire's territory several times larger than the kingdom's. There were at least dozens of cardinals like Amluoke and high-ranking officials like the Pope and the Judgment Chief, all of whom had unknown levels of power. However, before Anthony and others arrived, Lynn had another extremely important task to prepare for: to break through and become a Grand Wizard. This was a day he had been waiting for, arriving sooner than expected, thanks to Lynn's uninterrupted practice of the advanced material decompilation skill through the mental connection with the smart brain during this time. This skill, central to a fourth-ring wizard, was also the best way to train his spiritual power. The moment for his breakthrough had arrived. Upon hearing the news, Shaping Science Professor Kevin was shocked and became even more nervous than Lynn himself. They had no choice. Yaita School's hope rested on Lynn, and it was imperative for them to care. A Grand Wizard held immense significance for any wizard school, often representing the school's rise and fall, as well as ensuring its strength and voice. After the initial euphoria, Kevin began to hesitate. After all, a Grand Wizard's breakthrough came with significant risks. Failure could result in a prolonged period of spiritual weakness, or at worst, the risk of a mental breakdown. Today is the day. No need for further preparations, Lynn stated confidently. He needed a stronger power now. In the recent battle for the capital, he had relied on external forces to defeat the Cardinal. Had it been just his own strength, he might not have even qualified to stand before his enemy. This was not a good sign. No matter how well one prepares, there are always chances of miscalculation. One's own strength is the fundamental safeguard. Lynn put aside the tasks of the headmaster and, along with Kevin and others, arrived at the Tower of Whistling, the most central area in Yaita Harbor. Previously, Helram used it to set up the soul-devouring formation that enveloped the entire southern district of the city. Now, after renovations, the Tower of Whistling had become a place for storing important materials. In the deepest level underground, where a large quantity of crystal stones were stored, Master Alchemist Ennis was intently drawing a massive alchemy array. This was an alchemy array elemental vision, designed to assist official wizards in their breakthrough to become great wizards. It provided an environment abundantly filled with magic power and allowed the person within to briefly enter the elemental world, which only great wizards could see. The creator of this formation was the elemental controller, Altok. Before this, breaking through to become a great wizard required imbibing a powerful magic potion, Cynthia's Moonlight, which could increase the spiritual power limit of the drinker for 1 hour, enabling a third circle wizard to surpass their own limits. However, due to the strong side effects of this magic potion, there was an increased risk of mental breakdown if the breakthrough failed, which is why it was banned 70 years ago. Dennis explained the matters of attention for breaking through to become a great wizard to Lynn with great solemnity. Overall, both the alchemy array and the magic potion were merely auxiliary means. To become a great wizard, there wasn't a shortcut. Otherwise, out of the thousands of official wizards in Wizardland, there wouldn't be only a mere 30 great wizards. Lynn listened incredibly attentively. Having confidence was one thing, but that did not mean recklessness. Lynn took a deep breath, adjusted his state to perfection, and only then stepped into the center of the alchemy array. Hum! A faint, surging sound of magic power suddenly started, lighting up the alchemy patterns on the ground one by one, and soon the entire bottom floor of the Tower of Whistling was enveloped in a blue luminescence. Speaking of which, Mr. Dennis suddenly inquired. Kevin paused, then spoke hesitantly. Said Dennis with emotion. A great wizard under 22 years old that couldn't simply be described as a genius. The previous record had always been held by August. However, the Star of Magic had been proven a fraud, so naturally, it didn't count. Back when he broke through to become a great wizard, he was already over 40 years old, even though that was considered fast. As the alchemy array operated, a vast amount of magic power was extracted from the crystal stones, continuously converging towards the center of the formation without any sign of stopping. Seeing this, Dennis's brow couldn't help but furrow. Asked Kevin anxiously. The school wizards gathered around the Tower of Whistling also had tense expressions on their faces. To require so much magic power, Dennis muttered to himself. Now, controlling the formation wasn't him, but Lynn at the center of the array. But now the 100 demon crystals prepared beforehand had been drained, and the formation still showed no sign of stopping. Chapter 311, 299, Building a Domain and the Sea of Elements. Chapter 311, Chapter 299, Building a Domain and the Sea of Elements. Dennis said with a grave expression. Kevin hastily complied, working with a dozen other school wizards to move crates of demon crystal stones at the fastest speed. They placed them in each of the array's core areas as instructed by Dennis, and then continued to inquire. Master, what in the world is going on? Seeing the concentration of magic power in the center of the array skyrocketing, even Kevin, who wasn't particularly adept at alchemy, could tell that something was amiss. Logically speaking, we shouldn't need this much magic power. Even if there were failures, we've never encountered a situation like this. Dennis was also confused. After pondering for a long time, he spoke again. However, there are still too few examples. Each person's talent, strength, and the domain they construct are different. We can't guarantee that my estimates are correct. Kevin looked worriedly at the figure at the center of the alchemy array. Apart from silently hoping that everything would go smoothly, there was nothing else he could do. Meanwhile, Lynn, whom Kevin had been talking about, was completely immersed in controlling the alchemy array. An immense amount of magic power was continuously pouring into his body, and his spiritual power seemed to be greatly enhanced as well under the influence of the array. Originally, his spiritual power could only cover about 3 meters around him, controlling the elements within that range. Now, with the help of the alchemy array, it had expanded more than tenfold. The key to becoming a grand wizard lay in 2 points. One was the breakthrough of spiritual power, and the other was the construction of a small domain. Within the domain, all elements are composed of magic power, and a grand wizard can easily manipulate and transform them, even managing to turn an area into a vacuum with a mere gesture. This gave grand wizards a strong suppression power over regular wizards. Because all elements within the domain are under the control of the former, it means opponents are unable to directly call upon any elements from the air for aid, while danger could come from anywhere within the domain. Lin tried continuously to contract the coverage of his spiritual power from encompassing the entire alchemy array to 20 meters from his body to 18 meters to 15 meters. The various elements existing in the air became clearer under his perception. Although he still couldn't directly see their shapes, controlling them became much easier than before. When his spiritual power coverage reached 12 meters around him, Lin felt it was about enough and stopped there, then immersed his mind into the vast expanse of his consciousness space. Everything here was dark and void. Yet in this void, faint specks of light appeared, dazzling like the twinkling stars in the night sky. Each speck represented a spell slot. This was the embryonic form of a wizard's domain construction, or one could say the essence of a domain is the outward projection of the consciousness space. Now, He needed to construct his own sea of elements to replace the elements of the outside world, and then stabilize the entire domain, which would complete the most crucial step in becoming a grand wizard. Lin willed it, and two specks of light emerged in the emptiness of the consciousness space: hydrogen and oxygen. They were the two elements that Lin had most contact with and used the most since he had crossed over to this world. Then came nitrogen, phosphorus, fluorine, helium. More and more elements appeared in his consciousness space, replicating like cells and rapidly filling every corner of it. After condensing the dozen or so basic elements, next came metals like copper, iron, aluminum. This was Lin's first attempt to transform magic power into metal elements without the aid of a neural computer, a particularly difficult process which took almost 10 times longer than generating other elements. Fortunately, Lin had previously recorded these metal elements using the advanced material decompilation skill, so after some effort, he managed to mimic and create 9 common metallic elements. At this moment, the sea of elements had formed, with a total of 49 elements displayed upon it. They were the treasures of the magic world, the crystallization of numerous wizards' explorations of the natural world, but Lin was not ready to stop there. Taking advantage of the double boost from his promotion and the alchemy formation beneath his feet, Lin wanted to try to further perfect the sea of elements. For a wizard to control or mimic an element, it is essential to fully analyze that element using the material decompilation skill. But what about the reverse? Knowing the model of an element, is it possible to skip the process of finding and analyzing that element and directly use magic power to mimic it? This was undoubtedly a mad idea. If feasible, in theory, he could manufacture any element from the periodic table. By then, creating a nuclear bomb with his bare hands would be nothing, not to mention making an antimatter bomb. With this thought, Lin couldn't wait to start experimenting, with plutonium being his chosen target. This was a radioactive element, an important raw material in the atomic energy industry, usable as nuclear fuel and a fission agent for nuclear weapons. It is extremely rare in nature and typically can only be extracted in very small amounts from uranium or Lin directly extracted research data on plutonium from his neural computer and used it as a reference to attempt to replicate it with magic power. The number of electrons and protons in plutonium's nucleus is 94, and the number of neutrons is 145. The relative atomic mass is, Lin murmured softly, specks of light of magic power sparkling in the consciousness space, a new element gradually taking shape. Everything happening in the consciousness space was also being projected into the domain that was continuously being solidified, with vast amounts of magic power being consumed and transformed into various elements. Dennis finally understood why the consumption of demon crystal stones was so terrifying. Typically, a newly formed domain has a range of only about 5 meters. But the embryonic form of the domain Lin was constructing had already exceeded 10 meters. Not only that, but he had also built 49 elements in one go to enrich the sea of elements. Was he planning to complete it all in one step? That was too reckless. Now, stabilizing the domain and completing the promotion was the most crucial thing. Constructing the sea of elements could be done gradually. Dennis shook his head. Then his expression suddenly froze, and he stared straight at the center of the alchemy array. He could feel a new force gradually taking shape. With a look of astonishment, he exclaimed, Chapter 312. 300 He is creating a new element. Chapter 312. Chapter 300 He is creating a new element. Dennis couldn't help but take a few steps forward, his gaze fixed on Lin in the center of the array. On the extended right hand of the ladder, a new element was gradually forming. Incredibly tiny and invisible to the naked eye, it was distinctly clear to his perception. Dennis was absolutely certain that this was not any kind of element he knew, nor did it belong to any known type of element. This was because the moment this element manifested, it began to emit a peculiar power without cessation. With this thought, Dennis became excited. What is an element? According to the magic theory of Wizardland, elements are the core of everything in the universe. They're the foundation of all existence. And how many elements are there? Any wizard who has systematically studied elemental science could answer. There are a total of 49. To find these elements, they scoured every corner of wizard land and deconstructed everything they could find with the material decompilation skill, then summarized and categorized the results. These 49 elements are the answer. There are even elementalists who assert that there might be no more elements in the world, but they have laid the foundation of elemental science, and it's up to the rest to build upon it, to create corresponding magic. Dennis naturally scoffed at this notion, especially after he calculated the area of the eternal star. Dennis realized how vast the world was and that there must be many unknown elements they had not yet discovered. However, the magic world hadn't discovered any new elements for nearly 30 years, which is why the elemental controller, Altok, had set his sights on the minuscule world. And now, a new element, possibly a completely new type of element, appeared before him. How could Dennis not be thrilled? For all wizards proficient in elemental science, this was groundbreaking news. If it weren't for Lynn achieving a breakthrough and the alchemy array still running, Dennis would have rushed in to find out what was going on with this new element. As Dennis awaited anxiously, the originally stable alchemy array suddenly became chaotic. The unstable core originated from the new element in Lynn's hand. Dennis's complexion changed drastically, and he couldn't care less about the new element at that moment, hurriedly shouting out. However, before his words could finish, a massive elemental force erupted. The enormous magic power bound within the array lost control in an instant, creating a powerful element storm that engulfed everything around it. The entire alchemy array shattered with a bang, and the element storm blasted the surrounding stones into fragments. Kevin and the others standing close by staggered and nearly got sucked into the element storm. After they managed to steady themselves, they were all wearing expressions of shock. Could it be that the breakthrough had failed? Kevin thought worriedly. After the element storm dissipated, Lynn's figure quickly reappeared before everyone. Aside from some dirt on his face, he seemed to be fine, though he kept furrowing his brows, apparently in deep thought. Seeing Lynn's furrowed brows, Kevin immediately understood, and a look of regret appeared on his face. He sighed and stepped forward to console. Dean Lynn, achieving the rank of a great wizard is no easy task. Lynn paused, asking with confusion. Kevin asked, astonished. Lynn nodded with a smile, and then, with a mere thought, the magic power within his domain spontaneously transformed into iron elements. They instantly coalesced, forming a sword several meters long, floating in the air. All within a radius of 12 meters was his domain, within which he could freely control these magic powers to change and combine. Kevin exclaimed with excitement, no longer harboring any doubts. Mimicking metallic elements was indeed something only a great wizard could do. The other school wizards were also jubilant. Since the passing of Master Hellram, Aida had lost a pillar of support. Although the many novel theories put forward by Lynn had shone brightly at academic conferences, making the name of the Aida school renowned throughout Wizardland, a great wizard was still the guarantee of a school's strength. Kevin suddenly remembered this issue and asked, puzzled. Dennis's tone was incredibly grave, and he even used the word create. All previous elements could only be described as discoveries, for they existed naturally, and they simply found them and used the material decompilation skill for analysis and application. What Lynn had done was different. Initially, Dennis thought the other was merely mimicking an unknown new element with magic power. But when the element went out of control, he realized that Lynn was actually constructing a new element from nothing. But how could that be possible? Even the legendary councilman couldn't achieve such an outrageous feat, and yet Lynn had nearly succeeded just now. No, it's not creation. I happened upon a master from the Secret Magic Society who had mentioned the structure and corresponding model of this plutonium element, so I wanted to try and replicate it. Lynn shook his head and explained. In his view, the use of elements by wizards could be likened to writing programs. What they needed to do was to use magic power to copy and paste codes that could run successfully, and as long as they didn't mess with them, the codes would work passively. What Lynn had been doing was guessing what the code was actually about, writing it accordingly, and then encountering bugs during the running process. However, given that the element was successfully generated, the model of the plutonium element in the Federation's database was not incorrect. The only issue arose when he tried to mimic the electron shell and got stuck abruptly because that involved the quantum domain. He didn't yet know how to facilitate the transitions of electrons outside the nucleus, let alone how to have them follow a probability distribution. That meant he could only blindly write that segment of the code, which inevitably led to problems. Chapter 313, 301. Actually, this battleship is what we use for fishing. Chapter 313, Chapter 301. Actually, this battleship is what we use for fishing. Dennis was firstly astonished that such a new element actually existed, and then even more surprised by the so-called elemental model. Dennis's brow furrowed involuntarily, as the mainstream theory in Wizardland tended toward elements being indivisible, the building blocks of the world, because this was the limit of the material decompilation skill. They could not further decompose the basic elements. Legendary Councilman Altok had indeed proposed the theory of further element division, but he had gone mad suddenly, without finding empirical evidence. His notes even led to the creation of doomsday cults that believed the world would face an apocalypse. So it merely existed as a rather unreliable hypothesis. Dennis was very interested in this topic and promptly inquired about what exactly this nucleus and electrons were. Lynn did not explain much more, excusing it by saying that it was still just a magic theory, needing relevant experiments for verification. Although the brain's data library had models for over 100 elements, the only model Lynn could now confirm with high probability as correct was that of the plutonium element. More importantly, Dennis, who had never encountered quantum theory before, would probably find it difficult to understand the composition and operation of an atom. He even suspected that the councilman, touted as an elemental controller, had reached the microscopic realm because he could not accept quantum characteristics and had hence gone mad. Dean, the aerocraft returning from the kingdom of Hadlata, has arrived. Several apprentices walked in from outside, bowing and reporting to Lynn. Meanwhile, a massive flying ship pierced through thick fog to arrive over the port city and landed slowly in a specially expanded area. Is this Wizardland? I never imagined that beyond the ocean there would be such a bustling place. Fula followed Orlando and the others off the aircraft, constantly looking around. Everything displayed in this port city was novel to Fula, distinctly different from any city in the kingdom of Hadlata, even incomparable to the most bustling capital. In fact, aside from the main urban area of the entire capital, other places were dirty and messy, usually accompanied by an unpleasant stench. Having lived there long, Fula didn't find anything amiss, but only after arriving in Yaida did she realize that a city could be so clean and orderly. And in just a short while, she had already seen 7 flying ships sweeping across the city's sky. Apart from common carriages on the streets, there was also a very strange iron box without beasts or horses pulling it, yet it could run swiftly. In the distance, chimneys of various workshops were puffing out white smoke, something completely unseen in the kingdom of Hadlata. What is that? Anthony's gaze was focused on the huge ships moored on the sea. The entire warship was 50 meters high and even longer than 100 meters, with arrays of fierce cannon ports on both sides of the ship, standing prominently at the dock like a moving island. Orlando introduced proudly, although he hadn't returned to Yaida for a while, but the framework of these battleships was already there before he left, so naturally, it wasn't a surprise. Ham asked, astonished. Even Anthony was quite interested. Could it be that some powerful magic had been applied to this steel behemoth? For such a large ship, probably weighing hundreds of tons, the magic power consumption must be unimaginable. Orlando said with pride. The dean said that an object floats on water because the gravity it encounters is less than the buoyancy of the water. Orlando, using the knowledge learned from Lynn, proceeded to explain the laws of mechanics to those present. The hydrostatic uplift on a body submerged in a static fluid is equal to the weight of the fluid it displaces. Therefore, by applying the formula, dividing mass by volume to calculate density, as long as it is less than that of water, it can naturally float. For instance, their steel warships had a hollowed-out lower chamber. Thus, the parts submerged underwater had a total density much less than that of water. As long as this condition is met, anything can float on water. Dean Lin even coined a new term called displacement, the tonnage of water displaced by a ship in the water. Orlando continued his enthusiastic introduction. More ships like this will be built. Catching fish. Those present were somewhat unable to follow. They had just been listening to Orlando boasting about how impressive the steel behemoth was, and now they were being told it was meant for fishing, which was a bit hard for them to accept. Orlando curled his lip, feeling it was somewhat of an overkill too, but Dean Lin obviously didn't think so. According to Lin, since it had already been built, it couldn't just sit idle when there were no wars. Using it for fishing would not only be profitable, enhancing the town's diet, but could also provide a chance to practice the gunner's accuracy by hunting a few sea creatures. Ryder, unlike Fula and the others, didn't focus his attention on the imposing ironclad ships, but instead noticed the passing poor people dressed adequately. Such beautiful clothing was typically only affordable by nobles, but was now worn by these shipping dock workers. Hem said, feeling sorry. On the side, Orlando responded with a laugh. Chapter 314. 302. Are you sure the Dean is not a legendary wizard? Chapter 314. Chapter 302. Are you sure the Dean is not a legendary wizard? Miles of cloth. Hem asked incredulously. It's something Lord Lin researched, called a loom and a sewing machine. They don't need magic, and even ordinary people can operate them effortlessly. Orlando's words carried a strong sense of superiority, as the rapid development of AIDA really changed every week. While they were talking, a finely crafted alchemy car pulled up beside the group. Orlando invited Anthony and the others to get aboard. In the past few months, the technology of internal combustion engines had matured, and various types of these alchemy vehicles had been categorized, some specifically for transporting ores, others for urban travel. The vehicle before them was undoubtedly the latter, designed for sightseeing. Its size was almost twice that of other alchemy cars. It could seat 20 people, and it had a roof to block out the sun and rain. Additionally, it had been fitted with pneumatic tires, making it much less bumpy than before. The only drawback was that it wasn't fast. In the city, it couldn't sprint down the streets, but for those like Ryder, who were riding in it for the first time, it already felt like speeding, certainly much faster than a horse-drawn carriage. Ham sat stiffly on the soft leather seat, feeling as if everything around him was as exquisite as a piece of art, a luxury not even the nobility could enjoy. Orlando took everyone around the entire harbor city, showing them the workshops puffing out white smoke. He mentioned Lin's plan to build something called railroads that would connect all the cities in Wizardland. This would make traveling between two places a matter of just a few hours, which would be extremely convenient for transporting both goods and people. And then, he introduced a unique political system in Wizardland that differed from the outside world. The Wizard Council system. There were no nobles here, not even a king. All were controlled by the wizards. Ryder and the others were forcefully suppressing their amazement. Having arrived at this magical wizard city, they felt as if everything they saw and heard was challenging their knowledge and beliefs. A steel giant that weighed hundreds of tons and could float on the sea, an alchemy car that could move on its own without the need for camels or horses, and a grand railroad network that connected dozens of cities. It all seemed unbelievable. At that moment, Ryder even wondered if he was still in a dream. According to the Dean, the power of magic and technology can not only be used in battle, but also uplift everyday life, providing convenience to everyone, Orlando said with a smile. That Lord Lin truly is an incredible person. Fula couldn't help but exclaim. From Orlando's words, it wasn't hard to deduce that this harbor city had not always been this way, but had transformed after Lin had become the leader of the Aida school. Fula continued to inquire. No, the dean only arrived in Wizardland from the Sika's empire 2 years ago. Although the magical theories he proposed could change the existing magic system, only legendary wizards have traditionally held the chair's position. Orlando shook his head, debunking Fula's supposition, before adding, "So Lord Lin isn't a legendary wizard?" Fula and the others were somewhat surprised. They had all witnessed the divine thunder that descended from the sky one night, instantly destroying an entire manor. Only legendary magic could achieve such power. Fula was utterly baffled and continued to inquire curiously about Lin. Orlando, too, suddenly became very enthusiastic. Lin had not been at Aida for long, but his experiences could only be described as legendary, from demonstrating the law of free fall with airships to calculating the area of planets and proposing the law of universal gravitation, earning the highest academic honor in Wizardland, the Corona Medal. If one were to elaborate, it could take hours to tell. Everything. Fula and the others listened, dumbfounded, still not recovered from the shocking news that the continent beneath their feet was a sphere, when they heard another utterly ludicrous piece of information, that Lin, according to Orlando, was merely a third-circle wizard. How is that possible? The people present were all astonished, even suspecting Orlando of deliberately deceiving them. Even Anthony was quite surprised, but recalling Lin's exceptionally youthful appearance, a contemplative expression quickly appeared on his face. About 15 minutes later, the alchemy car stopped in front of the academy's main gate. Fula, Anthony, Ryder, and others got off the car and looked up to see the most iconic building of Aida Academy, a pair of gigantic hands made of pure white marble, each palm holding a wooden ball and an iron ball, thrusting them high into the sky. The apprentices who returned to the academy with Alok couldn't help but shiver, as it reminded them of the formula for free fall. The dean had said that they would have to take their graduation exams upon their return, and this exam would be unlike any before. All formulas and theorems taught in the past were included in the scope of the exam, which could only be described as a nightmare. A clear voice quickly rang in everyone's ears as Lin approached with a group of academy wizards. Alok and others hurriedly bowed and saluted. Orlando went forward enthusiastically and hugged Kevin and a few others he had not seen for a long time. Kevin asked with a smile. Orlando paused, looked doubtfully at Lin, and could not see anything unusual for a long time. Lin casually nodded. Orlando was also slightly annoyed, wishing he had returned a day earlier. Anthony, who was also a grand wizard, was not at all surprised. From a first glance at Lin, he had sensed the presence of a domain. As for earlier encounters with magic projections, he naturally couldn't assess it, but now he could confirm that Lin, like him, was indeed a grand wizard. Chapter 315, 303 Anthony. Do you think a third-circle wizard can understand so much profound magic theory? Chapter 315, Chapter 303 Anthony. Do you think a third-circle wizard can understand so much profound magic theory? Master Anthony, you must have already witnessed the sights of this port city on your way here. Lin invited everyone into the spacious conference room and inquired. I think anyone who visits Wizard City for the first time would be incredibly astounded, Anthony replied with sentiment. These were not just polite remarks, but genuine sighs from his heart, as the entire port city perfectly matched the fantasy of the Magic Kingdom. No, it was even more peculiar than what he had imagined. Lin said with a smile, I have no doubt about that, but the nobles of those kingdoms and our newly appointed king might not be so willing, Anthony replied with a somewhat solemn expression. On his way to the academy, Orlando had spoken much about the transformation of the port city, with more than 60% of the residents working in factories, earning high wages every month. It was because of this that not a single person in the port city went hungry, and everyone could even afford to eat the white bread that was previously only available to the nobility. Implementing such policies posed no problem in the Wizardland, as there were no nobles or royalty here. The wizards did not care much about the comings and goings of the common folk. and with the council's tacit approval, the population of the port city had surged past 100,000 within just 2 years. However, it was not so easy to implement these policies in a kingdom, as the common folk were the nobles' most valuable assets, emblematic of all their rights. Lynn fully understood Anthony's concerns, but he was not particularly worried and said with a smile, "No one can stop the progress of the times." His choice to collaborate with the second prince and temporarily preserve the royalty was intended to utilize the monarchy and nobility's control over the grassroots to suppress the influence of the church. Once they got through these toughest times and the poor saw real benefits, the nobles would naturally become redundant. Ryder asked, puzzled. This was of particular interest to Ryder, as the annual wheat harvest was approaching, soon to be followed by autumn planting. Lynn responded teasingly. The first generation of harvesters from the alchemist's workshop had already been produced, and he believed the results would soon be visible. Considering that Anthony and the others had been traveling by airship all day to navigate through 2 territories, Lynn did not engage them in a lengthy discussion. Instead, he soon signaled the attendants to take everyone down to rest. After leaving the hall, Fula could no longer hold back the words she had been suppressing. "Teacher, it seems your previous estimation was incorrect. This Mr. Do you think a 3-ring wizard could understand so much profound magical theory? Gravitation, space, electromagnetic force. Any one of these could confound even a great wizard for a lifetime." Anthony shook his head, dismissing Fula's guess. "But there's no need for those wizards from Hadlata's academy to deceive us. And Mr. Thus, they might have been misled by the other party all along, and she had been overly deferential to a young man, not even half her age, and a fellow official wizard." Anthony smiled without responding. He had interacted with Lynn many times within the magic domain and consulted him on a wide range of knowledge, and Lynn was able to answer each question without hesitation. Sometimes Anthony even doubted if there was anything in the world that could stump him. Knowledge reserves cannot be faked, and not many wizards would unreservedly pass on the knowledge they spent years researching and summarizing to another person, at least not without equal exchange. Thus, only one possibility remained. Suddenly, Anthony remembered that rumor. Anthony couldn't help but suspect that Lynn was once a legendary wizard, who perhaps perished for unknown reasons and now had returned, either through taking over a body or using some kind of witchcraft to be reborn. While his knowledge remained, regaining the legendary realm would still require some accumulation, necessitating the use of an alchemy array or others' assistance to perform the legendary magic he once created. The deeply speculative Anthony felt more convinced by this possibility after his recent encounter with Lynn. Noticing how stable and complete Lynn's domain was, it hardly seemed like that of someone freshly promoted to Great Wizard. But even with such certainty, it remained just a speculation, and Anthony didn't express it, simply reminding Fula and the others that Mr. Lynn was not so simple, and that they should continue to treat him as a legendary wizard. While Ryder and the others toured the academy, Alok had already delved into his course materials. Given that the war with the Empire might erupt at any time, Lynn had scheduled their time extremely tightly, only allowing them half a day for revision. With only one examination per year, failing this one meant waiting another year. Having spent over a month in the Hadlata Kingdom, Pierce had almost completely forgotten the formulas he had previously learned. Looking at his past notes, everything seemed hazy, and he couldn't even remember what each symbol represented. What's the formula for the volume of a cylinder? Similar cries echoed throughout the academy, clearly indicating that very few had been willing to study diligently during their spare time. It was destined to be a sleepless night. Chapter 316. 304-hour goal is to explore where magic comes from. Chapter 316. Chapter 304-hour goal is to explore where magic comes from. Early the next morning, a group of wizard apprentices entered the exam site with apprehensive hearts. After receiving their own test papers, they soon began to furrow their brows and start calculating. Pierce also didn't dare delay and quickly glanced at the first question. Person A and Person B start walking towards each other from two places. After 4 hours, they meet at a point 5,000 meters from the center. Pierce's brows furrowed immediately. This appeared to be a math Olympiad problem, solving for the unknown, but the conditions provided were not ample. He pondered it for quite a while before he came up with an idea on how to solve it and began drawing line segment diagrams. On the other side of the exam hall, several wizards responsible for supervising the exam were also looking at the test papers in their hands. For this graduation exam of the Yida School, Fula and others were very interested. They volunteered to supervise the students and also felt slightly eager to solve the problems themselves. Fula initially thought the questions were all prepared for the apprentices, easy for herself as a formal wizard. But after looking at several questions, she was stunned. A male wizard asked puzzledly. He had expected the exam content to cover knowledge about elements, herbs, alchemy, and shaping science. Lin nodded, looking toward Fula and others, and spoke. But what's the use of learning these? We might as well learn a few more spells if we have time, Fula pouted. Lin straightened his expression. Math Olympiad is the foundation of all natural sciences. Chemistry is the study of the composition, structure, and change of magic elements. And physics is the exploration of the laws of the world, Lin declared emphatically. The origins of magic? Hearing this, everyone present was deeply shaken. Although they had learned magic, they rarely thought deeply about this question. Lin continued to speak. As for their utility, haven't you seen it already? It's everywhere in the city. Reflecting on what she had seen and experienced since entering Aida, Fula put aside her initial disdain and began to seriously scrutinize each question. However, not having formally studied Math Olympiad, she didn't immediately know where to start to solve these equation problems and had to look towards Lin for help. Lin raised his hand slightly and created a soundproof barrier nearby before he started to explain. This problem is actually easy to calculate, though it is a bit tricky. If A and B moved at the same speed, they would have met exactly at the midpoint, but they met 5,000 meters from the center point. Lin explained the solution to the problem as concisely as possible. The problem wasn't difficult, and a bit of thinking would suffice to solve it. The exam contained a total of 50 questions, 2 points each, with a total of 100 points. Scoring 60 was considered a pass, meaning that answering 30 questions correctly would suffice. He had carefully designed the difficulty of these questions: 25 gift questions, 20 easy questions, and 5 rather difficult questions. According to his expectation, if Alok and others took notes diligently, they should easily solve all the gift questions, and then they only needed to correctly answer 5 easy questions to pass. However, this was just passing. Lin hoped to see a few students with excellent scores for focus training, as they were all potential scientific talents. Of course, besides the liberal arts exam, these young apprentices still had to undergo a practical course, testing their real combat and basic magic casting abilities, and the averages of the two were used to decide whether an apprentice was qualified to become a formal wizard. This also provided an extra opportunity for students who might excel in one area, but not the other. After Lin had explained a few Math Olympiad questions, Fula and the others quickly caught onto the fun of solving problems, each beginning to ponder with a pen in hand, completely forgetting they had come to supervise the students' exams. For Orlando, these gift questions naturally didn't count for much. After glancing through them, he shifted his attention to the questions that Lin had marked as easy on the exam paper. A wizard driving an airship encounters an air disaster and jumps from a height of 480 meters. After free-falling for a certain distance, he casts the slow fall technique to decelerate uniformly at a rate of 2 meters per second, reaching the ground with a velocity of exactly 0, ignoring air resistance. Calculate the total time of the fall and the distance of free fall. This should also be an equation problem. Orlando thought for a moment, remembering Lin saying that free fall motion is a uniformly accelerated straight-line motion with an initial velocity of 0, and the formula is v equals gt, where g is the gravitational acceleration, which is about 10 meters per second superscript 2. This t, what was it, time, right? But the fall was divided into 2 parts, and both the time and distance of falling were unknown, which were precisely the answers sought. Simply applying this formula wouldn't work. Orlando pondered for a long time, sweat beading on his forehead. He realized that he actually couldn't solve it. Orlando couldn't help but speak out, calling these simple. Are these really apprentice-level questions? He felt it might be a bit too excessive. Lynn looked strangely at Orlando, remembering that he had taught the relevant formulas and even published them in the Magic Daily to allow wizards and even town residents interested in mathematics to enjoy the fun of Math Olympiad. And since every wizard is equivalent to a humanoid computer, even the computing power of an apprentice should be much stronger than that of an ordinary person. These questions should be within an acceptable range. Lynn was about to explain when his expression suddenly changed. He snapped his fingers. Magic power surged in the area around him, and in an instant, a copper nail shot out, striking ferociously into the quill pen and exam paper of one of the apprentices. Chapter 317, 305. I want to stuff the test paper into the dean's mouth. Chapter 317. Chapter 305. I want to stuff the test paper into the dean's mouth. Apard was a remarkably ordinary apprentice in the Aida Academy, and he was well aware that in terms of intelligence and computing power, he was much less capable than those who had joined the elite class. If he wanted to pass this graduation test, let alone stand out and gain the recognition of the Academy Dean, he had to resort to some unconventional methods. For example, last night, he had spent a hefty sum to obtain a special alchemical powder from a skilled herbalist, which, when mixed with ink to write sheets, could only be seen with the use of specific magic. So Apard bravely placed the parchment filled with formulas and sample problems blatantly on his desk, feigning to work on the problems while using conjuring magic to see the examples. He thought to himself, Apard was smugly calculating on the parchment, and within minutes, he had solved the first 5 questions. However, he quickly realized that this method of swapping examples was not always effective, as many types of questions on the exam paper were completely unfamiliar, and simple substitution of formulas and numerical manipulation simply did not work. Apard pondered hard, then stubbornly cast the spell again to reveal the cheats on the roll of parchment, perusing line by line, hoping to find some formula he'd missed. Just then, a sudden whooshing sound echoed in his ear, and before Apard could react, a long copper nail had already whizzed by, pinning his quill and exam paper to the desk. The parchment in front of him fluttered and flew autonomously towards the proctor's desk. Dean, Apard was startled, swiftly standing up from his seat. Lynn extended his hand, and the parchment landed in his palm. Apard struggled to maintain a facade of calm, suppressing his fear and agitation, continuously comforting himself that the special invisible ink was very well hidden and impossible to be detected. The proctors, Orlando and Fula, who had been absorbed in contemplating the exam questions, also remembered their duties and immediately approached. The parchment appeared to have nothing but a few scrappy drafts written on it. However, everyone understood that this must be some form of cheating. Otherwise, the dean would not have taken such startling and sudden action. Lynn looked at Apard with amusement, instantly guessing that this must be ink that could become invisible. Thinking such a small trick could fool him was clearly wishful thinking. Invisible ink is but a spectrum that's invisible to the naked eye, so, with a thought, Lynn's magic power instantly constructed a prism that refracted the sunlight streaming in from the window, converging the likewise invisible ultraviolet rays onto the parchment, revealing the hidden text. Apard's face turned deathly pale, inwardly cursing that damnable herbalist. Hadn't he said that this stuff was so discreet, even a fully fledged wizard wouldn't notice? Apard, I believe I've made it clear before what the consequences of cheating are. You may leave now, Lynn said, tossing the parchment back and speaking indifferently. Dean, please, I beg you, give me another chance, Apard pleaded in panic. He was already 29 years old, and according to the customs of Aida, if one didn't become a formal wizard by age 30, they would be deemed without potential and expelled from the academy. Lynn was unswerving. If one chooses to take a shortcut, they must bear the risks. Without punishment, it would be unfair to those who worked hard and studied earnestly. So no matter how much a pard cried and begged, Lynn simply waved a hand to have Orlando take the person away, lest they disturb the other students taking the exam. Despite this lesson, the number of students attempting to cheat in this exam was still not a few, each one harboring the hope that they would not get caught. As for the methods of cheating, they could be described as varied and many. The simpler ones involve writing answers on their hands or sleeves and sneaking peeks when they thought no one was looking. Then there were the clever ones, such as an apprentice who had mastered a kind of magic that allowed them to peer at others' answers undetected through the reflection of light. Were it not for Lynn having surpassed the rank of a great wizard, the trick would have almost fooled him. There were also methods like using the farsight technique to spy on answers. Fortunately, Lynn had been through many battles. Even though there was no magic in his past life, the high-tech methods of cheating were not inferior to magic at all. Thus, it took him only a few minutes to single out these cheaters. Immediately, the exam room erupted into wails as, out of the 230 students taking the test, a full 37 attempted to cheat in various ways and were all driven out, their grades declared void on the spot. Alok watched as one apprentice after another had their exam qualification revoked, walking past him with gloomy expressions and facing severe punishment, and couldn't help but swallow hard. In fact, he had also prepared a cheat sheet, but was too conflicted and scared to take it out. After all, the headmaster had left an indelible impression of fear on him, but he escaped detection by sheer luck. While feeling secretly relieved, he had no choice but to rack his brains and continue with the questions. Even if the written exam scores were a bit lacking, there was still a practical exam to come. As long as one performed exceptionally well, getting a decent score would still be possible. Lydia, who was also in the exam room, had a mindset that was the exact opposite of Alok's. As a halfling with little magical talent, being able to take this exam was solely due to Lynn's special permission. However, the headmaster would not give her any shortcuts. This meant that she was destined to score 0 in the practical shaping subject. She could only try a little harder in alchemy and herbology, though passing seemed difficult. To pass the exam smoothly, she had to perform extremely well in the written subjects. Lydia was exceptionally hardworking. As an airship maker and pilot, she was well-versed with the calculations for the area and volume of geometric shapes and the various formulas for free fall, so she finished the basic questions in just an hour and a half. However, when it came to the last dozen questions, she was stumped. These questions involved celestial motion or functions, and even the simplest among them required complex geometric computations enough to give anyone a headache. Take one of the questions for instance. A, B, and C are our 3 artillery positions. A is 6,000 kilometers east of B, and C is 5,000 kilometers from B toward the north, slanted west at 30 degrees. P is the enemy priest group's position. At a certain moment, a bishop used the divine arts of messaging, which was detected by our side. Since positions B and C were further from point P compared to A, it took 3 seconds later to detect the traces of the messaging divine arts. Given that the messaging divine arts travel at a speed of 1,000 kilometers per second, calculate the angle of the barrage from position A towards the priest group's position. So hard. Lydia frowned in frustration, scribbling on her draft paper, wishing she could stuff the entire exam paper into the headmaster's mouth. Couldn't they set some simpler questions for them? Chapter 3:18. 3:06. This is even more incredible than the sun falling from the sky. Chapter 3:18. Chapter 3:06. This is even more incredible than the sun falling from the sky. The examination that lasted the entire morning and took a full 3 hours finally came to a close. Alok and the others sighed with relief the moment they walked out the door, only to tense up again as they began nervously comparing answers, quickly escalating to heated debates. Impossible, I checked several times. The wizard who experienced the air disaster should have hit the ground at the 31st second, Alok asserted confidently. You must have calculated it wrong. The formula for this problem should be distance, S equals initial speed, V asterisk time, T plus 1 divided by 2 AT squared. Another wizard retorted. Alok mentally recalculated in his mind, and his expression suddenly turned sour. Done for. He realized he had gotten another question wrong. Pierce, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness he had crammed the formulas for free fall last night, or he would have definitely been doomed today. Inside the examination room, Lynn was looking over the answer sheets collected by Orlando and a few others responsible for the correction, although they might not be able to solve them on their own. Checking the answers wasn't a problem. Dean Lynn, it doesn't look like many will pass this time. After flipping through over a dozen exam papers, Orlando shook his head. This was almost exactly as he had predicted. Only about 30% of the candidates would likely pass the written test. Lynn was also somewhat surprised. Wizard apprentices were supposed to be quite intelligent, perhaps not all geniuses, but definitely sharper than the average person. However, after some thought, Lynn quickly realized what was amiss. Although the questions he set were not complicated, these wizard apprentices had only been studying for a little over a year. Yet they had a lot to master. He had effectively crammed both elementary and middle school physics, chemistry, and biology, and even some high school topics. Plus, with his occasional absences from class to handle private matters or attend academic conferences and wars for the kingdom, they had quite a lot of self-study time. Looking at it this way, maybe the exam was a bit too difficult. Lynn stroked his chin. After seeing a few high-scoring papers, he immediately dismissed that thought. If there were still ones scoring high marks, then the questions he set weren't too tough, were they? Among them, Johnny clearly grasped the material the best. Aside from getting 3 of the last 5 tough questions he had purposely prepared wrong, the rest were nearly all correct. Apart from being a full-fledged wizard with a stronger computing power than an apprentice, he obviously hadn't slacked off in his daily studies. Lynn was most surprised by Lydia. She managed to score 88 points, getting only the questions related to elemental properties incorrect, and she even solved all the particularly tough problems he had set. Lynn remarked appreciatively, "Dean, you shouldn't have let Lydia take part in this assessment. What if she actually passes?" Orlando hesitantly said, "Of course. There's nothing wrong with her becoming a wizard as long as she passes the exam." Lynn responded, calm and composed. But by doing so, Lydia might become a laughingstock among wizards and even be targeted by some who think she's denigrating the noble status of a wizard. Orlando expressed his worry. He thought the dean was far too simplistic in his outlook. A wizard who couldn't wield magic was just a title. What use was it? Even if she can't perform magic, Lydia could still be an alchemist, couldn't she? She managed to build an airship on her own, and she's contributed much to the research on internal combustion engines and electromagnetic railguns, Lynn reminded him. Orlando was momentarily at a loss for words. In that sense, calling this halfling young woman an alchemist wasn't a problem. But a wizard without magical powers still seemed odd, no matter how he thought about it. As he was conflicted, Lynn continued with a smile. Orlando looked puzzled. It was common knowledge in Wizardland that halflings had no magical talent, and no one had ever proven otherwise. Could the dean really enable someone without magical talent to successfully master magic and become a wizard? That would be more absurd than the sun falling from the sky. Lynn, keeping the suspense, offered no explanation but only told Orlando that he would know in a few days. In the afternoon, the apprentices who had been tortured by the written test finally welcomed their familiar practical course. Elements, shaping, alchemy, magic potions, plus practical combat. 5 subjects in total, divided over 2 days. In the past year or so, although the students at Magic Academy had faced an increase in heavy coursework, many subjects were interconnected. For example, the chemistry course involved the properties and transformations of elements, so they kept up with these fundamental courses. The mathematics enriched their computing power, pushing their magic power storage to its limits, leading to more candidates applying for graduation this year than in previous years. Pierce, aware his written exam scores wouldn't be good, redoubled his efforts and performed exceptionally well, passing the first 4 subjects with flying colors. As for the last practical combat, it was instead the most relaxed. Their opponents were three magic-infused puppets, equivalent in combat power to fully armed guards, which were naturally not too difficult to handle. Even Lydia managed to skillfully use her meticulously crafted short-barreled shotgun to take down all these puppets. The morning of the third day came the time to announce the results, and all the students of Magic Academy gathered together, waiting amidst torments of anxiety and uneasiness. Upon receiving the report card and seeing they had successfully passed the assessment, there was a burst of elation and cheers, but obviously, the number of those who failed was greater. With the average scores considered, in the end, less than 40% passed this graduation exam. Deborah stared at the glaring 58-point mark on her paper, feeling extremely frustrated. If only she had studied more, or if the professor had been a bit more lenient, she could have passed the exam. Now, she would have to wait another year. Deborah reflected on this inwardly, while at the same time, a wave of enthusiastic cheers erupted nearby. Chapter 319, 307. If even you can learn magic, then wouldn't everyone be able to become a wizard? Chapter 319, Chapter 307. If even you can learn magic, then wouldn't everyone be able to become a wizard? Lydia, brimming with joy, held her exam paper and shouted excitedly. She could not believe she had actually passed the graduation exam, and with a not-so-low score at that. Even though she scored 0 in the shaping subject, and her performance in elements and herbology was dismal, her high scores in practical combat and alchemy meant she just scraped by with a passing grade in the practical exams. Together with the excellent results she achieved in the written exams, her average score was a solid 74, placing her among the top of all the apprentices. Naturally, the ones even more thrilled than Lydia were Darren and the others, who had followed her into the academy early in the morning just to wait for that moment when the results were announced. "That's amazing, Lydia." The halflings present spoke excitedly, having witnessed firsthand how Lydia had made it to this day, step by step. It was a consensus in Wizardland that halflings lacked magical aptitude, but Lydia stubbornly refused to believe it, seeking to join the Aida Academy to study magic and become a true alchemist. To others, this was undoubtedly whimsical, even described as obstinate and foolish. A ground-pulling camel, no matter how hard it tries, can never fly like a griffin. The gift of magic is innate, marking the divide between transcendents and commoners. Despite the lack of recognition, enduring doubts and ridicule, Lydia never thought of giving up. She served as an assistant to an alchemist, crafted various flying machines, all for the chance to learn magic. All these efforts were undoubtedly failures, but fortunately, her luck was not all bad. Accidentally winning the favor of Principal Lin, she participated in the creation of the Sky Airship and finally fulfilled her agreement with Master Hellram, joining the Aida Academy. Now, having passed the examination, 2 whole years had flashed by in the blink of an eye. This also meant that the halflings were finally going to have a real wizard. You're all celebrating a bit too early. Passing this exam just earns you the qualification to take the magic source. Not that you'll become an official wizard. Deborah, quite annoyed, interrupted the excited Lydia and the others, then continued with a sneer. Deborah's sharp words were like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the halfling's enthusiasm and instantly quieting the once eager atmosphere. Piers and the others by her side frowned, but could not come up with any words of refutation. After all, as unpleasant as Deborah's words were, they were the harsh truth. These apprentices who had passed the assessment still had one major hurdle to overcome: the final promotion ceremony. As per tradition, only half would successfully advance, and Lydia, who still couldn't master even a basic 0-tier spell, had a slim chance of becoming an official wizard. Thinking of this, those who failed to pass the exam looked at Lydia with a hint of mockery in their eyes. Even if by some fluke she passed this assessment, what then? Whether a person could become a wizard was determined the moment they were born. They failed this year, but there was always next year and the year after. Unlike her, they still harbored hope of becoming an official wizard. Seeing Lydia's spirit dampened by a few words from Deborah, Johnny spoke thoughtfully. She felt that the headmaster wouldn't be so cruel as to give people hope and then destroy it. Lydia's eyes suddenly brightened. If it had been someone else offering a way for her to become a wizard, she might still harbor doubts. But if it was Headmaster Lin, that was an entirely different matter. Deborah sneered, not agreeing with Johnny's words. If even a half-man could learn magic, wouldn't that mean everyone could become a wizard? However, before she could speak again, Orlando had already walked over, calling the trainees who had passed the assessment one by one to head to the Tower of Whistling for the promotion ceremony. After setting up the aerial transport routes, the entire promotion process also became extremely fast. After confirming the results of each trainee yesterday, Lin had them take an airship to report to the council and then bring back the magic source, which altogether took no more than half a day. They no longer had to wait foolishly for a week or two like before. Deborah and the others watched enviously as the apprentices called by name entered the towering building, while they could only wait outside. Piers was the first to be chosen, nervously walking into the Tower of Whistling. Upon seeing Lin, he bent down with utmost respect and saluted. "Piers, your performance this time was quite good. Though the written test was a bit lacking, you have a good grasp of elements, shaping, and herbology." Lin smiled as he handed over a potion bottle filled with a blue magic potion. Piers excitedly took the magic potion, his hands almost trembling so much that he nearly spilled the precious potion. Lin found it amusing and reminded Piers that with such a poor state, he wouldn't be able to complete the promotion. After taking a few deep breaths and calming his emotions, Piers solemnly drank down the magic source. A piercing cold rose from his abdomen. The power of the magic potion swiftly surged through his entire body before flooding into his brain. Then came a strange, itching sensation, as if crawling out from his bones. Every cell in his body seemed to be torn apart and reassembled. It was a pain that penetrated deep into the soul. Large beads of sweat rolled down Piers's forehead. His complexion gradually turned purplish, as if his blood was being drained, looking extremely terrifying. The whole process lasted for about 10 minutes, after which a strong magic fluctuation quickly emanated from Piers's body. Then, a blazing fireball appeared out of thin air. Piers immediately opened his eyes, his expression very joyful, casting spells without materials, using magic mimicry to create elements. These are the symbols of a formal wizard. Lin nodded with a smile. "I'm very grateful to you, Headmaster. If it weren't for you, I'd probably have remained a wizard apprentice all my life," Piers said, bowing deeply in thanks. Since he started attending the Aida Academy at the age of 12, he had been a wizard apprentice for a full 16 years and was nearly 30 years old this year. Due to a lack of talent and being unable to accumulate magic power, it was not until Lin became a professor at Aida, bringing with him the incredibly innovative and computing power-enhancing course of alchemy, that he had the opportunity for a breakthrough. So for Headmaster Lin, Piers was naturally extremely grateful. Chapter 320, 308, A World Where Everyone Can Become a Spellcaster. Chapter 320, Chapter 308, A World Where Everyone Can Become a Spellcaster. I merely gave you a choice. The effort to advance was entirely your own. Lin took out a prepared wizard badge and pinned it to Piers's chest. "Thank you, Headmaster." Piers's voice trembled slightly. Lin waved his hand, signaling that Piers could go, and then called the next apprentice over. After bowing once more, Piers left the Tower of Whistling. About 3 minutes later, Johnny pushed the door and came in. The two exchanged a smile, and Lin pointed to the seat in front of him. "Stay here for a few minutes before you go out, so they won't find anything suspicious." The girl nodded. Indeed, during this time, Elok and the others had suspected many times already, as they always had moments when they performed magic, but each time she had deflected their suspicion with the alchemical creation mage's hand. Now, she no longer needed to secretly hide, and these 10 minutes were not wasted. Johnny took the exam paper and started to consult with Lynn on the last few questions she had answered incorrectly. In the following hours, Lynn distributed wizard badges to each apprentice who had successfully advanced amongst the trainees inside the Tower of Whistling, and comforted those who failed to keep trying, for the next year might still offer another chance. Perhaps it was because they had been tortured by a sea of problems, which improved their computing power. This year's advancement rate was higher than before, roughly around 60%. This means that this year, there will be 40 to 50 new formal wizards. Lynn pondered as he looked at the sheet of paper in his hand, which recorded every trainee's information, preparing to assign them their duties based on their performances. Those who were poor in theory but adept in combat were made battle wizards, joining the upcoming wars with the Empire, and if it was the other way around, they would be research personnel involved in the development of new weapons and new magic. As he pondered, the door was pushed open again. This time, it was Lydia who entered. The moment the half-human girl walked in, she scrambled to the long table, eagerly asking. Lydia said without hesitation, and then looked hopefully towards the headmaster, her eyes almost sparkling. "Just to cast magic, that's actually not so difficult," Lynn said with a smile. "Really?" Lydia exclaimed with delight. Although Johnny had mentioned it to her before, it was still just a guess, but now she had the headmaster's personal confirmation. Lynn handed her a specially made bracelet, like the Secrets of the Ring, which was also for connecting to the magic domain, just styled differently for distinction. Lynn said with an amused shake of his head. Lydia immediately did as told, closing her eyes tightly, but she couldn't relax at all. Lynn silently called out to the wise brain to connect with the half-human girl's brain. With Ryder as a precedent, and with Lydia's high level of trust in him, this time the process went very smoothly. The half-human girl did not suffer much pain before completing the link with the magic domain. Lydia quickly discovered that she had entered an incredibly magical place. In a vast void, countless gray runes were suspended, 5 of which drifted towards her. They circled her body like mischievous children and then suddenly flew into her head. Basic material decompilation skill, condensing water technique, Mage's Hand, Fireball technique, Frostblade. All 5 spells manifested in Lydia's brain, and at the same time, Lynn's voice also rang in her ear. Lydia opened her eyes, nervously extended her palm, and triggered the spell slots in her mind. As the elements surged, a crystal-clear ice blade materialized, exuding a bone-chilling aura that instantly dropped the surrounding temperature. Lydia shouted excitedly, and then tried the Fireball technique. The powers of ice and fire kept swirling in the palm of her hand, and she played with them to her heart's content. Although these were all basic spells, they were very satisfying to the half-human girl who had never been able to master magic. Lydia excitedly pounced on Lynn, planting several forceful kisses on his face to express her excitement. Lydia nodded eagerly. She didn't mind the limitations. At least now, she was a true wizard, curious to see who would dare claim she wasn't a wizard. Lydia couldn't wait to show off her new skills, but before leaving, Lynn stopped her. Lynn asked helplessly. Lydia hurried back, waiting patiently as the principal put the badge on her, and then ran out jubilantly. Watching Lydia's impetuous manner, Lynn couldn't help but smile, then began to investigate the wise brain's magic power depletion issue. Allowing someone who originally couldn't perform magic to successfully cast spells, of course, came with a price. Magic power didn't appear out of thin air, but had to be drawn from his own magic domain. This was Lynn's second attempt at breaking the theory of innate magic talent, and it seemed to be a success so far, although there were still many issues to resolve. For example, the supply of magic power. The magic power lost couldn't be borne entirely by the wise brain. Ideally, it would be like building an electric grid, creating a magic power reactor that could supply a vast magic network to meet the casting demands of these New Age wizards. According to his vision, in the future Magic Kingdom, every person, whether they had the innate talent to be a wizard or not, could learn the principles of magic, possess enough computing power, and cast corresponding spells through the magic network. It wouldn't be like now, where one's birth determined whether commoners could become wizards. A world where everyone could be a spellcaster might surpass the federation of his previous life, taking the study of magic to a whole new level. Chapter 321, 309. Could it be that you've gone crazy from using magic and are now having hallucinations? Chapter 321, Chapter 309. Could it be that you've gone crazy from using magic and are now having hallucinations? Outside the Tower of Whistling, a group of apprentices were gathered in front of the gate, awaiting the results of this promotion ceremony. From time to time, individuals would walk out of the tower, exhilarated, receiving envious and jealous glances. However, those who failed were not few in number, and they could only retreat to the side with a gloomy demeanor. Darren and the others watched as Lydia entered the tower, anxiously waiting. Within 2 minutes, they saw the tower's main door open again. So soon? Darren drummed anxiously in his heart. He had been told quite clearly by those who had successfully been promoted that transforming the body with a magic potion took time. It might be fast or slow, but generally took about 10 minutes. Could it be that she had failed her promotion? Just as he was contemplating this possibility, Darren dismissed the thought the next moment, for Lydia, who had walked out from the tower, was wearing a dazzling wizard badge on her chest, shining brightly under the sun. All eyes were drawn to her, signifying that in Yaida, no, in all of Wizardland, there would be the first half-human wizard. Johnny said, jubilantly congratulating her. Those familiar with the girl, including Alok and others, also came forward to congratulate her, genuinely happy for her. Under everyone's gaze, Lydia proudly puffed out her chest. From today, she was officially a wizard, Deborah said, quite enviously. The apprentices who had taken a magic potion but failed to complete the promotion looked at the half-human girl with a bit more dissatisfaction. Like Lydia, they had passed the test and practical subject assessments twice, but the dean had not granted them the status of wizard. Instead, he had bestowed this honor on a half-human who couldn't even use magic, which led them to inwardly resent Dean Lynn's favoritism. Lydia proudly extended her hand, concentrating and preparing to perform the fireball technique to dazzle everyone. The apprentices and wizards present looked on curiously. They knew Lydia had spent a whole 2 years at Yaida Academy without managing to learn magic. Lydia focused on communicating with the magic domain and tried to activate the spell slot in her mind, but despite struggling for a long time, nothing happened. Lydia opened her eyes, speaking bewilderedly. Deborah scoffed derisively. Lydia pouted, suddenly remembering what the dean had said about her computing power. She could only use 3 first-level spells per day. In her excitement inside the Tower of Whistling, it seemed she had already used them all up. That left only the 0-level spells. She remembered she hadn't used them all up. With a thought, Lydia immediately activated the mage's hand. The exam papers in everyone's hands trembled violently before flying up, circling around her, and then stacking in her hands. This is the mage's hand. Deborah's eyes widened in shock, and it took her a while to confirm no one was playing a trick on her. The one casting the spell was indeed Lydia. Darren excitedly placed his hands on Lydia's shoulders and shook her back and forth. Although it was just a basic 0-ring spell, it still represented that the other party had mastered the miracle called magic. Of course, I can also use the fireball technique in Frostblade, but I've used them several times just now, so I have to wait until tomorrow to use them again, Lydia said proudly, though she also felt a bit annoyed inwardly. If only she had known, she would have saved a first-ring spell slot to show everyone a good time. However, given Lydia's successful casting of magic, no one questioned her words, as everyone's magic power and spiritual power are limited. Even a formal wizard, after casting several powerful spells, could face a magic power drought. This meant that the half-human girl in front of them had indeed become a wizard. But how did the principal manage this? It was common knowledge in Wizardland that half-humans lacked magical talent, a consensus never broken before. Could Lydia be an exception, who had broken the racial shackles and gained the ability to cast spells after consuming the magic source? Perhaps the principal had seen her wizard talent from the beginning, which was why he was willing to let Lydia enter the Aida Academy. Audiobook and the others were puzzled by this thought, but they did not venture into more extreme directions. After all, if the principal truly had a way to make anyone a formal wizard, it would be too astonishing, far more outrageous than 100 times the speculation that half-humans possess magical talent. The graduation exam at Aida lasted a whole 4 days before it ended, and Audiobook and the others, who had said goodbye to their apprenticeships, were soon assigned to various institutions. However, every sector now needed manpower, especially wizards who had mastered some aspect of physics, from optimizing internal combustion engines and constructing armored ships to improving muskets and cannons. The graduation of 47 wizards could only be seen as a drop in the bucket. During these days, Ryder and Ham were not idle either, exploring every aspect of Wizard City and even personally visiting various workshops to gain experience. These jobs were indeed exhausting, working 14-hour shifts straight, but the monthly salaries were enough to make everyone forget the physical pain, and everyone treasured their current lives, working tirelessly day and night, almost without the need for supervisors. Because the wizards in charge told them that most of the goods produced in the workshops were for war preparations and would significantly determine the outcome of the war. If the council was defeated and the Empire seized control here, they would have to return to their previous life of not knowing when their next meal would be, and possibly even worse. They had heard that the nobles and the church outside Wizardland were extremely cruel, ready to slaughter entire cities without hesitation, steal their wealth, kill every non-believer, or sell them as slaves to the barbaric land. Therefore, the workers spontaneously worked overtime, bursting with great enthusiasm, all to preserve their current lives. After spending 5 days in the workshops, Ryder reluctantly went to the grain-producing fields opened by the wizards at Lynn's invitation, as today was the day of the summer harvest. What Ryder saw was an exceptionally spectacular sight, a vast, golden wheat field stretching all the way to the horizon, like a magnificent sea of gold. Chapter 322, 310. The Concept of Nuclear Explosion Technique. Chapter 322. Chapter 310. The Concept of Nuclear Explosion Technique. The soil here was originally arid, a saline alkali land left behind by the retreating sea, but now, under the mighty power of magic, it has been transformed into fertile fields. What caught Ryder and the others' attention were those odd-looking harvesters, which the alchemists from a workshop were tuning for the final time. A man in his 30s was gazing at the machines, eagerly watching the wizards start them up and incessantly asking questions. Beatty was the owner of this farm. Due to the workshop recruiting a large number of workers, the poor people who previously lived off cultivating the land had switched professions. To prevent this land from going to waste, Lynn had taken the opportunity to implement a land leasing policy, preparing to establish a fully mechanized large-scale farm ownership. Beatty was then able to lease all the surrounding land by spending all his savings, riding on this favorable wind. This was the fruit of his hard labor for more than half a year. This wheat field was even more precious to him than his own son, Philip confidently declared. In order to replicate the blueprints given by the dean, they had exerted much effort and killed countless brain cells. Although it hadn't been tested yet, Philip had complete confidence in it. He just didn't know which master had invented this harvester. How could someone conceive of such an ingenious creation? Philip asked, turning his head towards Lynn, full of anticipation. Lynn smiled and nodded. He too was curious about the effectiveness of the harvester replicated by the Alchemy Institute. Upon receiving permission, Philip let several enthusiastic colleagues mount the harvesters. As the lever was moved, the strange machines immediately began making a put-put-put noise. Under the watchful, tense gaze of the onlookers, the harvesters drove straight through the wheat field. The reel fed the crops to the cutter bar, and the internal cutting device sliced and transported them to the threshing drum, after which they were winnowed through a sieve, and the separated wheat kernels were stored in a hopper at the back. This process sounds complicated when described, but it was all automatically completed by the machine. All they had to do was to drive the harvester, racing through the expansive wheat fields. In just a short time, they had harvested thousands of square meters of land. Philip proudly explained to Beatty, Ryder, and others the operation methods and principles of the harvester. Besides the harvester, the Alchemy Institute had also developed specialized machinery for tilling the soil and sowing seeds. If all were used, it would be a 3-in-1 process of tilling, sowing, and harvesting. On ordinary days, wizards adept in elemental magic would cast spells to fertilize the land, and just a few people could manage a large tract of land. It's almost like the heaven described in the Bible, Ham murmured to himself. It was rumored that in God's heaven, rivers would flow with fine wine, wheat fields would produce bountiful spikes without the need for farming, and every tree branch would be laden with succulent and juicy steaks. Although he hadn't seen rivers made of wine and steaks growing on trees, this wheat field could be farmed and harvested automatically, and there were alchemical devices that could produce tens of thousands of meters of fabric in a single day. The beauty described in the Bible existed only in imagination, but the miracles of Aida he had witnessed with his own eyes. Ryder hurriedly inquired. The kingdom of Hadlara was also in the midst of the summer harvest, and if they had such harvesting machines, they would no longer need to toil from dawn to dusk buried in the fields. It's probably too late for now, as the production of the harvesters is limited, and after Aida uses them, they will still need to serve the other cities of Wizardland. However, by the time of autumn planting, we could send some plowing machines to the kingdom, Lynn said thoughtfully. If Aiden and the others saw this sight, they would be scared out of their wits, Ham murmured, for if one did not see it with their own eyes, no one would believe that plowing and harvesting could become so effortless. After taking a round with the harvesters, the wizard from the Alchemy Research Institute couldn't get enough and hopped off the machines, giving Ryder and the others a turn to experience it. Especially for Beatty. He was the farm owner here. This time, the demonstration of the effectiveness of the harvesters was handled personally by the wizards for experimental purposes, but in the future, it would be up to Beatty to operate them himself. They kept busy until evening, and the originally vast and boundless wheat field was now left with only the half-cut stalks still rooted in the ground. The harvesting work was thoroughly completed. It would have taken more than 30 people, working for 5 or 6 days to accomplish this task. Now 5 harvesters had done the work of dozens of people in just half a day. Most importantly, no one was tired, and the wheat grains were already separated, saving a lot of time. Beatty, overwhelmed with gratitude, warmly insisted that everyone stay for a celebration, slaughtering the only camel beast in the house for a proper feast. By the time Lynn and his companions returned to the academy, it was already night, and they were also delivered the invitation to the academic seminar. Considering that the war with the church might last a long time, this year's academic seminar was unsurprisingly moved up by a month. Lynn was very interested in this seminar. Since he had created glass products, the wizard's understanding and research pace in the microscopic realm had accelerated considerably, and astronomy had made leaps and bounds. During the time he spent using magic power to cause disturbances in the kingdom, Lynn kept himself busy publishing numerous theories about electromagnetism, earning much acclaim and some skepticism. However, Lynn had not yet fully decided which theory to present this time. Naturally, what he most wanted to refine was the elemental model. As long as there was a way to create those rare elements, many powerful technologies could be transformed into magic, like setting off a nuclear explosion spell, which would send the church's army straight to heaven. No, perhaps they wouldn't even get the chance to ascend to heaven. If so, there would be no need to fight the war. Lynn imagined the scene of a nuclear explosion in his mind, but he also understood that even if he were to successfully create such powerful magic, it wouldn't necessarily guarantee victory in the war. The divine powers of gods above the status of legends remained an unknown. Just one incarnation had displayed the ability to twist time and space, not so easily dealt with. Chapter 323, 311 Lynn. They're going to roast me over the fire. Chapter 323, Chapter 311 Lynn. They're going to roast me over the fire. July. The scorching sun suspended high overhead. But within Wizard City Greenrill, there was an unparalleled liveliness, sweeping away the previously left shadow of the Doomsday Cult. The council had even propagated widely, believing it was the first battle of wizards against the church, and it was a thrilling victory. This signified that from now on, all wizards need not continue to dwell on this island. A broader world awaited outside. In such an eager atmosphere, this year's academic conference was held as usual. One by one, huge airships slowly descended from the skies, docking at the plaza in front of the Magic Seminar Association. Traveling by airship had become the trend in Wizardland, and schools of all kinds, whether for convenience or face, would spend a high price to purchase an airship. The wizards and civilians of Greenrill City had grown accustomed to this sight. Over the past year, they had almost seen dozens of airships flying in and out every day, from the initial shock to now commonplace. Raphael, as the host of this seminar, naturally arrived early to wait at the entrance, receiving each arriving wizard from the various schools. Since Lynn had completed the experiments to measure the circumference of the planet and verify the Coriolis effect at the last conference, those wizards who received the news but could not arrive in time to witness the experiment's results personally had beaten their chests and regretted deeply. Therefore, there were an exceptionally large number of people attending this time, or you could say nearly all of the active official wizards from Wizardland were present, to the point that the council specially expanded the airship docking site, and it still was not enough, requiring them to find additional space. Raphael had just finished a familiar chat with an old friend when he heard an apprentice whisper in his ear. Raphael's thoughts stirred, and he immediately turned his head to look. A gargantuan airship was hovering above the Magic Seminar Association, with a unique and conspicuous pattern painted on the sides of the huge airbag. It was the mark of the secret Magic Society, now known to everyone in Wizardland. Raphael, being a great wizard himself, naturally sensed the presence of a domain, so he immediately confirmed that the young man before him, young to an almost excessive degree, had indeed taken that step. Fortuitously, just a week ago, Lynn responded with a smile. Raphael remarked sentimentally. Although he understood that with Lynn's talent, breaking through to the great wizard realm was only a matter of time, he didn't expect it to happen so soon. Just a year since they last met. It looked like the record for the youngest great wizard in Wizardland was going to be broken again. Raphael, though surprised, did not forget his duties, and quickly his attention was drawn to another figure beside Lynn. Lynn took the initiative to introduce. Raphael's expression became very serious. He had read the Magic Daily, where this name was mentioned in the reports on the Capital's War. So he naturally knew the other party was a six-ring great wizard who excels in electromagnetics, and with the status in the secret Magic Society, nothing was too much attention. Thinking this, Raphael warmly invited everyone in, and along the way he began to discreetly gather intelligence about this unfamiliar great wizard. The experienced Anthony naturally responded with ease, and although he was full of longing for the wizard land, he had yet to build any trust. Raphael asked roundabout questions for quite a while, but couldn't get any useful information. However, one thing did surprise him immensely, that this six-ring great wizard, just a step away from legendary, actually deferred to Lynn. When considering whether to answer some questions or not, Anthony would turn his head to look in Lynn's direction and see if he had any objections before he carefully answered. Raphael immediately realized that Lynn's status in the secret Magic Society was not as simple as he claimed to be, just an ordinary scholar. Could it be that he was a disciple of a legendary wizard, or perhaps a founder himself? Raphael thought to himself, but the smile on his face remained unchanged, and soon he led everyone into the auditorium. No sooner had Lynn and the others entered than the wizards, who had been chatting and discussing, immediately surrounded them. After making a big impact at the last conference, he had already become the hottest new star in magic throughout the Wizardland, especially after learning that Lynn had broken through to become a great wizard. Various praises and accolades echoed throughout the auditorium. Lin responded with a smile to each of the enthusiastic wizards. After half an hour, his smile had become somewhat stiff, his ears callous from listening to endless flattery, and he still had to deal with it. Otherwise, rumors that this magical newcomer was arrogant and looked down on others were bound to spread wildly in Wizard Land the next day. Being famous wasn't all good. Lin reflected with mixed feelings until the conference was about to start. He finally escaped the crowd and, led by Raphael, arrived at the seats of the Eda school. Lin keenly noticed that their positions were clearly a bit further forward than last time, only seated behind organizations established by legendary councilmen, such as the Prophecy School, the Alchemy Association, etc. While this was certainly an honor, it was also like putting oneself on the grill. If Eda did not perform well this time, there would probably be whispers behind the scenes. On the high platform of the auditorium, Great Wizard Sanchez cleared his throat and used a sound amplification spell to transmit his voice to every corner of the room, suppressing the noisy chatter. In the past week, the Council has received more than 70 proposals concerning magical theories, many times the usual number, so the conference will last for 3 days and will be divided into 3 sessions taking place at noon each day. Sanchez briefly explained the conference's process and changes, paused for a moment, and then suddenly looked towards Lin, intensifying his tone a few notches before saying again. Chapter 324, 312. Lin's Radical View. Does color actually not exist? Chapter 324. Chapter 312. Lin's Radical View. Does color actually not exist? Accompanied by Sanchez's words, the eyes of thousands in the auditorium immediately turned towards the direction of the Eda school. Lin's brows inadvertently furrowed, as Raphael had not mentioned this to him before. However, before he had time to figure out, a round of eager applause suddenly erupted in the hall. Under everyone's gaze, Lin had no choice but to stand and walk to the platform, where he took a seat at the judge's bench. Then, he turned his head to Raphael beside him and asked, slightly displeased, although serving as a judge at the seminar was not a bad thing. This abrupt move gave Lin some unpleasant conjectures. In just 1 short hour since arriving at Greenreel, the honors and treatment the Eda school had received were already too much, and Lin was very clear about the principle that the higher you stand, the harder you fall. Raphael asked with a laugh. This matter should have at least been mentioned to me before making a decision. Lin spoke, slightly discontented. Indeed, it was my oversight. Raphael patted his forehead, apologetically began to explain. Many of the proposals received by this magic seminar are about new glass devices, and I thought you would understand them better than us. So, after some discussion, we unanimously decided to add an extra judge's seat at the last minute. They hadn't arranged this before because they were not aware of the information that Lin had been promoted to Grand Wizard. A third-order wizard naturally does not qualify to casually judge the research results of a school. But now that Lin had completed his breakthrough, there certainly was no such concern. It was also to reflect their high regard for Lin and the Secret Magic Society that they readjusted the seats of the school. At this point, Raphael was somewhat bemused. Generally, wizards of Lin's age would relish the chance to attract more attention. Who would be as suspicious as him? With Raphael's explanation, Lin then realized that he had misunderstood and that it wasn't a deliberate targeting against him. At this moment, on the platform, Sanchez had finished the lengthy opening remarks and announced that this year's academic conference was officially starting, before stepping down from the platform, leaving the space open. Several eager young male and female wizards stepped forward, gave a bow to Lin and others, and then brought out a strange cube made entirely of glass, displaying it before everyone, and loudly declared. Alok muttered under his breath, and the wizards from the Eda school beside him nodded in agreement. Back in the kingdom of Hadrada, President Lin had already demonstrated it to them. They just hadn't made it public yet. Indeed, they were also conducting research on light, but due to the shortness of time, they had not produced any key results yet. As expected, the experiment demonstrated by the several male and female wizards on the stage was the splitting of light by a prism. But their research was evidently not limited to this, and there were things they had not yet understood. We have also discovered that red, green, and blue are particularly crucial among these 7 colors, and it can even be said that all other colors are derived from these 3, the leading wizard named Glenn proudly proclaimed. I call it the primal colors, and you could say they're the true colors of light. Everything in the world is actually made up of red, green, and blue. It's just that each primal color varies in intensity, which gives rise to the yellow, purple, cyan, and other colors we see. As he adjusted the angle of the light-separating device, the colors it displayed changed accordingly. Raphael and others watched intently, very interested in the so-called primal colors. It was a significant discovery. Although light was everywhere, legend had it that even wizard couldn't perceive the so-called light element, only being able to manipulate it based on its properties to develop magic, achieving another level of utility. But now, their discovery undoubtedly gave them a preliminary understanding of light. A beam of white light was actually composed of 3 different colors of light: red, green, and blue. The chatter inside the auditorium grew louder, with everyone discussing the amazing discovery. On the stage, the male and female wizards held up their light-separating devices, excited by the scrutiny of the crowd, thinking that their research could at least earn them a Morning Star medal. Glenn was even thinking whether to rename his school of thought. He had already come up with a name: Dawnlight and Primal Colors. Sanchez was the first to speak, expressing his admiration. Raphael and the others strongly agreed, and they all praised Glenn's research achievements. Glenn's face was full of proud expression, and immediately turned his head to look at Lynn, who had been silent all along. With a mix of envy, admiration, and jealousy toward this famed star of magic, Glenn acknowledged that their research was aided by the glass invented by the other party. However, young and ambitious Glenn believed that one day he too could develop magical theories that would change the entire magic system and become a star of magic in the spotlight. As Glenn was indulging in his fantasies, Lynn suddenly spoke up. "Your research is quite good, but I need to correct something. The 3 primal colors you mentioned cannot represent the origin or properties of light," Lynn said shockingly, instantly stirring up doubts in the auditorium. "Master Lynn, what do you mean by that? Are you saying colors do not exist?" Sanchez asked, confused. Glenn and the others were also extremely dissatisfied in their hearts. Light decomposition and primal colors were the results of their hard work and careful experimentation, proven by rigorous experiments. Yet Lynn denied it all with just one statement. If colors did not exist, wouldn't that mean their research was meaningless? Lord Lynn, as a scholarly judge, giving one's own suggestions and pointing out mistakes is part of the job. However, it's better not to speak rashly about things one does not understand. From the judge's bench, a great wizard wearing purple robes spoke out rebukingly. Previously, when Raphael proposed Lynn as a judge, he was the sole voice of opposition. After all, a 20-something-year-old wizard might be accomplished in 1 or 2 fields, but he would ultimately lack breadth of knowledge, which was the most important thing for a scholarly judge. If you know someone who'd love this story, send them this video. Sharing is honestly the biggest help you can give a small channel like this. Now, let's get back to it. Chapter 325, 313. This world originally had no color. Chapter 325, Chapter 313. This world originally had no color. In the midst of everyone's questioning voices, Lynn did not rush to explain, but instead replied with a question of his own. The wizards in the auditorium nodded their heads, as reflection is a basic property of light, which is also the principle behind most polarization magic applications. The colors we see are actually the result of light shining on an object and then being reflected into our eyes, where it is recognized by the photoreceptor cells. Lynn began to explain. And human sensory cells can only distinguish 3 colors: red, green, and blue. Because the visible sunlight spectrum is evenly mixed, it appears colorless to our eyes. Sanchez couldn't help but interject. Of course not, because some of the light is absorbed by the object. What we see is only the reflected part of the visible light. Lynn spoke up. To be more precise, It is after the light reflected by the object enters the human eye and is converted into an electrical signal on the retina, which is then transmitted to the brain through the optic nerve. The so-called color is just humanity's definition of the visual effect of a particular frequency band in the visible light spectrum. On this account, after mastering the electromagnetic force, he had verified it in Aida and naturally had full confidence. Lin's words echoed throughout the auditorium, and the arguments and discussions below grew louder. Previously, they believed that elements inherently had certain colors and that objects composed of these elements would display corresponding color spectrums, with light only allowing them to see these colors that existed inherently, or one could say, were attached to the surfaces of elements. However, Lin's explanation was completely opposite. All colors came from light, and what they saw was the light rejected by objects. Could the absorbed light not be visible? Does that mean a red object isn't red at all, but reflects all the red light, while absorbing light of other colors? Theoretically, if one could find a way to see the light elements inside an object, wouldn't it display a mix of other colors? Raphael struggled to grasp Lin's words. It was challenging to imagine a world where colors were reversed. Indeed, without light, there would be no color. Lin nodded, affirming Raphael's words. A grand wizard dressed in purple stood up abruptly, slamming the table and vociferously objecting. So everything we see is inverted? No, that's not correct. If all the light is absorbed and not reflected, then naturally it can't shine. Lin shrugged and then continued to speak. Moreover, you can all think about this. If you're in a sealed space at night, can you see color then? At these words, Raphael and others paused for a moment, while Sanchez furrowed his brow, feeling that Lin's argument was unreliable. Master Lin, magic requires rigorous proof, not wild guesses. Glenn summoned his courage to argue from his high platform, being the most reluctant to believe this line of reasoning. After all, it concerned whether or not he could receive the Morningstar Medal. If it was proven that primary colors were not an intrinsic property of light, but a phenomenon caused by physiological reasons, the importance of his research findings would drastically decline. However, as Glenn's courage gradually waned when debating with a Grand Wizard, especially the most sought-after star of magic in the wizard land, cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. His close friend beside him also quietly tugged at his sleeve, signaling for Glenn not to rashly confront the magical star. After all, the latter wouldn't even need to do much. A slight indication of disapproval, and their days to come would become difficult. Lin paid no mind to Glenn's somewhat sharp questioning, and with a smile, he said, "A very good rebuttal." As Lin's words fell, the wizards near the windows simultaneously cast spells, sealing up all the doors and windows. The once brightly lit conference site of the academic seminar immediately plunged into profound darkness, leaving only the light cascading down from the top of the tower above their heads, providing a faint luminescence. Lin once again spoke up to ask. Glenn stepped forward, pulling out a round mirror from his chest. He had been conducting experiments related to light lately, so a mirror was, of course, a constant companion. Lin nodded, then called over Johnny to stand directly in front of the high platform and use the round mirror to reflect the light falling from above onto the girl. In the midst of darkness, Johnny's figure was strikingly conspicuous, dressed in a radiant red gown, the hem swaying gently like flames. Lin asked. Glenn answered. Raphael scoffed, not understanding why Lin was asking such a foolish question. "Please remember your judgment now," Lin said with a meaningful look. Raphael was speechless. Could the dress turn blue afterwards? He was curious to see what exactly Lin was up to. Lin then turned his gaze to the girl in the red dress, smiling as he spoke. "Your skin is very fair and very beautiful." Johnny had not expected the dean to compliment her looks in public, and amidst the ambiguous gazes of the surrounding wizards, she appeared somewhat embarrassed and uneasy. "This is perfect for the experiment." Lin quietly swallowed the latter half of his thought. Lin walked up and patted Glenn's shoulder, calling him over to say. Glenn asked nervously, holding his invention. First, split the light, as you did just now. Lynn explained the steps to Glenn in detail, making sure he understood before announcing that the experiment could begin. Chapter 326, 314. Master Lynn, your wisdom is astonishing. Chapter 326, Chapter 314. Master Lynn, your wisdom is astonishing. The wizards gathered in the auditorium were all very curious about the experiment Lynn was talking about, and many still remembered that a year before, this star of magic had also conducted an astonishing pendulum experiment right here, proving that the continent beneath their feet was round and continuously spinning. Fula asked in a quiet voice from below. Anthony frowned and did not answer, while Alok and others also had their doubts, which were rising quietly in their hearts. They trusted what their dean had said, but this time it seemed a bit too preposterous. Similar murmurs rose within the entire auditorium, and at the same time, Glenn took a deep breath and, as Lynn instructed, placed the light-dissociating device under the beam of sunlight falling from above their heads. The white light was immediately separated into a dazzling rainbow light. Following that, Glenn blocked out all the colors of light except for blue and directed it at Johnny. A bright blue light quickly shone upon the girl, and then all the wizards in the auditorium couldn't help but stand up, their faces showing astonishment. How can this be? Raphael stared fixedly at the stage. Under the illumination of the blue light, the girl's originally fair skin turned the same azure shade as the light, while her red dress became pitch black. Glenn, too, was suppressing his surprise, turning the light-dissociating device in his hand, transitioning from blue light to green light and then to yellow light. But no matter which color of light was used to shine upon her, Johnny's dress was completely black. If it were not for her skin color changing continuously with the light, everyone present might have thought the light-dissociating device was broken. It was only when Glenn moved past blue light and started transitioning to red light did the situation finally change. When orange light shone on Johnny, the long dress immediately returned to its original bright red color. This peculiar optical phenomenon left the wizards present amazed, especially the Grand Wizard who had spoken against Lynn earlier, who was now completely stupefied. Glenn muttered to himself. Raphael and others quickly recalled what Lynn had said earlier, that orange is made up of red and yellow mixed together, and now that the yellow light was absorbed, naturally, only the red light could be reflected back. Just as they had thought, next from the orange light to red light, and then to purple light, the entire color spectrum on the dress only showed varying intensities of red. A witch from below exclaimed in disbelief. Anyone who has doubts about this experiment can come up and try it out for themselves. Everything you can find possesses the ability to reflect and absorb light, just at different extents, Lynn said with a smile. Following Lynn's suggestion, one curious wizard after another stepped onto the stage, placing whatever clothing, cloths, necklaces, various ornaments, and alchemical tools they could find in the center of the stage, illuminating them with different colors of light. The results were exactly as Lynn had described, but because most things did not purely reflect just one color of light, only Johnny's red dress, which was exceptionally vivid and absorbed the other colors well, showed such a clear change. It's true after all, objects themselves have no color. What we see is merely a reflection of light. After conducting an experiment himself, Sanchez's heart was free of doubt. If objects had color of their own, then under the illumination of various colored lights, they should show a change in hue, rather than simply turning black. Therefore, the only explanation is that objects are colorless. Color is the light they see. However, Sanchez soon seemed to have thought of something else, and asked with confusion, "Master Lynn, I have another question I would like your help to answer." Lynn looked at Sanchez with surprise. This was a very profound question. After all, it involved changes on the quantum scale. He could explain, but he couldn't provide conclusive proof. If Lynn hadn't been there, they certainly would have accepted Glenn's theory of primary colors. Although the development of magic theory is always fraught with errors, and theories previously recognized and even promoted by the council were later overturned, those judges who had made decisions would still feel as if their faces had been slapped. On the platform, the expressions of Glenn and others grew very despondent, but they could not come up with any words to refute, as the ironclad evidence was right in front of them. "Lord Lynn, it seems our research was mistaken," Glenn said disappointingly, holding the device for disassociating light. Lynn said solemnly, as an academic judge, it was his job to point out errors in new magic theories, and nominating someone for the Morningstar Medal was a way to encourage the spirit of magical research. From the time he started with glass, it had only been a year, and yet Glenn and the others had been able to discover its properties, create a proper prism, and observe the changes in the 3 primary colors, which was quite impressive. Lynn looked at the several judges and asked. Raphael and the others exchanged glances. Glenn's research deserved a Morningstar Medal. They could also see that Lynn's understanding of optics was deep, and he was evidently not unfamiliar with primary colors, even directing Glenn in the experiment. He must have known the theory well ahead of time. However, since even Lynn had not spoken out against it, after a brief discussion, they unanimously agreed. The spirit of the Wizardry Conference was to encourage wizards to conduct studies in magic and to publicize their findings. Glenn and the others had independently researched the phenomena of rainbow light and the 3 primary colors, and for that, they deserved recognition. Chapter 327, 315. The rejected nomination for the Morningstar Medal and Invisible Light. Chapter 327. Chapter 315. The rejected nomination for the Morningstar Medal and Invisible Light. After the unanimous review by several judges, a resolution was quickly passed to apply to the council for a Morningstar Medal as a commendation. The wizards in the auditorium all looked at Glenn with envy, as usually obtaining the recognition of the great wizards meant the so-called application to the council was just a formality. Lynn asked curiously. "No, not really." Glenn shook his head, then hesitated before speaking. Lynn hesitated for a moment, not wanting to undermine Glenn's confidence too much, but was also aware that he had indeed said too much. Alok and others in the audience nodded in agreement. They had all witnessed Headmaster Lynn perform the same spectral experiment using a small triangular prism. So that's how it is. Glenn's expression turned somewhat downcast. Although Lynn spoke with great humility, he naturally understood that the other party had already verified both theories, and, as the developer of glass, it was not a surprising matter either. "Given that, I can't accept this Morningstar Medal. It should belong to your honor," Glenn said with some reluctance, but still resolute. He was well aware, as the recipient of the Corona Medal, the brightest magical star of the Wizardland, Lynn might not care about who received a Morningstar Medal, but Glenn didn't want something that felt like charity. This would be a disgrace, not an honor for the magical school he established. No sooner had he spoken than the wizards present were shocked, and Glenn's friends were making frequent eye signals, attempting to get him to retract his statement. After all, this was a Morningstar Medal. At the annual academic conference, usually only 3 to 5 people would receive this honor, and it wasn't an exaggeration to say that with this medal, one would become the center of attention wherever they went. Even for those geniuses in academic research, there might only be one chance in their lifetime to be nominated, and if missed, there might not be another. On the judge's bench, Raphael and others showed expressions of admiration. Although they too believed the Morningstar Medal should rightfully go to Master Lynn, they felt both surprise and reassurance when they saw Glenn resolutely speak up in refusal. Similar incidents had happened in the past, like at the Academy's conference 5 years ago, when 3 schools coincidentally studied the same element and all achieved notable research results. The only problem was that many of their theories overlapped significantly. They certainly couldn't award a Morningstar Medal to each individual, and for the sake of vying for that one nomination, the 3 schools got into a fight at the conference, causing a terribly bad influence. Glenn's choice was undoubtedly more sensible. If he had accepted the medal now, with a guilty conscience, it would have definitely brought some criticism. By refusing it now, on the contrary, he had broadened the scope. Raphael could imagine that the name Glenn would spread throughout the entire Wizardland following this conference. After all, This is the first time anyone had ever declined a nomination for the Morning Star Medal. Sitting in the judge's seat, Lynn was somewhat bemused. He had not expected that by pointing out the flaws in Glenn's theory, he would actually lead him to voluntarily give up the nomination. Clearly, it was his first time being a judge, and he hadn't quite mastered the knack. Lynn reflected quietly. He had, of course, been aware of these theories for a long time. But after all, he stood on the shoulders of giants, and in comparison, people like Glenn were the true pioneers of magical scholarship. If he were to damage their confidence, that would be terrible. Worried about hurting the other party's self-esteem, Lynn did not insist on his opinion to award Glenn, but rather, he pondered and said, "Optics is a very novel discipline, the properties of which even the secret magic society has not fully understood, so all of us are in the same race. Apart from the visible light that the naked eye can identify, such as the three primary colors, there are many types of light we cannot see. They are diverse and very peculiar, and very worthwhile to explore." Lynn spoke at length, suggesting a direction for Glenn's research. There are many types of invisible light, such as infrared, ultraviolet, X-rays, as well as so-called alpha, beta, gamma rays, and so on. Just mastering one of these could merit a Morning Star Medal. It wouldn't be excessive at all. If Glenn were to unravel the essence of light because of this, then it's not just the little Morning Star Medal. Even the highest academic prize of Wizardland, the Corona Medal, would not suffice to commend his achievements. Glenn listened very carefully to Lynn's explanation. He did not want to accept honor given out of charity, but this did not mean he wanted to refuse the guidance. More importantly, he wanted to understand which areas had yet to be explored, lest his hard work ends up futile. An alchemist in the front row of the auditorium suddenly asked. Lynn, composed, reminded, "We can observe the properties that these rays exhibit when they interact with objects, analyze, categorize, and summarize, and then try to create alchemical devices that allow us to see or perceive them on that basis." Sanchez, who was sitting by the side, also suggested. As a master of shaping magic, Sanchez had naturally noticed that different creatures see colors differently. For example, the giant magical beast he often transformed into was inherently colorblind, perceiving many things in shades of gray, white, and black. Previously, he had always assumed it was because these creatures' brains could not discern colors, but now he realized it was actually a lack of so-called photoreceptive cells. Lynn agreed with a nod. Some creatures have retinas with 4 types of cone cells, which can see a much wider range of light frequencies than humans. The strength of wizards lies in their various incredible magics, allowing them to transform into these creatures for direct observation, an advantage not to be underestimated compared to using various scientific instruments for measurement. They had just never thought in that direction. When Lynn was reading a book on shaping not long ago, it mentioned that serpents naturally possess a kind of sensory magic able to detect heat with their tongues, which is essentially infrared radiation. Chapter 328, 3:16. The Basic Constants of a Universe. Chapter 328, Chapter 3:16. The Basic Constants of the Universe. The chatter in the auditorium was incessant, as those wizards proficient in shaping science were particularly excited. Lynn and Sanchez had undoubtedly pointed the way for the study of optics. As long as one transformed more creatures and studied their perception of light, even dissected to find those so-called photoreceptive cells, and wrote a summary report, wouldn't the Morning Star Medal then be within reach? Elok sighed, being more skilled in elements and alchemy, and only just passing in shaping. Unfortunately, the easiest Morning Star Medal to obtain was slipping away from him. However, Pierce, who was proficient in shaping science, was also immensely worried. Looking around, it was clear that there were too many competitors for the medal, and it wouldn't be long before the council was overwhelmed with related magical theories, leaving little chance for him. On the stage, Glenn and others exchanged glances. They had little involvement with shaping science and feared it would be hard to catch up with others in the exploration of invisible light. Lynn also considered the passion for optics among wizards not specialized in shaping science and paused before continuing. Measuring the speed of light? Raphael and others were momentarily stunned. Light, a magical and omnipresent entity, intrigued many, but as they couldn't perceive the light element, it proved challenging to observe and measure it. Decades ago, the legendary Councilman Aurora had once conducted an experiment, placing a wizard a kilometer away from herself and using magic to reflect light on another person, measuring the speed of light based on the arrival time. However, this substance was simply too fast, and even the reaction speed of a legendary wizard couldn't perceive this minute difference. In the end, the legendary, which could only guess that the speed of light might exceed 1,000 kilometers per second, requiring measurements from a greater distance. But this introduced a second problem. As light scatters, and the farther away it gets transferred, the weaker it becomes, making precise measurements difficult, leading to some speculating that light arrives instantaneously. Yet, this experiment did have an unexpected outcome. The successful measurement of the speed of sound being between 300 and 400 meters, which fluctuates depending on the locale. Sanchez elaborated to Lynn on the speed of light experiment once conducted by Councilman Aurora. 1 kilometer? Indeed, it was too close, and lacking more specialized equipment, failure was also normal. Lynn still didn't know the specific speed of light in this world, but was sure it wasn't slow, if based on the data from his previous life, a distance of 1 kilometer represented a difference of merely 100,000ths of a second, and even a legendary wizard couldn't measure it just by reaction speed. Lynn pondered for a moment, then looked toward the crowd of wizards gathered at the seminar. I have some ideas about measuring the speed of light, though unverified, and need a few days to prepare, probably after the seminar. I do not exclude the possibility of failure. A silver moon medal? Sanchez hastily interjected. There are 2 conditions for awarding the silver moon medal. The first being proposing a theory capable of changing a mainstream magical system. At the last seminar, when Lynn proposed the law of universal gravitation, they had planned to give him a silver moon medal. However, legendary Councilman Harov strongly disagreed, and with Lynn calculating the various speeds of the planet beneath them, and proving through experiments that the planet was constantly rotating and revolving around the sun, overturning everyone's views of the world, he was awarded the even more honorable Corona Medal. The second method is making a significant contribution to Wizardland or the Council. But now, it's just about measuring the speed of light, not deciphering the nature of light. He felt a Morning Star medal would suffice. I think it's not exaggerated. Lynn spoke earnestly. The speed of light was not like the speed of sound, air resistance, gravity, which may vary from one planet to another. These values were not just limited to one planet, but were universal laws applicable to objects across the universe, at least within the scope of human visibility and cognition. They're constant. The speed of light was especially significant. Many renowned formulas relied on this constant. One example was the famous mass-energy equation, E equals mc squared. On the left, E stands for energy, m for mass, and c for the speed of light. This formula encapsulates the mysteries of mass-energy conversion, useful for calculational outcomes from nuclear explosions to more potent antimatter annihilation. Of course, whether the constancy of light speed was universal still remained a question, all pending experimental verification. Lynn had always wanted to measure these basic constants, but had so far devoted most of his efforts to the war in the kingdom, hence the delay. It can be said that from the start of studying optics, they had only begun to unveil a corner of the real world, moving from a well-ordered macroscopic domain to a chaotic and bizarre microscopic domain. Even the Federation from his previous life hadn't thoroughly researched quantum theory, but even minor gains were enough to accomplish feats like interstellar travel. Lynn's overly blunt words made the wizard's presence somewhat uneasy. The magical science developed in Wizardland for centuries was just dismissed by him in simple and rudimentary terms, which was quite sensational. A high wizard in the audience sneered, very dissatisfied with Lynn's belittling of the existing magical theories. Light was indeed magical, but at best it was just another brick in a magical edifice. The theory of the light element in Wizardland had developed and perfected over decades and had already constructed a general framework, just not yet verified. Chapter 329, 317. The Grand Thousand-Face Mirror Measurement of the Speed of Light Plan. Chapter 329, Chapter 317. The Grand Thousand-Face Mirror Measurement of the Speed of Light Plan. The discussions and questions from the crowd. Lin heard them all, but he didn't rush to rebut, for experiments always speak louder than words. Seeing the atmosphere turning somewhat confrontational, Raphael hurriedly spoke up to smooth things over. As for methods of measuring the speed of light and discussions on the theory of light elements, let's save those for private discussions after today's seminar ends, given our limited time. Now, let's move on to the next item. Glenn and others carrying the light dissociation device bowed and left the stage, and about 2 minutes later, another male which stepped onto the stage to present his research findings, a multi-headed hydra lizard's corpse and the related research report. This was undoubtedly valuable, as multi-headed hydra lizards were rare in Wizardland, so there were no detailed dissection reports of such magical beasts available yet. To completely transform into a certain creature, a shaping wizard must first thoroughly understand the creature's anatomy, and transforming into magical beasts is even more difficult, involving demonized cells. Even a formal wizard would only choose one type of magical beast for transformation. Very good, but your research has missed an important thing. That is, the Hydra lizard has several heads, and if a wizard chooses to transform into this creature, they will face unpredictable risks, such as possibly having their souls split apart, Sanchez said seriously as he flipped through the report in his hands. However, these risks were also what made the multi-headed Hydra lizard special. Its regenerative abilities were incredibly off the charts, capable of regrowing a head even after being chopped off, making it extremely powerful in combat. Should these be thoroughly researched, it might add another transformation option for shaping science wizards in the future. Considering this, Sanchez encouraged him to continue his in-depth research. If he could resolve the risks associated with transformation, or unlock the secret to the Hydra lizard's unlimited regeneration, Sanchez would then campaign for a Morning Star Medal nomination for him. The male witch, having received Sanchez's endorsement, appeared overjoyed and quickly glanced at the other senior wizards. Lin's understanding of shaping magic was still at the beginner level, nowhere close to a shaping science master like Sanchez, so he could only offer some suggestions from a biological perspective on dissection and corpse preservation. The other evaluators also chimed in with their supplements. Raphael was particularly against the development of transformation magic for the multi-headed Hydra lizard, for the mere thought of splitting one's consciousness into several heads was chilling, and it could potentially cause irreparable damage to the soul. Overall, though, the judges agreed with Sanchez's assessment. If continued research yielded more stringent results, they would not hesitate to recommend to the council. It seems that today's academic seminar has several potential Morning Star Medal recipients, Raphael remarked as he watched the male, which descend from the stage, speaking thoughtfully. It had been decades since he had seen such a scene, probably spurred by Lin's achievement of the highest academic honor last year, which had ignited a research frenzy among the wizards. However, Raphael undoubtedly jinxed it, since after he spoke, the entire afternoon failed to produce a new theory or invention that sparked their interest. Lin was also greatly disappointed, one which came up claiming he had uncovered the mysteries of the elements, capable of overturning the existing element system, which got Lin quite excited. In the end, the man's argument could only be described as riddled with holes. Having learned from Glenn's lesson, Lin refrained from bluntly refuting the theory and instead gently pointed out the flaws while praising the spirit of daring to question authority. So it was that by evening, the seminar finally came to an end. The wizards leaving the auditorium were almost all discussing Lin's experiment on measuring the speed of light. There was no helping it. The allure of the Silver Moon Medal was incredibly strong, despite many high-ranking wizards possibly never achieving such an honor. Some people even maliciously wondered if Master Lin deliberately exaggerated the importance of optics just to win another Silver Moon medal for himself. However, such conjectures obviously didn't hold up because today at the conference, Master Lin, who had already developed the three-color theory, was still willing to nominate Glenn. If he were a person who immensely valued honor, he would never have handed over a deserved Morningstar medal. Outside the door, an attractive witch named Nancy looked at Glenn with a worried expression, her tone carrying a hint of complaint. Glenn spoke somewhat helplessly. Nancy, everyone in the conference hall could see that Master Lin had already discovered these theories. I am simply not the sole creator. It's just some envious people talking nonsense. What could be more important than a Morningstar medal within grasp? The witch named Nancy pouted, still somewhat dissatisfied. Glenn shook his head, deciding not to continue the argument, and instead, he straightened his face and spoke. Nancy asked, puzzled. Glenn answered resolutely. 100-fold, that would be at least 100 kilometers. Could you even see the light at that distance? Nancy secretly muttered to herself. Glenn quickly described his idea. Previously, he had used the principle of magnification and reduction of concave and convex mirrors to develop a small light-gathering magic, capable of concentrating light rays into brighter, dazzling beams. Even if the light scattered during long-distance propagation, it should still be able to retain the intensity recognizable by the naked eye. And for a distance of 100 kilometers, his plan was to have the light continuously refracted back and forth. With a mirror every 100 meters, 10 would make a kilometer, 100 mirrors would be 10 kilometers, and 1,000 mirrors would span 100 kilometers. Even if the speed of light were 1,000 kilometers per second, as Lady Aurora had speculated, it would take only 1/10 of a second to complete the journey. With a wizard's reaction speed, such precision was barely acceptable for making judgments. Nancy was astounded, admiring Glenn's ability to conceive such an ambitious plan, but she hesitated again. That's not cheap. A single mirror cost several magic gold coins, and they wouldn't be able to afford it even if they emptied their pockets. Glenn shrugged. For his experiment to proceed smoothly, he had to swallow his pride. Chapter 330. 318, it seems that Master Lin is going to miscalculate this time. Chapter 330. Chapter 318, it seems that Master Lin is going to miscalculate this time. While the wizards of Greenrill City were studying methods to measure the speed of light, a conversation was also taking place inside the estate of legendary Councilman Harov. After listening to Aurora's recollection, Harov couldn't help furrowing his brows. Lin's words were undoubtedly a provocation to the entire wizard land. It was also a great disrespect to the pioneers who had devoted themselves to developing and researching magical studies. Even with exceptional knowledge, one should not be so arrogant. No, I think he meant not just wizard land. The magic theories developed by the Secret Magic Society are no exception. In the face of optics, they all seem incredibly simplistic, Aurora explained, while also recalling what Lin had said at the conference. Optics is the most important key to unlocking the secrets of the microscopic real world. What exactly is this real world referring to? Could it be that the world they see now is all false? Aurora pondered, still unable to fully grasp the meaning behind those words. Harov also fell into deep thought. From her previous interactions and the various novel theories Lin had put forth, it was clear that the Secret Magic Society's understanding of magic in this world was far deeper than theirs. If these words were not meant as intentional mockery and arrogance, then they were worth exploring. What kind of secrets does the omnipresent light contain that warrant such an evaluation? Harov really wanted to attend another gathering of the legendary wizards to ask in person, but he had yet to receive another invitation. Although Harov, with his secret magic ring, had the right to organize meetings with others, it would appear too eager on his part. Most importantly, he still hadn't figured out that cosmic Big Bang theory, nor had he developed any novel theories worthy of discussion among the legends. Thinking of this, Harov faintly understood why the meeting of the legendary wizards had not yet convened. It's normal for a magical research project to take 7 or 8 years, or even more than a decade, to yield little outcome. The annual academic seminar in Wizardland was already considered frequent. Aurora was among them, the one who had the deepest understanding of optics. If even she had no way to measure the speed of light, then perhaps no one in Wizardland could. Aurora said pensively, "What's the most difficult part of measuring the speed of light?" Of course, it's that the speed of light is unbelievably fast. They couldn't find a space large enough to conduct experiments, nor could they create a light strong enough to cross thousands of kilometers. When it comes to vast distances, what better than the cosmic starry sky? Based on the data they calculated last year, the diameter of their entire planet was tens of thousands of kilometers, and the distances between planets were even more remote. The most crucial point was that the sun above their heads was a super large light source. As long as they knew the distance between the two, couldn't they measure the speed of light? Hera praised, but almost immediately, as if thinking of something, he hurriedly interjected, "No, that's not right. According to Lin's words, everything they see is a reflection of light. Before the light arrives, they can't see the sun at all. So how can it serve as a reference point?" Aurora also frowned upon realizing this point that she had indeed not considered before, but just a few seconds later, she smiled again. For instance, the companion star of Teal occasionally disappears, presumably because it is rotated to the far side of Teal out of the sun's light, and that's why we can't see it. The rotation period of a planet should be extremely stable and regular, but in reality, it's not so. According to my observations, the disappearance of the companion star is not consistent throughout the year, sometimes fast and sometimes slow, changing every month. This peculiar astronomical phenomenon had once puzzled her, but now she had an answer. Because over the course of a year, Teal's distance from their position on the sun's orbit varies. The light from the sun needs time to travel to the companion star and then reflect back to be seen by them. It doesn't arrive instantly. If they knew the distances between the two celestial bodies and the eternal star, they might be able to deduce the speed of light. After listening to Aurora's explanation, Hera was ecstatic. "You always have a way." While saying this, Hera couldn't help but burst into laughter, realizing that this time Lin might have miscalculated. Lin boldly promised to nominate the person who could measure the speed of light for the Silver Moon Medal, clearly very confident that they couldn't find a way to measure the speed of light in just a few days. But it appears he underestimated their capabilities. "There's just one problem," Aurora said hesitantly. Hera asked with a chuckle. "We are still in the process of calculating the diameters and distances of various planets. So far, we have only figured out the distance between the sun and the moon from the eternal star beneath our feet. We haven't gotten around to Teal yet," Aurora said, sounding somewhat helpless. Their method for measuring the diameters and distances of planets was provided by Lin's 3 great laws of the stars and parallax method. Due to the immense size of the planets, the data they obtained was incredible. They often had to repeat the calculations for confirmation, making the process extremely slow. Hera looked incredulous. That was as if they hadn't made any progress at all. Lin was going to verify the theories after that conference, but where would they find the time to wait that long? Aurora rolled her eyes at Hera. This past year, they also had to verify Lin's theories and redraw a detailed star map. Teal was not a key planet, so it was naturally lower down on the list. Moreover, although this method of measuring the speed of light was feasible, considering the rotation of the planets themselves, there could be some errors, and they could only estimate an approximate value. In that case, we still have to resort to the dumb way of doing things like replicating your original experiment, Hera declared decisively. Actually, there are already quite a few people preparing to conduct similar experiments. Their ideas are all very interesting. Aurora shook her head. Since there were people willing to help with the verification, saving some effort wouldn't be so bad. Chapter 331, 319. It seems even the speed of light isn't very fast. Chapter 331, Chapter 319. It seems even the speed of light isn't very fast the following evening. Within Greenrill City, thousands of wizards and civilians had gathered around a street alley, watching Glenn and his associates hang smooth mirrors on every wall of the street. Just 50 more mirrors left. Everyone, place them according to the diagram. Glenn loudly directed Nancy and others to place the mirrors in the proper spots and adjust their angles according to his meticulous calculations. Thankfully, the steady hands and high precision of the wizards assured that a 15-degree angle was exactly that, and not 16 degrees. Otherwise, linking the reflection of light from these hundreds of mirrors would be no easy task. Just working out the various angles of refraction had taken the 7 wizards an entire day. To Green's slight relief, the process of borrowing mirrors went very smoothly, as many curious wizards generously contributed their circular mirrors when they learned it was for an experiment to measure the speed of light. The council even granted approval for him to use the streets and squares of Greenrill City as the experimental site after sunset when shops were closed for business. It took Glenn and his team over an hour to set up the last 50 mirrors. By the time they finished, the sun had set and Greenrill City was shrouded in darkness. At his request, there was no candlelight in any of the houses. People could only discern their surroundings by the faint moonlight. Glenn, you can tell us now, right? You borrowed so many mirrors for what? A wizard familiar with Green couldn't wait to ask. The anticipation was clear on the faces of those present. With the temptation of the silver moon medal, there was no shortage of wizards wanting to complete this experiment, each with their own plethora of ideas. However, Glenn was the first to put his plan into action. Facing the crowd's gazes, Glenn was a bit nervous, but he began to explain nonstop. My plan involves utilizing the principle that mirrors reflect light to increase the distance the light travels in order to measure the speed of light. He had set up a large number of mirrors inside Greenrill City. In a moment, he would create a strong beam of light from the eastern gate and reflect it throughout the city, from east to west, then to the South District, making a full circuit before returning. Glenn said with a touch of pride. He had precisely calculated each point where a mirror was placed, which meant they only had to stand in place and wait for the light to endlessly circle within Greenrill City. Its final landing spot was the tower above their heads. At the top of the tower, I've placed a white cloth. As soon as we see a visible spot of light on it, it means that the light has completed a circuit and traveled 100 kilometers. Using the time it took, we can calculate the speed of light, Glenn explained. That's a novel idea. To think it could be done this way. Raphael had an epiphany and looked at Glenn, the wizard, with admiration. In this way, they could create 100 kilometers distance using just a few streets, performing the experiment right under their noses. The other wizards also suddenly became interested. Glenn's plan seemed plausible after all. It was a full 100 kilometers. Surely light would need at least a second or two to travel that distance, wouldn't it? Alo couldn't help but ask, knowing that the Dean too had been preparing for a related experiment recently, which would determine the recipient of a silver moon medal. It's feasible, yet it's not, Lynn said with a smile, his words cloaked in mystery, giving no hint of revealing the answer. There was no denying Glenn's creativity for even considering such a method, but there were still some aspects he hadn't fully considered. Seeing Lynn's equivocal response, the wizards present couldn't help but purse their lips, as if even the Star of Magic didn't know the outcome and was using evasive language to save face. But that made sense. If he had known in advance, he would have surely measured the speed of light by now. After all, the experiment wasn't complicated. With enough mirrors, anyone could easily replicate it. Glenn paid no mind to the crowd's words and double-checked the diagram in his hand one last time before taking a deep breath to steady himself. Time ticked by, and about 3 seconds before the stroke of midnight, Glenn raised his hand. A fiery orb appeared in the sky, illuminating the entire street. But this was just the beginning. Glenn and 5 other wizards cast spells together, and as magic power surged, layers of reflection began appearing around the fireball, constructing a closed sphere in mid-air, enveloping the fireball and leaving only a 1 centimeter wide hole. All the light released by the fireball was concentrated and shot out through the small aperture, aiming for the first circular mirror. Glenn's timing was impeccable. Just as the magic clock struck midnight, the entire street was lit up with dazzling beams of light, reflecting off the mirrors and stretching to the horizon in the eyes of countless onlookers. Nancy stood behind Glenn, fixated on the tower's summit, daring not to blink lest she miss the appearance of the light spot. In her hand was a magic clock, ready to stop at the moment she saw the spot. The time it stopped, that would be the duration the light needed to travel 100 kilometers. 1 second, 3 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. Nancy's eyes were sore from staring, but the white cloth on the tower remained empty, with no light spot appearing. Alok muttered, "This is a full 100 kilometers we're talking about," Piers said with a smile. Raphael and others, however, furrowed their brows, wondering if something had gone wrong with the experiment. Thinking thus, several grand wizards took to the sky, intending to survey the entire city from above and find the issue. Below, Glenn also sensed something amiss. The intensity of light through the reflections in his line of sight was weakening far faster than he had anticipated. About 10 seconds later, Raphael and the others returned from the air, their expressions tinged with resignation. "Master Raphael, how does it look?" One of Glenn's friends quickly stepped forward and asked with curiosity. Chapter 332. 320. A Grand Gesture. A Vacuum Domain Covering Half the City. Chapter 332. Chapter 320. A Grand Gesture. A Vacuum Domain Covering Half the City. After returning to the ground from the air, the first thing Raphael said made everyone present stunned. "Master, what exactly is the matter?" Nancy asked anxiously, although they had confirmed the placement of each mirror according to the blueprint numerous times. Raphael nodded. "I confirmed it while in the air. After the light beam reflected off the 73rd mirror, it became too faint to be recognized by the naked eye." Glenn's face turned pale. If the light could penetrate 300 to 400 mirrors, there might be a way to compensate. By enlisting a few more wizards to cast spells together, they could create a stronger beam. But this was only the 73rd mirror. They had only completed 1/14 of the distance. With such a rate of degradation, would they need to increase the beam strength 10 or even 100-fold? How could that be possible? Raphael turned and looked at Lynn, asking for an explanation. Everyone's gaze turned toward the star of magic, Lynn, suddenly remembering his earlier comment about the experiment. Feasible, yet not feasible. Lynn didn't play coy this time and started explaining. It is possible to make the light travel a longer distance through reflection, but although mirrors can reflect light, they can't do so completely, and some energy is inevitably lost with each reflection. A male wizard quickly thought of a solution. "No, that won't work at all," Glenn said with a sigh. This was something he'd already tested, which is why he reduced the distance between two mirrors to about 100 meters. That's because elements in the air also reflect and absorb light, and light itself doesn't travel in parallel, but spreads out in all directions. That's why we can see light. Lynn continued his explanation. So it meant that as long as they could see light, it meant the light was dispersed and had reflected into their eyes. Raphael immediately understood what Lynn meant, but then suddenly spoke up to counter it. That shouldn't be right. Reminded by Raphael, many wizards also noticed the loophole in Lynn's speech. If light was constantly weakening, then the light from the sun couldn't possibly reach them. The wizards of the prophecy school had already calculated the staggering distance between the eternal star and the sun, even at its closest point being over 100 million kilometers. Outside our planet, in the vastness of the universe, the content of elements is extremely sparse, and light doesn't lose energy in a vacuum. And after reaching this planet, it is only scattered and absorbed by the elements, not gone, Lynn said, shaking his head. Lynn's answer dispelled everyone's doubts, but the successive challenges left Glenn and others completely stunned. If they couldn't solve the problem of light intensity weakening with distance, Glenn pondered deeply, but he couldn't think of how to make light cross 100-kilometer distance and still be visible to them. Would they have to just announce their failure? Glenn was very discontent. He had made so many preparations, and such a big display, only to see it come to nothing. One could imagine that they would definitely become the butt of the wizard's jokes the next day. Just then, a voice as deep as a bell suddenly rang in everyone's ears. The people present turned toward the direction of the voice and soon saw several legendary councilmen approaching, and the person who spoke was none other than Harov. Glenn exclaimed with joy. Right, by creating a vacuum domain that covered the distance of light propagation, they could greatly reduce the rate of light intensity reduction. Only a legendary wizard like Harov could come up with such a preposterous yet highly effective solution. After Harov spoke, the wizards gathered nearby began to advise and strategize for Glenn. For instance, 1,000 mirrors were too many. They could simply increase the distance of each reflection to 1 kilometer, which would mean only 100 mirrors were needed. Even Anthony stepped forward, his interest piqued by this experiment to measure the speed of light through mirrors, and volunteered to create a brighter light source with his thunder magic. Amidst everyone's various discussions, one after another problem was resolved, and this eager magical research atmosphere also made Lynn feel very comfortable. While there were onlookers who were merely waiting to see a spectacle, there are also quite a few wizards intently devoted to magical research, eager to understand exactly how fast the speed of light was. Glenn picked himself back up, modifying the position and angle of each mirror on the blueprint and reducing the number to 100, ready to attempt the experiment again with a stronger light. Everyone not involved, please step back. Harov spoke solemnly. Such a large-scale elemental repulsion was beyond even him, a legend. It would require the combined strength of everyone. The preparation took another hour to complete. Anthony took the lead, with flickering lightning beginning to emerge in his palm, growing brighter and brighter. The wild thunder roared, causing both civilians and wizards to squint, the light becoming unbearable to the naked eye. Harov's voice grew louder, reaching every corner of the city. At the same time, 20 grand wizards and 3 legends cast their spells together, and the elements swirling around them were rapidly expelled under the influence of immense magic power. In just 3 seconds, a vacuum domain covering half the city had silently formed. Quite a grand move, Lynn commented, impressed with the wizard's imagination and practical capability, which far exceeded his expectations. He then quickly focused, raising his hand to expand his own domain, completing the vacuum segment for which he was responsible. Chapter 333, 321, Beams That Slash Through the Sky. Chapter 333. Chapter 321, Beams That Slash Through the Sky. As the vacuum domain gradually formed, Glenn also released his focusing magic again, and the flickering ball of electricity floating in midair was enveloped. A beam of light so intense that it was hard to look at shot out from the tiny hole and connected all 100 round mirrors arranged within Wizard City. From the sky above, it was a strange sight, with fine beams of light crisscrossing through the entire city like a spider web, dazzling and splendid. The group of wizards waiting outside the vacuum domain gazed in amazement at the top of the tower, and although the imperfect reflection of the mirrors would diminish the intensity of the light layer by layer, this time the light did not disappear, but instead made the top of the tower and the entire white cloth glow brightly. Pierce asked curiously. He had just blinked and hadn't seen when the light reached the top of the tower. It seemed to be in an instant. Too fast. Elok shook his head. He hadn't blinked either, but also hadn't seen clearly. The vacuum domain, covering half the city, slowly receded, and maintaining such a vast area was not an easy task, even for great wizards and legendary wizards. Raphael quickly flew back from the West District and eagerly asked. Without delay, Glenn immediately turned his head to look at the witch Nancy, who was in charge of keeping time, and her magical clock. The time on it was frozen at 0 minutes and 0 seconds. Glenn frowned. Had she forgotten to start timing? For such an important experiment, even the legendary councilmen were involved. How could such a big mistake have occurred? Nancy said anxiously almost in tears because the start and the stop were almost at the same moment. 1 second. Nancy's hand was clearly very fast, and she pressed it extremely promptly, so not a single grain of time sand had fallen. Harov turned his head toward Aurora and Vittorio, the two legendary councilmen, who also shook their heads. They too had been watching closely. The faces of everyone present revealed a stunned expression. The light had traversed a full 100 kilometers before appearing there, and the entire process had gone unnoticed by even the legendary wizards. So how fast was it? 10,000 kilometers? 100,000 kilometers? Or 1,000,000 kilometers? Sanchez speculated this was also the prevalent theory of infinite light speed in the wizard land, that no matter the distance, it could arrive at its destination in an instant. If that were the case, then what was the point in measuring the speed of light? No matter how you tested, there would be no results. Aurora, however, shook her head, knowing that there must be a limit. She had made progress in her astronomical studies these days, not just with the star teal, but on many of the moons of other planets. She had observed unpredictability in their orbits. This must be related to the propagation speed of light. It's just that the number might be unimaginably large. Glenn sighed, saying, even though he was very unwilling to admit it, they had done everything they could. They had even successfully made light travel a distance of 100 kilometers, but now it seemed, to light, this distance was no different from 100 meters. It was instantaneous. Glenn was quite ashamed. He hadn't expected that after so much effort and having received the help of many great wizards and the legendary councilman, the result would be nothing. I actually think this experiment has great value, Lynn's voice suddenly rang out. A great wizard said with considerable dissatisfaction. Glenn's light speed measurement plan using mirror reflection was indeed interesting, but the fact that it yielded no research results is true. If that were enough to earn a Morningstar medal, then everyone would have one. Lynn didn't respond, but instead pointed a finger towards the first round mirror. The people present looked over in confusion. Although the vacuum domain had already been removed, the magic concentrating the light continued, and a beam of light, with a diameter of less than a centimeter, shone on the round mirror, continuously emitting faint wisps of steam. Crack! With a slight sound, the mirror suddenly shattered. The energy contained within the beam of light was incredibly terrifying. Even though the round mirror could reflect 99% of the light, the 1% that was absorbed had already exceeded the threshold the mirror could withstand. Without the barrier of the mirror, the power and terror of the light beam were undeniably revealed. A wizard standing at the back was unlucky enough to be struck by the beam. His entire shoulder was instantly pierced, and a shrill scream suddenly resounded in the street. The nearby wizards immediately scattered in panic, but the speed of light was too fast, and all this was in vain. Glenn hadn't expected such an incident to occur, but as the core composition of the light beam was not under his control, he could only instinctively divert himself from the beam. The slender and intense beam of light was like an almost infinitely long divine sword, tearing apart everything in its path. The injured wizard was cut in half at the shoulder, and then like a knife through butter, the beam diagonally sliced the wall behind him into two parts, leaving a conspicuous red scorch mark on the ground. That was the side of the floor tiles being destroyed and melted, and only then did the beam shoot straight up into the sky. Anthony, who had reacted, hurriedly canceled his thunder magic. With the powerful light source gone, the dazzling beam of light vanished without a trace. The chaos at the scene also calmed down. Fula wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. She too had been within the range of the beam's attack, but had instinctively ducked when she saw the thing starting to shift, narrowly avoiding decapitation. The astonishing temperature and destructive force still left a significant shadow in her mind. This sudden experimental accident resulted in injuries to more than a dozen people, but fortunately, no one was killed. The two most unlucky individuals, one had half a shoulder cut off, the other was hit directly when the light beam deviated. Fortunately, the latter was cautious enough to have cast a mage shield on himself while observing the experiment up close. Nevertheless, there was now a deep gash in his chest, from which no blood flowed because the wound had been cauterized by the high temperature. The rest were fortunate enough to be hundreds of meters away from the beam, sustaining only burns or temporary blindness from the intense light. None of the injuries were life-threatening. Chapter 334. 322. Legendary Magic, Sunshine Everywhere. Chapter 334. Chapter 322. Legendary Magic, Sunshine Everywhere. The uncontrollable experimental accident had caused significant casualties, but the wizards gathered around did not retreat. After reinforcing their personal protections, they excitedly discussed that terrifying beam of light. In the process of researching magic, it often comes with risks. Various accidents are quite normal, so there are not a few wizards who suffer from severe injuries, blindness, amputations, deafness, or even death due to poisoning or explosions. However, this does not stop their research and passion for magic. With the standards of magic potion studies in the wizard land, as long as one is not dead on the spot, they can generally be saved. Such powerful magic. Raphael observed the destroyed houses and the solid tiles cut open on the ground, commenting with a sigh. The wizards present finally understood why Lynn had awarded Glenn the Morningstar Medal. It was not because of his experiment in measuring the speed of light with mirrors, but for this focused magic. Considering the destruction caused by this street, the focused beam of light could easily cut through houses and break the mage's shield within 50 meters, and within 100 meters, it could cause fatal injuries to unprotected enemies. Even if expanded to 300 meters away, the intense light could still blind or burn a person. Sanchez murmured, "The power of the beam itself is one thing, but the real terror lies in its speed. 100 kilometers distance is covered in the blink of an eye, rendering avoidance impossible. It's perfect for a sneak attack, hitting the target every time. Even in head-on combat, it is akin to holding a weapon with an effective killing range of over 100 meters. A flurry of slashes, and there would be nowhere to hide." Glenn was also somewhat in disbelief that his focused magic could be so terrifying. He had conducted related experiments in the past, but he had never concentrated the beam to such an astonishing degree. Of course, this was not solely his own merit. Anthony's deployment of thunder magic was indispensable. Glenn alone could not have produced such an intense beam of light. Aurora said with a smile, her mind already thinking of many ways to use the focused magic. Her previously established system of polarization magic, though very powerful and enigmatic, was often used for support, such as invisibility, visual deception, magic projection, creating blinding light, and so on. Now it can completely be used as a main combat method. Raphael congratulative. Glenn had a bittersweet expression. He did not expect that his much-anticipated experiment to measure the speed of light had achieved no results, while the focused magic, which he had not cared much about initially, had earned him the Morningstar Medal. However, the destruction of the street and the casualties caused by the experimental accident also gave him a tremendous headache. He would have to pay for these damages, and luckily, no one had died, or he would have been in big trouble. "Thank you for your guidance, Master Lin." Glenn did not forget to thank Lin, who had timely reminded him. Before, Glenn had envied and even felt jealous of the widely acclaimed star magic. Now, it was only admiration left. Lin's depth and breadth of knowledge far surpassed Glenn's imagination. It was obvious from his accurate observation that mirrors could not fully reflect light, and the phenomenon of light scattering that Lin might have conducted similar experiments long ago. The idea was your own. I must say that both the light-concentrating magic and the mirror reflection test for measuring the speed of light were quite good, Lin said with a smile. "It's just a pity the experiment still failed," Glenn sighed. Lin smiled and did not respond, for in fact, there weren't any significant issues with Glenn's idea. It was truly possible to roughly measure the speed of light. Of course, this was predicated on a sufficiently fast reaction time. According to data from his previous life, light would take approximately 3/10,000ths of a second to travel 100 kilometers, He wasn't sure if even legendary wizards could perceive this slight change, and now it seemed they obviously could not. He had overestimated the reaction capabilities of these wizards. However, Glenn's light-concentrating magic had also given him a pleasant surprise. The convenience of magic was indeed unexpected, and Lin couldn't help but think of the super-large solar concentration mirror the Federation had set up in the uninhabited area in his previous life. The generated high temperatures could instantly melt steel, and if focused at one point, could even reach several times the temperature of a star's surface. Lin felt that he could perhaps fly into the sky and perform a large-scale light-concentrating magic to recreate this aspect, and that would truly be sunshine everywhere. Thinking of this, Lin astonishingly discovered that he seemed to have grasped another legendary spell, but it required specific conditions like the season and weather, and it would only be powerful enough if used at noon in the summer. Perhaps he could even go a step further and create real laser magic. While Lin was contemplating this new magic, a group of wizards were discussing the failed mirror reflection experiment. In fact, there were not a few wizards who coveted the silver moon medal and had thought up all sorts of bizarre methods to complete the beam measurement. However, a common theme was the creation of a sufficiently long distance to record the time it took for light to traverse it, but reality threw cold water on their endeavors. This time, Glenn's experiment had already reached the pinnacle in all aspects. Even the legendary councilman had lent a hand. They really couldn't think of a way to simulate an even longer distance to measure the speed of light. Sanchez inquired with bewilderment. The assembly of wizards all turned their gaze to the star of magic. Lin nodded, paused for a moment, and then continued. Actually, my method is not complicated, without such a grand spectacle. Raphael and the others were speechless, but there wasn't much they could do, so they could only guess in their hearts what the not-complicated method Lin had mentioned could be. Harov wildly speculated, wondering if it could be that some magic was used to slow down the speed of light to fulfill the measurement requirements, or if creating a beam of strong light to shoot toward the moon, and then estimating based on the time and distance it took to reach it. Some wizards even maliciously thought that the Star of Magic was just putting on an enigmatic front, and it would be amusing if his experiment turned out to be a failure like Glenn's. Chapter 335, 323 Lin. To measure the speed of light, I only need a tiny gear. Chapter 335, Chapter 323 Lin. To measure the speed of light, I only need a tiny gear. Glenn's light beam measurement experiment, though ultimately a failure, pushed the curiosity of the wizards about the speed of light to another climax. Because the results of the experiment were too shocking, the terrifying power of condensing strong light into beams also made every wizard talk about it with great relish. It could be predicted that optics would become a direction many wizards would specialize in the future. However, regarding the measurement of the speed of light, the wizards were divided into two camps. Some insisted that the speed of light was infinite. After all, they could see the distant sun and the moon in an instant. Measuring the speed of light was simply absurd. Another group believed that the speed of light was finite because everything has its limits, and the light element was no exception. However, they could not think of how to continue the experiment. To light, even a distance of 100 kilometers was instant. If it had a speed, it had to be at least 10,000 kilometers per second to outpace everyone's reaction, knowing that the circumference of the eternal star under their feet was only over 40,000 kilometers. Sanchez had this idea come to mind. The venue would be large enough, but then how would they get there? Idiot, this planet is round, and light travels in a straight line. It would either be blocked or go off into the universe and not reach the other side, Raphael scoffed and said. Sanchez asked, annoyed. Raphael opened his mouth and then helplessly shook his head. This star of magic had too many ideas. Before last year's magic conference, who could have imagined that simply by erecting an icicle on the sea surface and measuring the length of its shadow, one could calculate the entire planet's circumference and volume? Therefore, Raphael also couldn't guess what new clever ideas the other party might come up with this time. Curiosity soared high, But this session of the Magic Conference still had to continue. Over the course of 3 days, a total of 3 recipients of the Morningstar Medal appeared. They were Glenn, who created the focus magic, Fula, who represented Anthony to explain the theory of electromagnetism, and Yoland, who made a rudimentary microscope. This male wizard of the prophecy school, after being rendered speechless by Lynn's rebuttal at last year's conference, was determined to learn from the pain and devoted himself wholeheartedly to research. While using the astronomical telescope to observe distant celestial bodies, Yoland suddenly had the idea to make some modifications to it and successfully created a microscope. Although the two had been at odds in the conference a year ago, Lynn did not take that small conflict to heart. Academic disputes were normal, no matter how intense. The other party did not intentionally use underhanded tactics to disgust him, so Lynn was quite generous in nominating Yoland for the Morningstar Medal. This magnanimity made Yoland feel ashamed. He was prepared to face targeting this time, and even wrote a speech of thousands of words in advance to explain the importance of this research. But unexpectedly, it was not needed at all, as Lynn was the first judge to propose awarding him the Morningstar Medal. Over these few days of collaboration, Raphael kept beating around the bush, hoping Lynn would reveal some details, but was continually dodged by the latter. He could only mutter to himself, wondering if Sanchez's guess was right, that this star of magic also didn't have full confidence in the experiment, hence the continued secrecy. Lynn did not pay attention to the various rumors raging through Wizard Land, and, after returning to the Aida school's restroom, called Alok and the others over to ask about their preparation. Alok and Pierce said wearily. They had spent 3 days crafting 10 gears of the same size, ranging from 500 to 1,200 teeth, and, as per the dean's instructions, they had to ensure precision. The distance between each tooth gap had to be exactly equal, with a precision of 1,000th of a centimeter. Only a formal wizard could achieve such refined craftsmanship, which was precisely why Lynn had brought them along. After all, someone had to do the work. Meanwhile, Lydia and Johnny were responsible for making the semi-lenses and reflective mirrors, and they too had completed their tasks. Lynn checked the various experimental supplies and nodded in satisfaction. Alok and the others were immensely curious about why the dean had asked them to make so many gears. Lydia raised her hand and asked. Lynn nodded. At night, in the city of Greenrill, wizards who had received the message to come watch the experiment crowded the entire square. The reputation of the magic star, coupled with the light speed measurement experiment, was something no one wanted to miss. Raphael said somewhat helplessly. He had been pondering over what methods to use for the experiment, but despite racking his brains, he hadn't come up with anything. Lynn said with a smile. Raphael and the others curiously looked towards the experimental setup in front of Lynn. The most conspicuous thing was the strangely shaped alchemical apparatus. After Lynn's explanation, they understood that this device was used to emit light beams, working on a principle similar to Glenn's concentrating magic. And on the city wall of the East District, a reflective mirror was placed exactly 4 kilometers away from this square. Nancy muttered softly, and the wizards present nodded in agreement. Glenn had used 100 mirrors, creating a range of 100 kilometers, yet had still ended in failure. Lynn's setup, although it spanned most of Greenrill City, covered only 8 kilometers when considering the round-trip distance, less than a tenth of Glenn's attempt. Measuring the speed of light seemed like a wild goose chase. Lynn pointed towards the item Alok was holding. Raphael recognized them at a glance. Such items were not unfamiliar to an alchemist, as they had been included in the steam engines previously developed by the Alchemist's Guild. What did this have to do with measuring the speed of light? Chapter 336. 324 My method is using gear and light speed. Chapter 336. Chapter 324 My method is using gear and light speed. Under the puzzled gazes of everyone, Alok installed the gear in front of the alchemical device that emitted light beams and placed a very strangely shaped piece of glass between them. It was then that Lynn finally began to explain. This is a semi-lens. Glenn looked back and forth in amazement. One side clearly displayed the scenery behind, while the other side was blurred. This experiment is also very simple, he continued. It involves the alchemical device emitting a beam of light. When the gear is stationary, the light passes through the gaps between the teeth and shines onto the mirror opposite. As he spoke, Lin activated the alchemical device, and immediately 2 beams of light appeared in the air. Just as he had said, the light passed through the semi-lens, over the gap between the 2 gears, and accurately hit the distant mirror before returning, passing through the gap in the gears again and hitting the semi-lens. But if the gear begins to rotate, Lin paused. Then with a thought, he caused the gear to slowly start turning under the influence of the mage's hand. Without needing much explanation from Lin, everyone could see that the light beam behind the large gear began to flicker, and the spot of light on the semi-lens also started to twinkle. This was because the returning light might either pass through a gap in the gear or be blocked by the gear. Just as the assemblage of wizards was frowning and pondering over this phenomenon, Lin spoke up again. Theoretically, if the gear's rotation speed is fast enough, the light that passes through the first gear gap and then travels the 8 kilometers back will just pass through the second gear gap. And in doing so, Glen's words were like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, causing an uproar among the wizards present. Said Raphael, his voice trembling. Previously, he had been wondering how this star of magic would measure the speed of light, and he had not anticipated that the other party would accomplish it with just a small gear. The brilliance of the method lay in its simplicity and cleverness. The crux of the experiment was to synchronize the time it took for the gear to rotate one segment with the time taken for the light to be emitted and returned. What was ingenious was that the light needed to travel a whole 8 kilometers, while the corresponding gear only needed to turn slightly to reach the second gap. That meant every tooth on the gear represented 8 kilometers of light traveled. If there were 1,000 teeth and they completed one full rotation, the light would have to travel 8,000 kilometers, and 10 rotations would amount to 80,000 kilometers. The wizards, who also grasped this revelation, couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. This small gear was like a super amplifier. The speed of light might be unimaginably fast, but similarly, the speed of the gear's rotation could also be increased to an incredible pace. Harov also remarked in awe. However, Lin was quite underhanded. The gear moved 5 millimeters, the distance of one tooth, while the light had to travel 8 kilometers, a difference of hundreds of thousands of times. In the end, one only needed to know the distance traveled by the gear multiplied by this ratio difference. Just by looking at the number of teeth on the gear and the number of times the disc rotated per second, one could calculate the speed of light. No wonder Lin was so confident he could measure the speed of light. Sanchez praised with a sigh. He was utterly convinced, wondering what kind of mind could come up with such an idea. However, many wizards in the audience still wore expressions of utter confusion. What exactly are you all talking about? Why can't I understand? But in order to maintain their dignity as wizards, they pretended to understand and nodded along, offering a few words of praise. Truly a star of magic. This idea is great. Amid the chorus of praises, there were also quite a few voices of dissent. Yasosi and others insisted that the speed of light was infinite. No matter how fast Lin could accelerate the gears, it would all be in vain. Lydia called out loudly. Lin nodded, instructing the halfling girl to start the internal combustion engine to increase the gear's rotation speed. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a 720-tooth gear began to rotate slowly, then faster and faster. 5 circles per second, 10 circles, 15 circles. Soon it turned into a blur. The light beam and the spot on the semi-translucent lens also flickered incessantly. Their frequency increased as the light constantly shifted between passing through and being blocked. It's so fast, the witch Nancy murmured to herself. She could no longer see the gear's speed of rotation clearly. 5 centimeters wide. At high speed, it would become a sharp cutting instrument. What if the light elements missed a gap? Wouldn't they become unseeable? Lin asserted confidently. Raphael quería interjectar. He wasn't the only one who noticed this change. It was so clear, it couldn't possibly be an illusion. As the gear's rotation speed increased again, a look of horror spread across the wizards' faces. Sanchez's eyes widened in amazement at the extraordinary scene before him. The thin beam of light emitted from the alchemical apparatus stopped at the gear during its return, and the light from the gear to the semi-translucent lens suddenly disappeared, not flickering in and out as before, and no light spot hit the lens anymore. This was the opposite of what Lin had predicted. Raphael almost tore off his own beard, his mind filled with confusion. That's because the light that passed through the gaps hit the teeth on its way back, indicating that the speed of light is finite. Lin's words echoed in everyone's ears. Chapter 337, 325. Light only needs 1 second to circle the continent 7.5 times. Chapter 337. Chapter 325. Light only needs 1 second to circle the continent 7.5 times. Under Lin's explanation, the assembled wizards finally realized what was happening, staring at the constantly rotating gear with faces full of horror. This gear actually blocked all the light elements trying to pass through the gaps, without exception. Yasosi and the others exclaimed in disbelief. The occurrence of such an eerie phenomenon directly proved that the speed of light was not infinite. Otherwise, each ray of light passing through the gaps would have instantly returned, and it would have been impossible for them to be blocked. Glenn muttered to himself. Just as Lin had said, they had already succeeded half the way. Now, they just needed to continue increasing the speed, and the returning light would gradually move backward, surpassing the blocking gears and reaching the next gap. Raphael asked eagerly. Lydia reported loudly. Raphael shouted. Lydia glanced at Lin and then, following the commands, increased the power of the internal combustion engine. The speed of the gear immediately went up several notches, a description only possible with exaggeration, and a fierce noise erupted by everyone's ears. So much so that spectators like Alok were somewhat concerned that the thing might suddenly break apart. When the acceleration reached 35 rotations per second, the spots of light still had not appeared, but the gear's speed was already nearing its limit. 5 centimeters. Even so, the gear circumference had reached an impressive over 7 meters, and maintaining such high rotation speeds could collapse at any moment. Harov stepped forward and directly cut off the power provided by the internal combustion engine, instead using magic to instantly accelerate the gear to over 40 rotations. To ensure accuracy, Harov did not increase the speed too hastily, but rather increased it at a steady rate. When the roulette's speed exceeded 52 rounds per second, every wizard present could clearly see light spots re-emerging on the half lens. This indicated that the light passing through the first gap had already reflected back from the second gap. Just as everyone was cheering in joy, the whole roulette exploded, and the splattered fragments flew in all directions like the sharpest daggers. Screams erupted from the crowd, but fortunately, Harov did not allow another experiment accident to occur. These flying roulette fragments, much like plunging into a bog, slowed down under the effect of the slow barrier, eventually hovering mid-air. Raphael asked excitedly. Harov confirmed confidently. This figure could not be mistaken. Raphael immediately calculated it in his mind. 720 teeth times 8 kilometers times a speed of 52 rounds. That is 299,920 kilometers per second. As this figure was calculated, a look of disbelief formed on the wizards' faces, and they even doubted whether they had made miscalculation. That was too fast. No wonder they had been unable to detect the trajectory of light in their prior measurements, which Nancy suddenly realized. The circumference of the continent they were standing on was only 40,000 kilometers. Sanchez furrowed his brow. Nearly 300,000 kilometers per second, which in their understanding was almost instantaneous. Only such a fast speed is sufficient to travel through the vast universe, Aurora reminded. For example, from the sun to this eternal star, the nearest point is about 140 million kilometers, and even at the speed of light, it takes more than 8 minutes. However, in the face of such distances and speeds, even these legendary wizards felt as insignificant as dust. Lydia calculated with her fingers and suddenly came to a stunning conclusion. The wizards of the prophecy school, like Yoland, suddenly thought that they might be able to measure the distances between various planets and themselves through the speed of light, which would serve as a cosmic ruler and provide them with an excellent reference to easily calculate previously difficult-to-assess data. Of course, this premise required them to calculate the speed of light in cosmic vacuum first. While all the wizards were amazed by the terrifying speed of light, Lin was thinking about another matter. The speeds of light in the two worlds were so closely matched. Lin pondered silently in his mind. If the data in the smart brain were not incorrect, the speed of light measured in his previous life was 299,792 kilometers per second. The slight difference could likely be attributed to measurement precision issues. Could this prove that the two worlds existed within the same universe? This was not an impossible notion, even though in his previous lifetime, the Federation had no occurrence of magic power. But humanity had not even completely mastered the small solar system. It was like living in a desert, assuming the vast expanse of sand was the entire world. Yet, the universe's vastness was far beyond anyone's imagination. Perhaps in some galaxy in the universe, there existed a miraculous substance known as magic power, or perhaps energy. Of course, the similarities between the two worlds were too great, and it was also possible that they were from another Earth in a parallel universe. However, these guesses were obviously not something that could be verified at the moment. Lin did not spend too much effort on this. Instead, using gears of different tooth counts already prepared to try the experiment several more times to verify its accuracy. Some variation in the final data appeared approximately a few hundred meters apart. For this outcome, the wizards present were all incredibly satisfied. Considering the monumental scale of light speed, it was simply not significant. Some even speculated that, like the speed of sound, light might vary in speed in different regions, which is why there were variations in the data from several measurements. Only Lin himself was slightly dissatisfied. The more accurate the determination of light speed, the better. However, with the current rudimentary conditions, it was simply not possible to produce more precise instruments for a while. What could be done was only the use of gears and octagonal mirrors, which, while convenient and easy to use, inevitably had some minor inaccuracies. Chapter 338, 326. The Empire's Griffin Knights Cross the Border. Chapter 338. Chapter 326. The Empire's Griffin Knights Cross the Border. After the light speed measurement experiment was completed, this year's academic symposium also finally came to a close, yet the method of using gears for measuring distance continued to fascinate many. What followed was the award ceremony held in the Sky Realm, where the nominees Fula, Glenn, and Yoland all received the Morning Star Medal without a hitch. Lin also once again obtained a Silver Moon Medal thanks to his light speed calculation experiment. However, regarding this award ceremony, the wizards were significantly divided in their opinions. Most wizards considered Lin's method of beam measurement to be nothing short of genius. Although this one experiment alone was far from meeting the requirements for a Silver Moon Medal, being a bit more lenient toward the genius was not such a big deal after all. Not to mention that the recipient had already received the Corona Medal before, and thus was not likely to arouse envy. Nonetheless, some wizards had their reservations about the Magic Star receiving the Silver Moon Medal. Despite the fact that Lin's experiment was extremely impressive, even stunning, the final result was merely the determination of the speed of light. And such medals were usually awarded to those who had made significant contributions to Wizard Land, developed legendary magic, or made important additions to the existing magic system. In their view, measuring the speed of light did not align with any of those criteria, and they felt that the council had set a poor precedent this time. As the focal point of the turmoil, Lin did not concern himself with either receiving praise or rebutting slander, continuing his research on basic elements and occasionally being pulled out by Raphael and others to become better acquainted with the archwizards remaining in Wizard City. As for the interactions with the archwizards, Lin did not decline. These were the elite among wizards, some of whom had won the Morning Star Medal or even the Silver Moon Medal multiple times. In a sense, they were the Newtons and Einsteins of this other world and the backbone of magical academia. 3 days after the academic symposium ended, all the members residing in Greenrill City received an invitation from the council, and Lin was no exception. He was well aware that the purpose of this meeting was most likely to discuss how to deal with the church's impending invasion. However, just before Lin was about to leave, Darren, who should have been far away in Yetta, ran over in a flustered manner with his people. Lin frowned, already having some suspicions in mind. Darren said breathlessly, handing over a sealed letter. This was much quicker than Lin had anticipated. He pondered for a moment, and then directly tore open the envelope. After reading it, his expression immediately turned very grave. 1 day earlier, on the border of the kingdom of Hatterada, 2 massive airships were hovering a kilometer high in the sky on routine patrol. As an honorable airship pilot, Hemi had dreamed since childhood of soaring through the sky as freely as the birds. Yet Hemi, lacking magical talent, was well aware that it was an unrealistic fantasy. A hoe and a plot of farmland was all he could foresee for his future, and if he was lucky, perhaps he could buy a camel beast to save some effort while tilling the land. But everything changed after a new dean arrived in Aida 2 years ago. Hemi put down his hoe and joined the newly established glass workshop because he could earn the wage of half a year in just 1 month there, and later heard that the dean planned to recruit some commoners to train them as airship pilots. Hemi could hardly believe his ears when he got the news. To him, the airships that were bigger than a house, yet could soar into the skies, were among the greatest magical creations of the wizards. Allowing them to spend money for the experience was already an immense favor. Could they, the magic-less commoners, really control such miraculous magical creations? But despite his confusion, Hemi resigned from his workshop job without hesitation and joined the pilot training. Besides figuring out how to control the enormous vessel, they also had to understand an alchemical device that always pointed towards the north or south, and they needed to learn arithmetic and arcane mathematics. For instance, how to estimate the distance between the airship and its target using appropriate landmarks and some simple formulas, which was just the most basic scouting subject. Poor Hemi, who had spent most of his life plowing the land, found the learning difficult and dizzying. According to some rumors, even some wizards found this arcane mathematics challenging. This effort undoubtedly brought him a very generous reward. His monthly wage went from 10 silver coins to 20, and he didn't need to toil day and night in the factory anymore, fulfilling his lifelong dream in another way. So when he learned that Dean Lin was going to select some airship pilots for a dangerous mission, Hemi didn't hesitate to participate. Half of it was to repay the dean's kindness, and the other part was because during the mission, the wage would be doubled. If they happened to sacrifice their lives by accident, their families would receive substantial compensation of 10 magic gold coins, and they would be well taken care of in the future, including free schooling for civilians. Hemi and the other pilots undoubtedly undertook the mission with a do-or-die attitude, but after wandering around the kingdom's border for more than a month, their tense spirits gradually relaxed, and they even began to feel that the wizard's warnings might have been somewhat exaggerated. At the moment, they were thousands of meters in the sky. All they had to do was to spot the Imperial troops crossing the border from afar, scout for intelligence with a telescope, and then return to Aida to report. What could possibly go wrong? Instead, patrolling back and forth in the same area for a month made Hemi incredibly bored. Although he loved the feeling of flying, circling the same spot had become tiresome. In his mind, Hemi fantasized about how great it would be to fly to the other end of the world. His assistant suddenly shouted, as if he had discovered something. Hemi immediately turned to look. In the distant sky, there seemed to be a golden cloud floating towards them. The more he looked, the stranger it appeared. Hemi used the telescope mounted on the airship to take a closer look. Then, his pupils shrank with realization. It wasn't a cloud, but a large group of creatures with eagle-like heads and the hindquarters of a flaming lion. Their shiny golden feathers, illuminated by the sunlight, created a golden halo that made them look like a moving cloud from a distance. Those were griffins, the Imperial Griffin Knights. Chapter 339, 327 Damaged Airship and Aerial Combat at the Frontier. Chapter 339, 327 Damaged Airship and Aerial Combat at the Frontier Wizard Land was devoid of such creatures as griffins. But before their departure, the esteemed wizards had shared intelligence regarding several special Imperial legions, one of which was the Griffin Knights. Hammy shouted at the top of his lungs, and his second-in-command immediately turned the airship around, fleeing toward the safety of the kingdom's interior, and at once pressed the button for optical invisibility. A spherical shield appeared instantly around the airship, and a massive vessel swiftly vanished amid a swirl of twisted light. The griffins in pursuit let out a series of shrill howls, yet contrary to Hammy's expectations, they did not scatter in confusion due to the loss of their target. Instead, they accelerated, organizing themselves into a ring and closing in, an increase in speed of more than double from before. Hammy cursed under his breath. Hammy, who knew very little about griffins, was unaware of their high olfactory sensitivity, which allowed them to detect the scent of prey's blood from several kilometers away. Simply disappearing from sight did not pose much of an obstacle to them, especially when it was invisibility enacted right before them. However, one could hardly blame Hammy and his crew for their lack of caution. The polarization magic that was applied to the airship was effective, but the amount of magic power consumed to hide such a behemoth was no small figure, and thus it was reserved for critical moments. Considering the possibility of having to remain outside for 2 to 3 months, the pilots naturally economized on the crystal stones wherever possible. They couldn't afford the luxury of keeping invisibility magic engaged for the entirety of a mission. In a race against time, Hammy and his crew swiftly pulled the joystick to its limit. After completing the challenging maneuver, vast amounts of magic power were transformed into hydrogen, fueling the engines at full throttle. The rest of the crew squeezed the triggers of their fire guns tightly, though at this distance they refrained from firing rashly. The airship's speed increased ever more rapidly, and the Griffin Knights, who had pulled close enough to form an almost encircling ambush, were astonished to find that this behemoth, akin to a battleship in the sky, suddenly erupted with a velocity surpassing the Griffin's flight. Duade, the captain of the Griffin Knights, had not anticipated this. In his view, alchemical apparatus of such immense size should move sluggishly, yet the speed of the airship proved unexpectedly swift. If this continued, they could only watch as their quarry escaped right before their eyes. D-Wade's gaze hardened. From this brief encounter, he had already classified this peculiar alchemy-created airship as a serious threat that had to be clearly identified and dealt with. Duade was acutely aware of the major role that a manned, stealthy, and extremely fast aerial vessel could play in warfare. They must stop the enemy at all costs. Preferably, they should capture the alchemical airship in as intact a condition as possible. With this in mind, Duade immediately lowered his head and communicated with the griffin beneath him, roughly estimating the positions and distances of both parties. Northeast, approximately 600 meters away. It was a height that eluded the reach of arrows, but Duade was full of confidence because before he became a Griffin Knight, he was a priest. As long as they could get far enough away, once the enemy lost track of them, they would be completely safe. Seeing the airship breaking out of the enemy encirclement with extreme speed, Hammy and his companions breathed a sigh of relief, their hearts swelling with the joy of a narrow escape. Even though they had been prepared to sacrifice themselves, if there was a way to flee, no one would complain about living too long. As long as they could get far enough away, once the enemy lost track of them, they would be completely safe. All the crew members present also relaxed in unison. The deputy, who had been on alert for enemy movements, suddenly felt a sense of warning surge within him, and, without hesitation, He threw himself onto Hammy, pinning him down inside the cabin. Almost in the very next second, a fierce shockwave came flying from afar, hitting the airship's cockpit directly. The massive airship shook violently, blasting one of its side panels to smithereens. Apart from Hammy and the deputy who had been pressed down in advance, the rest of the pilots were thrown out by the impact, smashing heavily against the cabin walls. However, before they could recover, the second wave of the offensive arrived. Duade and several other Griffin Knights, who were also clergy, again shouted loudly, as intense waves of light arrived in an instant, striking all over the cockpit. Even though the airship had been crafted with special materials, and each one was fitted with alchemy arrays like tenacity, solidification, lightness, wind protection, they still could not withstand the continuous divine arts bombardment. If it weren't for Duade and his companions wanting to capture this unique alchemical creation intact, the airship would have already been shot down. But even so, under the second wave of the offensive, the skyfaring airship was severely damaged, with its speed becoming slower and slower. Hammy, his eyes red, knew all too well what this meant. As someone who had studied the structure of airships, without power, it meant they had lost all hope of escape. Hammy turned his head to look at everyone present and shouted hoarsely. All the pilots, gunners, and observers on site cried out in unison, their faces showing a resolute expression. The lives of these civilians were incredibly cheap, and no one usually cared whether they lived or died. But in Aida, they could exchange a single life for a whole 10 magic gold coins. That was already enough. If they could kill a few more enemies, that would be a huge profit. After the shouting, Hammy and the others stopped dodging and instead took up their fire guns and shot at the approaching Griffin Knights. The successive gunshots soon rang out in the skies, a kilometer high. Since the Griffin Knights had never faced fire guns before and were unprepared for such strange weapons, several Griffins were hit within moments. But their victories were pitiful. As one of the elite creatures among magical beasts, Griffins were incredibly tenacious. Unless shot directly in the head or hit by several successive fire gun shots, they were far from being fatally wounded. One audacious Griffin Knight even charged ahead, relying on his exquisite flying skills and an unpredictable flight path. He fortunately dodged the first round of shooting, and before the next round could be loaded, he had already flown close to the airship. The Griffin Knight raised his war hammer with considerable pride, turning towards Hammy. On the other hand, took out a bottle from his pocket, filled with a peculiar liquid, and threw it directly at him. At that moment, the distance between them was only a little over 20 meters. Too late to dodge with the speed they were rushing. The Griffin under the Knight let out a sharp cry, and with a flap of its wings, a strong gust turned into a blade of wind that cut the incoming bottle of reagent in half. Chapter 340. 328. The Cracked White Phosphorus Fire. Chapter 340. Chapter 328. The Cracked White Phosphorus Fire. The Griffin Knight shouted, raising the war hammer in his hand towards Hammy and the others. In just a few seconds, the distance between them had closed to about 20 meters, while on the airship, Hammy and his companions were hurriedly loading their ammunition. Obviously, such a powerful alchemy device was not capable of rapid fire. He was determined to claim the first victory of the day. A smug look appeared on the face of the Griffin Knight, but in the next second he saw Hammy suddenly discard the musket in his hand, pull out a vial containing an odd liquid from his pocket, and smash it directly towards him. With the speed of their charge, dodging was clearly too late. The Griffin beneath the Knight let out a sharp cry, and with a flap of its wings, a gust of wind transformed into a wind blade, slicing the incoming vial of liquid right open. However, this was exactly what Hammy had intended, as the reagent was the latest creation from the Alchemy Research Institute, a magic potion called Cold Wind Breath. Of course, Lin had coined that name to align with the wizard's ways of naming. In actuality, it contained liquid nitrogen. As the container broke, the nearly minus 200 degrees of extreme cold instantly demonstrated its devastating power. A white vapor rapidly expanded, enveloping the Griffin Knight, and almost immediately, A thin layer of white frost appeared on his head, hands, and armor. The griffin below was no exception. Its powerful life force and magic resistance allowed it to struggle for an extra second before it crashed headfirst into the cockpit shield and then turned into an ice sculpture, plummeting from the kilometer-high sky. The other griffin knights, eager to claim the glory for themselves, quickly changed direction upon witnessing their comrade's fate, rapidly gaining altitude and beginning to attack the prominently visible gas bag above the airship. The gas bag was made of very tenacious camel beast leather, but under the claws of the griffins, it was no different from a thin sheet of paper and was soon scraped into cracks. Large amounts of hydrogen gas from within started to pour out. The reason for using hydrogen, which is more dangerous than helium, is naturally for convenience when it comes to self-destruction. Hammy and the others' resistance soon reached its limits. This airship wasn't equipped with anti-air firepower. After all, a cannon is quite difficult to hit an enemy that's rapidly moving in the sky, and not even as useful as the muskets in their hands. After experiencing the power of the muskets, the Griffin Knights didn't even bother to be on the same plane as them, flying higher or lower to launch their attacks. "Everyone, this is the last moment," Hammy said gravely, looking at the people around him. "They haven't continued using that powerful divine arts to attack, so there's only one possibility. They want to capture us alive and commandeer this airship. If they succeed, endless torture and humiliation await us." In response to him was silence. No one spoke, but their eyes were filled with determination. Hammy pressed a wooden button, and the bottom of the airship's cabin opened up, revealing a series of dark, head-sized cluster bombs filled with gunpowder and white phosphorus, possessing incredibly strong ground firepower. The airship had limited aerial capabilities, but was tremendously powerful against ground targets. If it had been an advanced force of less than 1,000 men crossing the border, this single airship could utterly crush them. But now, it had become a means to an end. Everyone silently lit their torches, deciding their fates with their own hands. At that moment, Duade was sabotaging the airship with several Griffin Knights when a vague premonition of danger, honed through long-term combat on the battlefield, arose in his mind. Duade trusted his intuition implicitly and immediately commanded the Griffin beneath him to leave the area, shouting loudly. The rest of his comrades faithfully executed his command, but unfortunately, they were a step too late. With 5 torches thrown down, a violent roar resounded through the sky, a kilometer high. Hundreds of shrapnel bombs exploded at the same time, and a massive airship disintegrated from the inside, eventually causing the hydrogen-filled balloons above to burst. The surging wave of fire instantly swept up a dozen nearby Griffin Knights. Continuous, agonized wails filled the air, as if it was raining fire from the sky. Those Griffin Knights who died instantly in the first wave of explosions were even considered lucky, in contrast to those merely touched by the firestorm, who faced true despair. Duade was among them, and with his exceptional sixth sense, he successfully escaped the core area of the explosion, but his body was still ignited by the sweeping flames. It was an indescribably intense, burning sensation. Duade struggled to pat out the white phosphorus fire on his body, but to no avail, his hands even started to burn. The Griffin beneath him went crazy, frantically shaking in the air, performing all sorts of stunts before it was wholly ignited, turning into a fireball as it plunged towards the ground. Having decided on a major effort to reclaim the kingdom, the church naturally didn't just deploy aerial units. Even the most elite divine punishment army was sent. After Duade and the Griffin beneath him crashed to the ground, the surrounding bishops immediately gathered around, casting the water healing technique, trying to extinguish the flames by manipulating the water molecules in the air. However, the situation did not improve, and Duade continued to howl in agony as the flames seemed to burrow into his flesh, burning from the inside out. Just as the bishops looked startled and at a loss, a voice rang in everyone's ears. "Stop! This hellfire was summoned by a wizard and can't be cleared by ordinary means." The speaker was a middle-aged man dressed in a red and gold robe, wearing an iron mask. Duade had been tormented by the terrifying white phosphorus fire to the brink of losing his sanity. But upon hearing Edwell's words, he clenched his teeth and held his breath. First, strip away the air, for that is the primary condition for combustion. Edwell raised his hand, and a gentle light enveloped Duade, immediately suppressing the dreadful white phosphorus fire. As Edwell spoke, the gentle white light suddenly transformed into a lethal weapon. A layer of flesh was stripped from all over D-Wade's body, almost leaving his bones faintly visible. His eyes widened, nearly passing out from the pain, but thankfully, the agony only lasted a few seconds. The lost flesh soon regrew under the effect of the divine arts. Chapter 341, 329 Lin. It's time for white phosphorus fire to be phased out. Chapter 341, Chapter 329 Lin. It's time for white phosphorus fire to be phased out. The entire healing process concluded within a mere 3 minutes, and by the time Duade stood up again, his injuries had completely healed. Edwell himself had experienced this eerie, immortal fire outside the harbor town, and the intelligence passed from the kingdom also emphasized that the enemy used this to annihilate tens of thousands of the kingdom's elite troops. Since he personally led the army this time, he naturally came prepared. "Thank you, Lord Edwell," Duade said gratefully, his expression filled with immense shame. He had taken the initiative to lead the team in order to capture that massive alchemical creation and figure out a way to break it. In doing so, the upcoming war could see fewer casualties, but who would have thought that not only would the enemy manage to destroy themselves successfully, but it also resulted in over a dozen Griffin Knights losing their lives. Duade was filled with regret. If it weren't for his desire to capture the enemy alive, they could have used divine arts to directly destroy that alchemical creation. Edwell's indifferent words rang in D-Wade's ears. The death of over a dozen Griffin Knights was the cost of destroying a single skyship, an outcome that Edwell found unacceptable. A Griffin Knight is typically selected from the Empire's elite troops or even the Divine Punishment Army, and with the tacit nurturing and combat training, it takes several years to form up, not to mention the cost of raising and training a Griffin from a young age. It could be said that just training a squadron of Griffin Knights would be enough to bankrupt a wealthy duke's domain, and yet here they lay dead. If it weren't for the imminent war, where every bit of strength was especially precious, Duade would probably have been taken back to face the Judgment Court's arbitration. Duade swore fervently. Edwell nodded his head in approval, while at the same moment, the remaining Griffin Knights flew in, bringing back the bodies of their comrades. The deaths of these men were more horrific than the last. Some died from explosions with mutilated bodies. Others had pits and cavities eaten away by white phosphorus fire, flames still burning persistently. For returning their comrades' bodies, the surviving Griffin Knights had also suffered greatly. Due to the lack of intelligence, many of them were contaminated with this terrifying flame. Without waiting for Edwell to act, the other bishops began to heal these men in the same fashion. This peculiar hellfire was very tricky to extinguish, but once the method to counteract it had been learned, even a bishop could handle it. After giving a few instructions, Edwell moved toward 2 bodies covered in frost, extending his hand to sense them. Despite not truly touching them, the temperatures below -100 degrees still caused his palm to have a vaguely freezing sensation. Such a terrible chill. Edwell's expression grew solemn. It was yet another troublesome magic, and what concerned him even more was that according to D-Wade's report, the gigantic alchemical creation was operated by ordinary people with no magic abilities. Yet by leveraging alchemical and magical creations, they had caused considerable casualties to the Empire's elite Griffin Knight order. Musing, Edwell suddenly turned his head as if he sensed something and looked towards the direction of the distant sky. 4 kilometers aloft, another airship was speeding towards the direction of Aida. Alec, acting as the captain, was observing the enemy situation through a telescope. When he suddenly saw Edwell turn his head in their direction, Alec was startled. To spot us from such a distance, Alec involuntarily took a sharp breath, feeling his legs weaken slightly. The airships that patrolled an area always operated in pairs, spaced 3 to 5 kilometers apart. Firstly, it allowed mutual support in case of an emergency, and secondly, to prevent someone from using powerful divine arts to shoot down an airship and then silently invade the kingdom's territory. Initially, Alec had intended to rush to the rescue when he saw the airship where Hammy was stationed being attacked. But to his dismay, within just a few minutes, they witnessed the airship surrounded by Griffin Knights and ultimately self-destructing into a ball of fire. Alec instantly realized it was too late, promptly abandoned the rescue plan, and steered his airship to flee at full speed. Now, the most crucial task was to bring back all the intelligence from this place intact. In Greenrill City, within the Corona Tower of the Sky Realm, more than 100 council members were gathered in the meeting room, continuously sharing the intelligence sent from Aida. The other council members nodded in agreement. 5 civilians, unable to use magic, had sacrificed their lives to take down more than 10 Griffin Knights. In a sense, their deaths were very valuable. The selling price of the latest model airship was only 2,000 magic gold coins, with production costs being even lower. Lynn, however, felt quite sorry for Hammy and the others. In his view, 5 skilled pilots were far more precious than killing a few Griffin Knights. Now, the production speed of airships in the workshops of Aida was quite fast, but the scarcity of pilots was very significant, and they were not easy to train. I just read in the intelligence report that the Holy Court seems to have found a way to counteract the immortal fire, one council member hesitantly said. Upon hearing this, all eyes in the room turned to Lynn. Due to the council's publicity and various rumors circulating among the common folk, they were very familiar with the legendary exploits of this star of magic and naturally understood that he could create a kind of undying hellfire. Back when Lynn was only a third-ring wizard, he used it to destroy half a town and also employed it not long ago to defeat the kingdom's elite troops. These 2 annihilation-level victories were undoubtedly very impressive, making the unique fire practically a hallmark of this star of magic. Rumors said that Lynn had summoned this substance from the endless depths of perdition. The fire would burn and devour a person's skin and flesh, and even a small touch meant an inescapable fate of death. This time, the sacrifice of Hammy and the others led to such favorable battle results. Noteworthy was Lynn's invention of the white phosphorus fire grenade. Raphael, of course, did not believe in so-called hellfire, but he also didn't expect the Holy Court to find a countermeasure so quickly. Chapter 342, 330. Why don't you try my laser anti-aircraft cannon? Chapter 342, Chapter 330. Why don't you try my laser anti-aircraft cannon? Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, Lynn remained composed and spoke casually. It was precisely because of this that after entering the wizard land, he had been very careful in keeping the information about white phosphorus confidential all along. This stuff was only good for bullying those uneducated bishops within the Sika's empire. If dared to be used on a large scale in wizard land, it wouldn't take long for a wizard to replicate it. After all, phosphorus isn't difficult to manufacture, and in order to achieve mass production, he had even shared the technique with a few trustworthy wizards within the Alchemical Research Institute. In fact, after breaking through to Grand Wizard, the importance of white phosphorus had greatly diminished for Lynn because it wasn't quite sufficient in battles of that caliber. Not to mention, a single vacuum domain could significantly reduce its power. Even if white phosphorus fire were produced on a large scale, it would only be equivalent to the power of 4th or 5th-tier magic. The properties of white phosphorus also determined that its potential wasn't too high. However, that did not matter. Among the many terrifying weapons recorded in the intelligence, white phosphorus incendiaries could only be described as unremarkable. The main reason he chose it as the first option was because it was relatively easy to produce. Exactly these days, I have already conceived a new, more powerful flame magic, and it's also time for it to be phased out, Lynn said with a sense of nostalgia. White phosphorus fire had once served as his trump card, solving many problems for himself, but now it was somewhat unable to keep up with his growth. As a Grand Wizard, he could easily achieve many things that were previously impossible, such as creating chemical elements of more complex composition. For other wizards, creating a powerful new magic wasn't an easy task. It was often a matter of spending years or even decades, but for Lin, looking through the data stored in the intelligence always sparked some inspiration. Raphael and the others twitched at the thought that there was a flame magic more powerful than that hellfire, deeming it preposterous already. Lin had no intention to elaborate further, but instead tapped the conference table with his hand, shifting everyone's focus away from white phosphorus fire as they had more important matters to attend to. Based on the intelligence gathered by the pilots using telescopes, the invading Imperial Army this time should exceed 30,000 troops. And their leader is a man wearing an iron mask and a robe of red gold. His face is hidden, and his age is unknown, Lin said solemnly. Although the two had faced each other across the sea at the port town, Lin did not have such good eyesight back then, so he knew that someone had summoned the phantom of a goddess, stopping the spread of white phosphorus fire, but he did not know who it was. The one leading them should be Edwell, a cardinal of the church who is rumored to be highly valued within the church, and even has the potential to become the next judgment chief, Herav explained. He often stayed in the wizard land and had not gone out much, but that did not mean that the council did not have spies within the empire. He was clear about such basic information. Last year, Greenrill City was almost destroyed by those fanatical doomsday cultists. With a painful lesson learned, Herav invested even more in the intelligence system. Yet now it seemed to have had little effect, because 3 days prior his spies had told him the Imperial forces should still be gathering in the east. In contrast, they had already turned and entered the kingdom's territory. Had it not been for Lin's airships constantly monitoring the border, they might still be in the dark. Lin frowned. He had certainly heard of this most elite corps of the church. There were rumors that every member of this legion had received the blessing of the gods and were incredibly valiant in battle, the elite of the elite. Aurora reminded everyone, even if the church was arrogant, they wouldn't send such a small force here. Even if it was an elite unit, it was the same. The continuous stream of bad news had the council members looking worried. The wholly armored troops on the ground weren't too much of a concern. No matter how elite they were, with the more advanced firearm squads, they still had a fighting chance. But the Griffin Knights in the sky were a difficult problem that wasn't so easily solved. As long as they existed, the airships couldn't take off to bomb, and their magic would hardly hit the Griffin Legion in the sky, which was very fast and responsive. It couldn't possibly be that they had to resort to airships self-destructing every time, could it? The intelligence was clear. This time the Griffin Knights aimed to take control of the airships, capturing the pilots alive, which was a great opportunity. Otherwise, they could have just used divine arts from a distance to destroy them outright. Maybe we can consider having some shaping wizards transform into flying magical beasts to protect these airships, one of the senior wizards suggested. Sanchez rebuked the impractical idea vehemently, which was practically a jest at the shaping wizards' lives. Once a magical transformation was complete, the wizard would lose some of their spellcasting abilities. It was very difficult to defeat such powerful magical beasts as the Griffins one-on-one in the sky, not to mention the Griffin Knights who could coordinate and cast divine arts. The senior wizard asked with a sneer. His idea would undoubtedly lead to significant losses, but still served as a strategy. Sanchez was at a loss for words for a moment, and after some thought, he hesitantly proposed that they could keep the airships grounded, giving up air superiority. If those Griffin Knights dared to attack close to the ground, they would hit back hard with firearms and magic. Amid the discussion, Lin suddenly spoke up. The appearance of these Griffin Knights had somewhat surprised him too. Developing new types of flying machines was obviously already too late. Instead, they might as well try laser defense systems. Aurora looked at Lin in surprise, then quickly caught on. Herav and the others felt a glimmer of hope. This was indeed a good idea. Those Griffin Knights were fast and agile, weren't they? But could they be as fast as light? That was a laser traveling nearly 300,000 kilometers per second, fast enough to circle the continent 7.5 times. Chapter 343. Even with the aid of the secret magic society, it may not be possible to defeat such a monster. Chapter 343. Even with the aid of the secret magic society, it may not be possible to defeat such a monster. Lin's words opened a new world to those present, as they had already experienced the terrifying power of laser magic during the recent experiment to measure the speed of light. Especially at the moment the beam was emitted, there was simply no one who could evade it. However, it was not without its drawbacks. The greater the distance, the weaker the intensity, with an effective killing range of about 300 to 400 meters. To deal with griffins that could fly thousands of meters high, the weapon would need further refinement to enhance its power. A group of councilmen discussed the improvement plans for this beam magic with great enthusiasm. Since their understanding of optics was still at a basic level, these improvement plans revolved only around creating a stronger light source and how to focus it to a single point. It was Raphael who suggested they could simply equip airships with wizards proficient in light-based magic to launch attacks from the sky, which would significantly shorten the distance. Lin did not join the others in their discussion, but he already had a corresponding plan in mind. The laser magic he spoke of was not just about gathering light. Simply put, a laser is light emitted by stimulated emission of radiation from atoms, occurring when the electrons in the atoms absorb energy and jump from a lower energy level to a higher one, then fall back to the lower energy level, releasing energy in the form of photons, touted as the most accurate ruler and the fastest knife. The Federation's laser weapon technology was already very refined, and all he needed to do was translate the relevant theories into magic, a task he estimated would take just a few days. Sanchez, who also abstained from the discussion due to his lack of research in optics, was instead very interested in something else. Yes, Lin nodded. Herav asked curiously. He knew well that even just a projection of Ella possessed power surpassing that of a great wizard, which was not something Lin and others could contend with. The wizards present were all curious about this point, as the Magic Daily described the final outcome of the battle, but did not elaborate much on the process. Lin shook his head and spoke casually. In fact, the overall plan to establish the Magic Kingdom was decided by Anthony and me. Does that mean they didn't have the assistance of a legendary wizard? Herav was puzzled, wondering how they had managed to defeat the projection of the pseudo-god. Lin, seeing the crowd's curiosity, saw no need to hide the truth and briefly described the battle for the capital. They had combined the power of hundreds of official wizards and the sixth-ring Great Wizard Anthony to charge the special electromagnetic railgun with thunder magic, delivering a strike comparable to that of a legendary. Of course, the electromagnetic railgun, damaged due to overloading from that shot, was then sent away for repairs. Aurora exclaimed in amazement. When Lin had first mentioned the Magic Kingdom plan, she thought it was devised by the leaders of the secret magic society. After all, carving out a kingdom from the heart of the empire, the strongest region of the church, was such a bold move that it was truly astonishing. The most critical point was that Lin and the others had indeed accomplished it. As for magic creator Vittorio, he was quite interested in this type of electromagnetic weapon, having used it once a year ago when facing August, and its power remained fresh in his memory. Lin said, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Looking back, that battle was indeed perilous. Despite having used the safest method, calling upon the celestial phenomenon and taking advantage of the terrain to directly take out Enloak, he hadn't expected the adversary to have the ability to entrust his soul to another's body, and even with the prayers of tens of thousands of devout believers, managed to summon the projection of that goddess. It wasn't until later that he learned from Hadar that the relic Anluok used to summon the divine's projection was always kept in the church for the believers to worship. Thankfully, he had prepared the trump card of the electromagnetic railgun in advance. Otherwise, he really might have been at a loss. The church's attention was also being drawn away, just as they had anticipated. Aurora asked somberly, This was the war's most significant variable and their greatest concern. Having won the war of faith, what Ella did was even crazier than all the spiritual energy wizards before her. She created the church, named herself the true God, fabricated the creation mythos in the Bible, and after centuries of domestication, turned the entire empire into a pasture of faith, with no one knowing the extent of her power's growth. Aurora couldn't guess whether the adversary had found a way to rid herself of spiritual pollution. As for the church's so-called divine descent technique, based on her speculation, it was likely a form of more powerful projection magic, using the object of faith as the anchor, allowing her own will to descend. It's hard to say, but I think she must have been significantly affected. Lynn pondered for a long time. Having witnessed the divine's projection twice before, his impression of her was profoundly deep, and these manifested incarnations were all imbued with a sense of holiness and mercy. As to whether she had been completely corrupted by faith, Lynn was not bold enough to make a hasty decision. But what he could confirm was that the avatar they faced indeed lacked some of the liveliness it should have had, which was an important reason why the railgun managed to hit its target. Lynn shared all his conclusions and the details he had observed. The legendary councilman obviously breathed a sigh of relief, their greatest worry being that Ella had found a way to free herself from soul corruption. Although the accumulation over hundreds of years and tens of millions of believers within the empire could provide unimaginable magic power support, for wizards the most important thing was still the accumulation of knowledge. That was the true essence of a wizard's strength. Aurora couldn't imagine how terrifying an opponent who had lived for 800 or 900 years, harvested countless souls as nourishment, and possessed rationality would be. That was definitely an enemy no one would want to face. Not to mention relying on the power of the council. Even with the aid of the secret magic society, they might not necessarily be able to defeat such a monster. Chapter 344, 332. Terrified Hadar and the Rebellious Kingdom's Nobility. Chapter 344. Chapter 332. Terrified Hadar and the Rebellious Kingdom's Nobility, Herav said with a relieved tone. If the magic level of Ura still remained at the standard of a few hundred years ago, then the combined strength of them would be enough to defeat the enemy. Vittorio reminded him, setting aside the actual strength of the Era entity for the moment. The church alone is not so easy to deal with. It has grown into a massive entity after hundreds of years of development. On the surface alone, they would have to face at least 5 legendary enemies. Lynn nodded as well. That divine's projection had displayed a sort of power that seemed capable of distorting space and even slowing down time, which significantly concerned him. This was only an incarnation, and one could only imagine how powerful the true Era would be when utilized. The discussion on war matters continued throughout the morning, and the response of the council was exceedingly rapid, quickly conveying the war orders down the chain of command. More than 200 flying ships had completed their assembly by evening, majestically setting sail towards the distance. The 4 armored vessels docked at Yaida Harbor also embarked on their distant voyage to the sound of their horns, under the watchful eyes of the townspeople. "War is upon us," Mary murmured to herself as she gazed at the sky-obscuring flying ships and the massive fleet of armored vessels, with a tinge of concern in her heart. War was a foreign word to the long peaceful civilians of Yaida town, but the sailors from the Sika's empire would also describe the gruesome scenes of the Lord's battles against each other in the taverns. All Mary could do was silently hope in her heart that they would achieve victory in this war. Meanwhile, on the flying ships and armored vessels, there was a different scene. The musketeers who had been dispatched to carry out missions in the kingdom were bragging about how they had effortlessly defeated those tin cans charging in iron armor, without any casualties throughout the operation. One fortunate musketeer even became a lord with a large tract of land to his name after killing some prince. Others who had distinguished themselves in the war for the capital had also received a great deal of rewards. Old York was no exception. Due to his valiant performance in the fight, he even followed Ryder and others in the capture of the city gates. He was promoted from an ordinary private to a non-commissioned officer capable of leading a small team and was awarded as many as 10 magic gold coins. For Old York, who was just a hunter 2 years ago, 5 magic gold coins was an undoubted fortune. He had never seen what gold coins looked like before, but now he had seen them, not only shimmering, but also engraved with incredibly exquisite patterns. These gold coins could be exchanged for enough wheat to make a small hill, enough to feed him for most of his life. But now Old York was no longer content with just having enough to eat. He had much higher aspirations. Apart from becoming a higher-ranking warrant officer, he wanted to buy a nice alchemical internal combustion car and even send his child to public school, who might one day join the Alchemical Research Institute and become an assistant to the wizards. All these things, which Old York would not have dared to dream of before, now seemed within easy reach. Moreover, recently in Yaida, many factories opened up, producing all sorts of fascinating new things, exciting Old York immensely. For instance, there was something called electric lights, which could illuminate the night as bright as day, much better than candles, and had become a new fashion in Yaida. All this needed to be seized on the battlefield, and he was still very confident in his marksmanship, absolutely hitting whatever he aimed at within 70 meters. We got to be on point this time. Can't let those damn kids steal the spotlight again. Old York clenched his new model musket, muttering to himself. Previously, when the whole city was out to capture the Crown Prince, Old York was lucky enough to run into him. As fate would have it, a greenhorn with worse marksmanship ended up taking the credit. Otherwise, he would be the one receiving vast lands and becoming a lord by now. The next day, at noon, in the royal capital at Yaida Harbor, in the grand hall of the palace, a host of nobles from the kingdom gathered, yet they were all silent as statues. The new King Hattar, however, was fuming with rage, cursing loudly. Those bastards! Damn them! Damn them all! 3 days ago, Hattar had already received news of the Sika's Empire army crossing the border. At first, he didn't pay much heed, as the kingdom's grand army had also been assembled in preparation for the war. But the turn of events far exceeded his expectations. One by one, the eastern border lords of the kingdom defected without putting up any resistance. As a result, within a mere 3 days, the invaders had already penetrated deep into the kingdom's heartland, swiftly taking control of numerous cities. Furthermore, the northern border lords were becoming restless, and several Earl border lords outright rejected the kingdom's draft order. How could Hattar not feel furious? And deep down, a tinge of fear was beginning to emerge. Those nobles who vocally swore fealty to him had switched faces in the blink of an eye. This led to the originally projected 50,000-strong army meant to confront the empire, ultimately scraping together only about 30,000 men. And most of them were hastily conscripted peasant soldiers with little training. In the midst of Hattar's hysterical roars, nobles loyal to the king like Guard displayed expressions of worry, although quite a few others looked on as if watching a farce. They scoffed at the notion of a so-called independence war. Once the Papal Legion arrived, any resistance would be in vain. It was only because Hattar had confined them in the royal capital that they were forced to follow orders. The next moment, the tightly shut doors of the grand hall flew open, and a familiar voice that everyone present recognized and feared sounded. "Please, ease your worries, Your Majesty Hattar. They are merely lords who fail to see the severity of the situation." "Lord Lynn, Master Anthony, you have finally arrived," Hattar said, looking toward the door with relief. Inside the grand hall, the scheming nobles shuddered upon glimpsing Lynn's figure and quickly reined in their petty thoughts. Just over a month ago, they had witnessed firsthand as he manipulated celestial phenomenon with a wave of his hand, annihilating thousands from the kingdom's royal guards. Not to mention, in front of tens of thousands of residents in the capital, he even killed a god that had descended in avatar form. This seemingly young wizard standing before them had already become the most powerful and terrifying figure in their eyes. Chapter 345, 333. The Parade That Shocked the Kingdom. Happy New Year. Your Majesty Hattar, we have arrived late, and for that, please accept our apologies, Lin said with a slight nod, giving the new king all due respect. And just like a traveler who had grasped a life-saving straw out of despair, Hattar hurriedly spoke. Please, your majesty, remain calm. Lin soothed the agitated Hattar, taking his time. It must be said, compared to his father, King Basil, this second prince's cultivation and demeanor were severely lacking. As for those nobles in the eastern part of the kingdom who had switched allegiances, Lin was not surprised at all. After all, the church's power had been long established within the kingdom, and their occupation of the capital was nothing more than a cunning move, hardly enough to win everyone over. Such a situation was within his expectations. Lin looked around at the nobles with various thoughts running through their minds and slowly said, Reinforcements from the lands of wizards should have already arrived. Marquis Mordand said mockingly. Years ago, he was fortunate enough to witness the triumphant return of the Punishment Army from their crusade against foreign demons in the Holy City, a force that was simply invincible. It was said that the personnel of these punishment armies were selected from the elite of the military, and even from among witch hunters, with all members being knights who receive God's blessings. It can be said, quite literally, that merely 3,000 or 4,000 of them could sweep across the entire kingdom. And then there were those precious Griffin Knights, each a clergy member in their own right. What kind of army could stand against the church? Under Lin's lead, King Hattar and the assembly of nobles stepped out of the grand palace hall. Upon exiting, Mordand immediately sensed something was amiss, for instead of warm sunshine, there was darkness. Has it turned dark? Asked Guard, now a duke, completely baffled, while another noble beside him stared in horror at the sky. All present lifted their heads, and then saw that immensely shocking sight. Hundreds of flying ships hovering 100 meters above, each as large as a house. They stretched out, covering the sky, their vast shadows spreading over the entire palace, creating an odd scene where, though it was afternoon, it appeared as if night had fallen. Even though Lin had employed flying ships in the war that led to the annihilation of the kingdom's elite, this was the first time such a contraption was displayed before everyone's eyes. The awe brought on by these gigantic aerial objects was unspeakable, and even Mordand, who had previously worn a mocking expression, was now too shocked to speak. Lin's call broke through the nobles' stupor, awakening them from their reverie. By the time they reached the square, these sky ships had already neatly landed in the vast plaza. The army from the mysterious land of wizards was unlike anything they had known before. Bizarre in composition, not a single person wielding sword or spear, nor using crossbow arrows. Rows upon rows of rifle-bearing soldiers dressed in formal attire descended from the flying ships under everyone's gaze, their bayonets glinting, sparkling brightly under the harsh sunlight. Mordand and others furrowed their brows deeply. In the months following the battle at the capital, they had collected much intelligence, which naturally allowed them to recognize that the items in these people's hands were a peculiar weapon known as firearms. These firearms were powerful enough to pierce iron armor from 100 steps away, and when fired, the sound was akin to thunderclap. Previously, Mordand had assumed that the 3,000 firearm troops that had taken the capital were the limit these devil's believers could muster, given that such alchemical contraptions should be difficult to make. He had not expected that there would be enough of these weapons to equip an army of 10,000. What concerned him even more was the transport of those strange ironclad lumps from the aerial ships, such heavy objects, without horses or camels to transport them. Yet they moved effortlessly. Mordand couldn't comprehend where the propulsion came from and guessed it must be some sinister magic from the wizards. For this first battle against the church, both Lin and the council had taken it extremely seriously. They could only win, not lose, else all their previous efforts would be for naught. Lin had brought nearly everything that could be brought: cannons, alchemical armored vehicles, electromagnetic railguns, and those ironclad ships sailing on the high seas. However, due to the limited carrying capacity of the aerial ships, this was merely the first wave of reinforcements, totaling around 12,000 men. Even such a small-scale parade was shocking enough for Mortan and the others. King Hattar curiously inquired. What he could think of was naturally to have these iron boxes rampage across the battlefield, but he knew it couldn't be so simple, even with just a guess. Facing those fearsome cannon muzzles, they even had a vague feeling of facing death itself. "You'll naturally know in a few days," Lin said with a smile, showing no intention of revealing more. These high nobles from the kingdom were practically being detained in the capital, allowing Hattar to swiftly bring much of the kingdom under control. Who knew if anyone could bypass their surveillance and secretly leak information about them to the church? The very purpose of this flagrant parade was to stabilize the situation, deter any devious thoughts, and prevent internal strife within the kingdom from creating a burdensome situation, both internally and externally. Naturally, information on those newer weapons couldn't be revealed so easily. Looking at the effects so far, it seemed quite satisfactory. Lin's gaze swept across the faces of the terrified nobles and then looked towards the observing commoners in the distance. Lin's deliberate secrecy caused King Hattar some dissatisfaction, but he was well aware that the kingdom of Hadlata now needed to rely on these wizards to confront the church, so he suppressed his slight discontent. After the brief parade ended, Lin transferred the prepared laser emitter schematics to Anthony, instructing this master of electromagnetism to study them and, hopefully, manufacture them quickly to be ready for the upcoming war. As for Lin himself, he returned to the residence arranged for him by Hattar to work on developing new flame magic. This time, he did not come to the kingdom of Hadlata in the form of a magic projection, but in person. To support the war, the council had dispatched a full 1,000 wizards to the capital, including several archwizards, and even the legendary councilman would act when necessary. As the planner, the key connection between Wizard Land and the Secret Magic Society, he certainly could not be an exception. Chapter 346, 334 Lin. The True Immortal Fire, Hell's Fire, Chlorotrifluoride. Chapter 346, Chapter 334 Lin. The True Immortal Fire, Hell's Fire, Chlorotrifluoride. Lin entered the depths of the mansion alone and ordered Alok and others, as well as the servants and guards of the manor, not to disturb him. Then he silently recited in his mind. Contract target, Lin physical vitality, high magic power scale, 485 spiritual power rating, Grand Wizard 4 rings. Spell slots, white phosphorus, flame touch, liquid nitrogen, frost domain, lesser, magic protection, mage shield, magic barrier, lesser, deflection field. 4 rings, space oscillation, iron sandstorm, electromagnetic cannon, 3 times the speed of sound, deflection field, advanced projection technique, vacuum domain, slow barrier. Magic domain users, 43. After being promoted to Grand Wizard, Lin found that his magic power had increased by about 5 times that of before, and his computing power had also grown synchronously, enhancing his control over the elements. However, compared to other Grand Wizards, the number of 4-ring spells he mastered was not many, only totaling to 6. Among them, vacuum magic and slow barrier are applications of the domains he possessed, commonly used by the majority of Grand Wizards. The rest of the spells included space oscillation, which had a high magic consumption and was a short to mid-range armor-piercing and high-damage spell. Meanwhile, the electromagnetic cannon was Lin's solution for long-range combat deficiencies, powerful and fast, but requiring a second or 2 to prepare. In battles among Grand Wizards, he still lacked a wide-range spell that could be released quickly to suppress opponents. The 4-ring spell, Iron Sandstorm, though quite good and impressive when bolstered with thunder magic, still couldn't satisfy Lin. Prior to becoming a Grand Wizard, this position had always been dominated by white phosphorus fire. 4 low-ring wizards and bishops who couldn't create a vacuum domain. White phosphorus fire was nothing short of a nightmare, and what Lin was planning to prepare this time was something to replace it. a compound so dangerous that even the infamous Nazis hesitated to equip their armies with it, and the most terrible terrorists were afraid of it, named chlorotrifluoride. If anything deserved the name of hell's fire, white phosphorus could barely make the cut, but chlorotrifluoride was undoubtedly it. 3 degrees Celsius, existing as a colorless gas at room temperature and turning into a green liquid when cooled, primarily used as aviation rocket fuel and in nuclear fuel processing and post-processing. It itself is non-flammable but reacts violently with materials. In some ways, chlorotrifluoride is an upgraded version of white phosphorus, possessing many of the same properties but more powerful and terrifying. At least white phosphorus fire could be suppressed by water, would not burn at low temperatures until the temperature rose again, and could be buried using non-flammable materials like soil and sand. However, these methods used against white phosphorus fire were ineffective in front of chlorotrifluoride, as it could even burn metals, sturdy concrete, and sandstones. Yes, it really did burn, not just corrode slowly like white phosphorus. When chlorotrifluoride encounters water, it immediately creates an ultra-high temperature explosion. It can only be described as downright unreasonable, because fluorine and chlorine are both elements with extremely strong electronegativity. Once combined, they frenziedly plunder electrons from nearby. And we all know that elements are composed of atomic nuclei and electrons. So, theoretically, any substance could become nourishment for chlorotrifluoride. This is the true undying flame and hell's fire. Once this thing starts burning in a laboratory, the only hope is to discover it and immediately run upwind fast, as there is no effective method to extinguish it. Lin did not originally produce this thing because chlorotrifluoride is extremely unstable, and using it as the core in casting a spell could indeed lead to uncontrollable situations where one burns oneself to death. This is also why, despite its incredible power, chlorotrifluoride has not been made into a weapon to dominate battlefields. Those in history who attempted to do so were not few, but without doubt all suffered greatly during the transportation stage. Even if placed in specially treated metal containers, it's not 100% safe. But now Lin had been promoted to a great wizard, and with greatly improved control over magic power and elements, he dared to attempt to harness this extremely dangerous compound. Lin pulled up all the information about chlorotrifluoride in his compute brain, and the chemical equation for its preparation could be gleaned from the name. Cl2 plus 3F2 equals 2ClF3. After carefully reviewing the red annotated precautions several times, Lin closed his eyes and began the complex synthesis of elements. The magic power within his domain surged rapidly, creating a vacuum area to prevent chlorotrifluoride from getting out of control, which is probably the only way to control it, avoiding contact between chlorotrifluoride and any other matter. Of course, igniting this substance does not need oxygen. In a vacuum state, it can burn objects just by contact because its essence is plundering electrons. In a designated vacuum domain, Lin opened 2 canisters, which stored fluorine and chlorine elements respectively. The 2 elements quickly wafted out and, under the control of spiritual power, floated within the domain. Lin was extremely careful, forcibly confining all elements within a palm-sized space, letting them contact and collide with each other. Even with the power of a great wizard, one still couldn't control a single element with absolute precision, like making them completely immobile, achieving a sort of magical effect similar to stopping time within a certain range. A wizard could only direct the elements through spiritual power, such as instructing left or right, or use magic power to slow them down as much as possible, maintaining a lethargic state. Whether forcibly creating a vacuum domain or controlling elements to collide in a specific ratio, the consumption of magic power and spiritual power is substantial. If Lin were still a third-ring wizard, he would face the predicament of spiritual power depletion within just a few seconds. Fortunately, he had now been promoted, and such a level of consumption was still within an acceptable range. Even so, Lin struggled an entire afternoon. After several attempts, he finally synthesized the element he wanted. A peculiar element emerged in Lin's palm, the four elements tightly adhering together, forming a T-shape with one short bond and two long bonds. This is the compound known as one of the most dangerous chlorotrifluoride. Chapter 347, 335, Defeated Lin. This dangerous and terrifying compound was now suspended in the palm of his hand. Lin's slightly exhausted face broke into a faint smile, and then he cast a spell, high-order material decompilation skill. Magic power, like a shark that had sensed the smell of blood, surged wildly under the control of spiritual power, wrapping around the chlorotrifluoride. Lin muttered to himself, but thinking about it, it was normal, as magic power didn't have electrons, so of course, there would be no phenomenon of being stripped away. As he pondered, magic power had already surged into the chlorotrifluoride, engraving its structure and characteristics, and then the duplication began. Lin simultaneously canceled the vacuum domain, and upon contacting other substances, the chlorotrifluoride immediately revealed its terror, igniting a hot flame tinged with a trace of eeriness. In the air, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, and various rare elements were quickly pulled into the hell's fire under Lin's awareness. The chlorotrifluoride was like a creature that knew no restraint and was never satisfied, crazily devouring all nearby elements and turning them into its own nourishment. In just a few seconds, the original spark that had only been the size of a fingertip quickly expanded to the size of a fist, accompanied by a large amount of poisonous gas. This was also the second characteristic of chlorotrifluoride, that it would produce extremely toxic gases when reacting with other substances, somewhat similar to white phosphorus. Lin stroked his chin, feeling a name was definitely needed. Calling it directly chlorotrifluoride was too straightforward, almost like revealing its origin. Having confirmed the characteristics of chlorotrifluoride were indeed the same as those recorded in his smart brain, Lin began to explore methods of using it. Since these chlorotrifluorides were created through magic mimicry, they could be controlled as freely as other spells, although the difficulty was slightly higher. After all, the electrons they stripped were real, requiring extra consumption of spiritual power to control. As to whether they could counteract magic and divine arts as he imagined, it remained an unknown. This was a question urgently needing verification. After dinner, Lin had someone call Anthony, who was studying laser emitters, and proposed a friendly magic combat to test the new spell's power. Anthony was also very interested and agreed. The location was chosen on the spacious training ground within the estate. Upon receiving the news, Alok and others put down their work, all very interested in the dean's new magic. Even Raphael and several others were no exception. Sanchez quietly asked his colleagues nearby. Dennis thought a bit and replied hesitantly. After all, Anthony was a six-ring wizard, just one step away from the legendary realm, and he had even developed unique electromagnetic magic. And Lin had just recently advanced from 4 rings to 6 rings. That gap couldn't be bridged by 1 or 2 novel spells. In fact, if Anthony's opponent wasn't this magic star, there might not even be a 10% chance of winning. That's not necessarily true. Raphael shook his head, not agreeing with Dennis's conclusion. He had fought alongside Lin against the Doomsday cultists, and at that time, Lin, who was only a 3rd-ring wizard, had developed a powerful spatial magic. Within the magic domain, he helped him defeat the intruder from the church and nearly annihilated the possibly legendary August with an electromagnetic cannon. A grand wizard reminded. In his view, this star of magic had simply lucked into a feat. No matter who took over, as long as they had the assistance of the legendary councilman, resolving the unrest in Greenrill City wouldn't be difficult. Compared to Sanchez and others, who stood outside critiquing and assessing the strengths of both sides, Anthony's expression was incredibly solemn. He knew all too well that the person standing opposite him was not an ordinary 4th-ring wizard, but a former legend. Even though his power hadn't fully recovered, he would not be easy to handle. Anthony faintly felt the blood that had long been dormant inside him begin to boil. Facing a legendary wizard in his prime, he wouldn't stand a chance, but now he could seize this opportunity to witness the might of a legend. Anthony asked. In front of outsiders, he did not rashly call Lynn teacher, as he had yet to solve the complex set of Maxwell's equations and truly earn the other's recognition. Lynn casually responded, unaware that Anthony, lost in his thoughts, had already started to take this seriously. This was his first fight with a true Grand Wizard since breaking through his own limits. Although he had previously confronted Hellram and August, it was either by outsmarting them or with the help of others. This time, he was genuinely relying on his own power to fight against a sixth-ring wizard. The moment Lynn nodded in reply, Anthony raised his hand. As his lips moved slightly, a bluish-purple flash of lightning appeared at his fingertips. Thunder Flash Strike. This was merely a fourth-ring magic spell, but its advantage lay in the extremely fast speed of casting. Almost at the moment his fingertips lifted, the flashing lightning, like a fierce thunder snake, swiftly raced towards Lynn. Enjoy new tales from Freewub novel, however. The flashing lightning was firmly restrained 3 meters around him, leaving Lynn completely unharmed. This was naturally the Faraday cage. Facing Anthony, who was proficient in thunder magic, Lynn wouldn't be unprepared. Anthony's expression remained unchanged, and with a thought, those indiscernible metal elements mixed in the flashing electricity instantly became deadly weapons. They converged and extended rapidly outward. The whole process occurred in the blink of an eye. Lynn, standing in front of him, was impaled by several huge, sharp copper nails that shot out from the lightning, pinning him firmly in place. Watching Lynn getting pierced by the copper nails, Alo cried out in panic, and Pierce, among others, was no exception, all showing a look of horror. They had not anticipated that what was merely a magic experiment would lead to Anthony suddenly making a lethal move in front of everyone. P.S. The next chapter will be a bit late, around an hour, as there are some issues that need to be resolved. Chapter 348, 336, The Undying Flame That Devours Everything. Chapter 348, Chapter 336, The Undying Flame That Devours Everything. The senior wizards were not as shocked as Alok and his companions. They could see that all the copper nails had missed the vital points and were merely frightening in appearance. The destructive power of high-tier magic was usually astonishing. In a battle among wizard-level combatants, it was not easy to hold back to this extent. After all, no one knew what kind of spells the opponent possessed or whether they could defend against them. Is this thunder magic? Indeed, it's extraordinary. Sanchez couldn't help but frown. The Thunder Flash Strike Anthony had just used was too fast, even for him to react in time. Raphael hadn't anticipated the battle would end so quickly either. It lasted about a second, then the winner was directly determined. He had thought they would fight for a while, and that he would witness an exciting battle. The gap in strength was ultimately too vast. "Do you think this looks like it's over?" Dennis said irritably, reminding them. Upon Dennis's reminder, everyone present noticed that Lynn's expression remained normal despite being penetrated by the copper nails, showing no sign of pain on his face, and no blood flowed from the pierced spots. Instead, they started burning. Yes, burning in the literal sense. Burning hot flames burst forth from his body, his clothes, skin, and flesh all disintegrated, serving as fuel for the fire. Moreover, the flames were rapidly expanding, enveloping everything around him, whether the orange-colored copper nails or the lightning. Anthony's pupils constricted, for he felt his control over his magic power being taken away. And furthermore, these flames were devouring the lightning. Breath of flames. Before Anthony could think clearly, Lynn's voice came from behind the flames. From the moment the fight began, he had used polarization magic. What remained in place was merely a projection of magic power. The scorching, undying flame devoured everything in its path, expanding into a massive wave of fire that surged towards Anthony. Vacuum domain. Anthony's expression became solemn, his domain quickly expanding in all directions, stripping away all elements, while his internal magic power swiftly transformed into a water barrier, blocking in front of him. If there's no air, then the flames would naturally extinguish. And water is the bane of fire. This was undoubtedly common sense, as Raphael and the others also felt the same. However, at this moment, this common sense proved ineffective. After entering the vacuum domain, the undying flame still burned fiercely. Moreover, upon colliding with the water barrier, the undying flame not only didn't get extinguished but instead devoured the water barrier, bursting forth with heat and explosions akin to that of the sun. Anthony's complexion drastically changed. He repeatedly retreated, his mind swiftly shifting as his magic power spontaneously turned into various elements. Whether it was shields made of metallic elements, or walls of sand, or electromagnetic barriers, all were completely ineffective. Their only difference was in whether they were consumed by the flames sooner or later. In an instant, Anthony was engulfed by the sea of flames, with only one last barrier made of snake scales remaining around him. He could sense the barrier's strength being eroded, while the power of the flames was rapidly strengthening. In such a cycle, it would take no more than half a minute for his strongest protection to be broken. Truly, a legend of old to master such terrifying fire magic, Anthony thought to himself, admiring how easily he had been pushed into jeopardy. But Anthony had no intentions of admitting defeat, for there was one method left to secure victory, which was to attack the spellcaster directly. He had already tried 17 elements, and regardless of which one, none could escape the encroachment of the flames. The rest likely wouldn't be an exception either. But there was one more uniquely effective element that should work, and that was light. The thought flashed through Anthony's mind, and the next moment, a pure white beam of light burst from the rolling flames, piercing Lin's body once again. Clearly, this was another magic projection. Ever since Lin had learned the advanced projection technique, he had spared no effort in mastering it. Wrapped in undying flame, Anthony couldn't precisely sense where Lin's real body was, but he didn't need to because nothing was faster than light. The sweep of the laser instantly cut through the iron railings and wooden stakes placed on the training ground. The cut surfaces extraordinarily smooth, even leaving a deep scratch on a distant wall. Raphael shouted in horror. With one sweep of the laser, they didn't know Lin's condition, and Raphael was not worried about their own safety. Being outside the battlefield, they could withstand the weakened laser. But for official wizards like Alok, they might have been left with only half a body. Amid Raphael's exclamations, the glaring laser quickly came to a halt, and Lin, knowing that the training field couldn't withstand their havoc, reluctantly prepared to extinguish the blazing flames. The undying flame enveloping Anthony was quickly suppressed, but against Lin's expectations, a considerable amount of fire still clung to various parts of the training ground, showing signs of slipping out of control. Lin frowned slightly. Unlike white phosphorus, chlorotrifluoride itself couldn't burn and only ignited by robbing electrons from other elements. Hence, the flame was its derivative. During previous experiments, he had only created a fist-sized, undying flame, which he could control freely with his spiritual power, but now, after swallowing a massive amount of nourishment, it had gone out of control. Lin thought it over and decided to forcibly strip the areas eroded by the flame with the purest magic power, allowing them to float in the vacuum domain and slowly burn out. He was already secretly alert that he must be more careful with this magic in the future. This thing's power was indeed terrifying, capable of suppressing a wizard like Anthony, but a slight lack of attention could cause it to backfire on him, making it a double-edged sword. At least with his current spiritual power, he was not yet capable of fully controlling this dangerous element. After the surrounding flames were stripped away and extinguished, Anthony breathed a sigh of relief internally. He had almost thought he would perish in the sea of flames. Raphael and the others walked over to the cratered training ground, with Sanchez unable to hold back his questioning. "Master Lin, Was that really fire magic that you just used? Or was it merely an illusionary technique? I saw it burning even in the vacuum. Chapter 349, 337. Impossible. My third law of flames can't possibly be wrong. Chapter 349, Chapter 337. Impossible. My third law of flames can't possibly be wrong. Many shared the same thought as Sanchez. After all, they had just witnessed the entire battle and seen things that were unbelievable, even defying common sense, which made them wonder whether this was some kind of powerful visual illusion. After all, it's impossible for fire to burn lightning, let alone turn a curtain of water into fuel. This is certainly a kind of flame, Lynn said without hesitation. Raphael asked incredulously. He immediately thought of the rumors in Wizardland, that the Star of Magic wielded a flame from the deepest depths of hell, capable of burning and consuming everything to nothing. Raphael had always scoffed at this claim, but now he was somewhat skeptical because apart from hellfire, he could find no other adjective to describe it. Lynn said with a chuckle, pausing for a moment before continuing. Of course, it's not what you think. But this isn't magic at all. A great mage couldn't help but loudly object. Lynn looked at him strangely, and Raphael quickly introduced him. Lynn suddenly realized he had seen the other party at several gatherings of great wizards before, but had not engaged in deep conversation. Indeed, it is I, Adela said with a nod, pride clear in his demeanor. He had researched the element of fire for decades, deriving numerous characteristics and laws related to it. This included the 3 laws of flame: temperature, the speed of elemental movement, combustible material, and sufficient oxygen. No flame could exist independently of these elements. The fire element is present in every combustible material, just smaller than normal elements, which is why wizards can't perceive it with their spiritual power. It only becomes apparent with the catalyst of high temperatures and the presence of oxygen. Adela, quite pleased with himself, explained his fire elemental theory to Lynn, conclusions drawn from rigorous research and countless experiments. He had even won a silver moon medal for defeating the combustible element theory and the flame magic power theory in a debate about the nature of flame 20 years ago. Yet the flame Lynn summoned had completely defied these 3 laws. For example, it burned in a vacuum, which contradicted the requirement of flames needing plenty of oxygen to exist. Metals and stones are not combustible, but a strange combustion had occurred, so it must be fake, definitely a visual illusion technique. After listening to Adela's analysis and his so-called fire elemental theory, Lynn was somewhat at a loss whether to laugh or cry. This so-called 3 laws of flame did seem similar to the 3 elements of combustion from his previous life. Nevertheless, it was quite impressive to have researched to such an extent. The discussion about the nature of flames in his previous life had continued for thousands of years, only reaching a consensus in modern times. Lynn did not offer much explanation, but simply extended his hand, and a scorching flame quickly ignited. This is the undying flame. The gathering of wizards couldn't help but feel a palpitation, but still drew a few steps closer, looking curiously at this fist-sized flame. Anthony's expression was grave, for he had just experienced firsthand the sense of powerlessness when facing this peculiar fire, which seemed to consider all things as the most delectable nourishment. Adela even stretched out her hand, wanting to personally verify its authenticity, but was stopped by Lynn because if she got burned by this thing, there was nothing he could do. The only solution would be to strip the burned flesh, and if it took a little longer, even amputating a hand would be considered light. In short, even if it didn't kill you, you'd lose a layer of skin. Although she ultimately did not actually touch it, Adela clearly sensed the immense heat. Being so close, she did not believe the other party could deceive her magic power perception. She immediately cut off a section of the iron railing and placed it on the undying flame. The slender iron railing ignited before everyone's eyes. It was not melting as it would when encountering high heat, but was genuinely burning, with flames spreading along the rod. Adela, unconvinced, summoned a sturdy stone with the mage's hand. And then the stone also began to burn. Finally came the vacuum experiment, and hence everyone saw a peculiar sight. A stone burning in a vacuum. If something looks like fire and behaves like fire, then no matter how strange, there is no doubt it is fire. This is impossible. Stones could never serve as fuel. They shouldn't. And moreover, why would they burn without oxygen? Adela murmured to herself, completely baffled, almost driven to madness. Raphael and others looked at Adela with pity, knowing full well that she had devoted most of her life to the study of the fire element. Now, suddenly discovering that her research theories were wrong, such a blow was enough to make anyone break down. It was at this time that Lynn suddenly spoke up. Adela was taken aback, both shocked and confused, almost thinking she had misheard. But before she could ask for clarification, Lynn continued. Hearing this, those present furrowed their brows. Sufficient and necessary conditions. These two novel terms seemed somewhat unfamiliar to the group, but they could still vaguely understand them. An oxidizing agent is a substance that gains electrons during a redox reaction. For example, chlorotrifluoride is a very strong oxidizer and fluorinating agent, directly replacing the role of oxygen. This is one of the reasons why it can burn upon contacting any material, fuel, in a vacuum. However, there are not many elements that can serve as oxidizers, and the vast majority are compounds. Considering that Raphael and the others had limited knowledge, Lynn didn't launch into a lengthy explanation, which would require him first to explain what a redox reaction is, then to talk about the internal structure of atoms. So after contemplating for a moment, Lynn spoke as simply as possible. In layman's terms, it means that some elements can replace oxygen as the condition to ignite flames. So even in an oxygen-free environment, combustion can continue. Chapter 350, 338, The Sinister Cardinal Edwell. I know, just like the sun. Lydia hurriedly interjected. Lynn had mentioned this peculiar phenomenon during their astronomy class, but he hadn't explained the reason. Lynn shook his head, amused. The light of the sun didn't come from burning, but from nuclear fusion within the sun, and light and heat were merely byproducts. Nevertheless, the example Lydia cited was quite apt for understanding, and Adela immediately grasped the concept. It wasn't that burning didn't require the element oxygen, but rather that other elements could be used as substitutes. In fact, he had conducted similar experiments before, but none of the dozen or so elements he used for the experiments could replace the role of oxygen, which led him to conclude that burning required oxygen. But why could stones and metals also serve as fuel? Lynn didn't seem inclined to continue the explanation. After extinguishing the undying flame in his palm, he turned his head to Anthony and said with a smile, "Master Anthony, I didn't expect you to move so quickly." He remembered that it was only in the morning that he had handed the relevant blueprints to Anthony, which was to say the development of both types of magic had almost started simultaneously. "It's just a prototype at this stage, far from perfect," Anthony said with a hint of humility. This kind of laser technique, referred to by Lynn as the element-excited state, had 5 energy levels, and for now, he could only produce lasers of the 3rd energy level. Beyond that, there was another way to enhance the power of the laser technique, and that was to compress the diameter. The finer the aperture of the laser, the stronger its destructive force. 5 millimeters, its power increased several-fold, the destructive force roughly equivalent to the standard of 5th-level magic. The compression could continue without limit. In Anthony's view, this was a magic with no upper limit. As long as it was compressed enough, it could definitely reach the standard of legendary magic. Anthony asked curiously, because the person who proposed this theory must have a profound understanding of the elements. This was developed by me based on Glenn's focusing magic, combined with the element structure theory within the Secret Magic Society, Lynn explained casually. Previously, when measuring elements, he had openly stated that research on light was also in its early stages at the Secret Magic Society. Now, it wouldn't be good to contradict himself, so Lynn could only helplessly take the credit himself. Raphael and the others no longer knew what to say. This star of magic had not only produced that terrifyingly powerful fire magic after the conference ended, but had also had the leisure to research and modify the laser technique. The gap between people was simply greater than between a person and a dog. Sanchez suddenly asked out of the blue. For the practical-minded Sanchez, discussing these magical theories was far less important than debating victory or defeat. The situation on the field just now was extremely perilous, and it was at the point where victory or defeat was about to be determined, unfortunately interrupted by Raphael. Sanchez's words undoubtedly drew everyone's attention. Lynn's fire magic was frighteningly powerful, but Anthony's unavoidable laser technique, with its sweeping attacks, likewise left no room for evasion. Anthony responded with his usual composure. He couldn't withstand that undying flame, but that didn't necessarily mean Lynn couldn't block his laser technique. After all, the principle of the magic was something Lynn had told him himself. It was impossible not to have a countermeasure. Anthony was quite open-minded about it, and to face a former legend and be defeated was a very common occurrence. The only thing he hadn't anticipated was that he would lose so quickly. Anthony's straightforward admission of defeat surprised Raphael and the others. They then all turned to look at Lynn, defeating a six-circle wizard as a fourth circle. Wizard, and almost an overwhelming victory at that. If this were to be told, there probably wouldn't be many who would believe it. Since there's no outcome, let's just call it a draw, Lynn said. He had no intention of taking advantage of Anthony. He didn't care about winning or losing. As long as he could have a match and confirm that chlorotrifluoride acted just as he had thought, Lynn was already very satisfied. Wizard battles are hard to call until the very last moment, as nobody knows what kind of strange and unusual techniques one might pull out. The outcome of this battle was thus lightly brushed over, leaving Sanchez, who had been quite interested, without any fun. He had to shift the topic to the upcoming war. Due to the obstruction of the Griffin Knights, over the past few days, the reconnaissance capabilities of the airships were greatly reduced. Those pilots only dared to observe from a distance of at least 3 kilometers away, using telescopes. Even then, they nearly got shot down. That cunning Edwell had a real knack for strategy, managing to hide a portion of the Griffin Knights in the forest, letting the army move slowly. When the airships approached for reconnaissance, the Knights would suddenly burst out of the forest. If it hadn't been for the pilots' immediate reaction, and because 2 of the airships were quick to escape, they would have nearly been wiped out. Because of this, very few pilots were willing to approach for reconnaissance anymore. So now, they could only barely understand the movements of this army and couldn't obtain more information. Although the laser technique had been developed, it would still take some time to equip them on a large scale. Lynn suggested that they could teach this magic to some trustworthy official wizards and use them as human laser emitters. Securing air supremacy is crucial. It can significantly reduce casualties. Adela said fiercely. Lynn shook his head. Though they, as great wizards, could also fly, they were far less agile in the air than the Griffin Knights. Even with a surprise attack, they could at most kill a few dozen griffins, but that wouldn't stop the other Griffin Knights. It's important to remember that the number of cardinal bishops in the church might very well be greater than theirs, and this group had yet to show any intent to strike. They could intercept at any time. If they wasted their magic power and leaked critical information on their magic, being countered in later battles would pose a serious problem. Either they should not take action, or if they did, they would have to completely annihilate the entire Griffin Knight troop. Otherwise, if those knights successfully retreated, given some time to ponder, they might come up with a way to counter the laser technique. Then they would have to face endless harassment. Magic and divine arts are of the same origin, so this isn't an impossibility. And that's where we'll leave this part. If you enjoyed it, smash that like button, subscribe for the next part, and drop a comment telling me which story you want to hear next. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next part.